Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Hey everybody, get ready for some great shows. Starting out with Cavalcade of America, Lux Theater with some great Hollywood stars, Groucho Marx, one of the best comedians in history, and also followed by the hilarious Red Skelton.
Cavalcade of Music, presented by DuPont. Each Wednesday, the DuPont Cavalcade of Music presents compositions of one well-known contributor to America's lighter music. Don Voorhees, talented young musician who has made a name for himself in theater and radio, conducts the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra. Again this evening, our guest artist is Francia White, charming young soprano who came east from Hollywood for this specially arranged series of musical programs. This evening's program features music of Sigmund Romberg, a man whose name appears on any list of those whose compositions have enriched American music. Who's Who in the theater lists him as having composed all or part of the music for 55 stage presentations through 1935, and his talent is now gaining additional outlets in Hollywood's picture studios. Scores he wrote years ago are still finding favor throughout the world. One of his recent successes was from the talking picture of 2 years ago, The Night is Young, and you are hearing a lovely song familiar to all of you, When I Grow Too Old to Dream. Just 20 years ago, night before last, Sigmund Romberg's operetta Maytime opened and ran for 492 performances. Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra play one of the hits from that score, Will You Remember? Now our program of Sigmund Romberg music turns back to September 19th, 1928. It's the opening night of a musical show called The New Moon, a hit show whose Sigmund Romberg score helps it on its way to a run of 309 performances. Before Miss White sings one of the numbers from this show, let me read a telegram she received from Sigmund Romberg during rehearsal today. I remember vividly your beautiful singing in the Pacific Coast revival of Desert Song last season, and I'm looking forward with great pleasure to hearing you tonight with Don Voorhees and his fine orchestra. Stop. My best wishes to Don Voorhees as well as to yourself, Sigmund Romberg. The operetta The Desert Song had a score filled with familiar Romberg melodies. Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra are going to play one of the show's most stirring songs, One Alone. one of the lovely melodies from the new moon, a tango, softly as in a morning sunrise, in an arrangement for the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra. From the DuPont Company, makers of chemical products since 1802. The message has a musical beginning. Recognize that tune? It's Mary Had a Little Lamb, the little lamb whose fleece, according to the nursery rhyme, was white as snow. But a DuPont research chemist will tell you that it takes more than an ordinary bath to make wool white as snow. And in telling the story, he'd probably reveal something of how modern research chemistry contributes to just about all fabrics which make up the clothes we wear. Our summertime whites, for example. White fabrics don't just happen. Wool and cotton are anything but pure white in their raw natural state, and that's where chemistry goes to work. In days long ago, bleaching was done by spreading pieces of cloth on grassy riverbanks so that they would whiten slowly by the action of sun, air, and moisture. This is nature's way, and it often took months. Today, a more satisfactory white is produced in only a few hours through chemical bleaching. One such method uses active oxygen, liberated from peroxide solutions made by DuPont. A bright, uniform bleach is guaranteed whether the sun shines or not, because the process is chemically controlled every step of the way. So chemistry has helped give us whites for summertime wear, but its contributions do not stop there. Such clothing does soil. What about washing it? By a continuation of the same process used at the textile mill, chemistry enables the modern laundry to keep both white and colored fabrics sparkling and fresh. DuPont supplies a hydrogen peroxide product trademarked Albone, which releases active oxygen as the washing is going on. Through the resulting action, whites and fast colors hold their original brilliance. Chemistry also serves you by lending a hand in dry cleaning clothing. DuPont chemists have devoted a great deal of research developing dry cleaning agents that thoroughly clean soiled garments without harsh treatment and yet leave absolutely no disagreeable odor. Such dry cleaning agents as DuPont's TriClean and PerClean have made it possible for you to obtain a superior cleaning job at less cost. DuPont chemists also contribute in many other ways to the pleasure and service you get from your clothing. In the textile mills where fabrics are made and finished, DuPont dyes are used to create a great variety of new and interesting designs in fast colors of every hue. Other DuPont products render fabrics water repellent, mildew-proof, and resistant to stains and spots. Thus, in the task of making clothing more serviceable and more attractive, we see another example of DuPont's constant effort to provide better things for better living through chemistry. Here's another Romberg melody from the score of The New Moon. It's called One Kiss. Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra play the accompaniment for Miss White's solo.
In this year of 1792, our conventions have been thrown all askew. And I know I'm out of date when I seek one mate, one faithful lover true. To be really in the fashion today, you must have a dozen boys in your way. But somehow I don't believe in the modest plan. I want to wait for just one man. One kiss, one man to say goodbye. One love for him alone. One word, one vow, and nothing more. To tell him I'm his own. One magic night within his arms, with magic but I will try to love only one man, and no other man in the world. I've been reading stories of romantic glories. I am growing sad for a Galahad. Laugh all you like at me, I'll find my man, you'll see. One kiss, one man to say goodbye. One love for him alone. One word, one vow, and nothing more. To tell him I'm his own. One magic night within his arms, with but I will try to love only one man, and no other man in the world.
You recall another beautiful waltz from the score of Maytime, The Road to Paradise. Don Voorhees, the orchestra, and Francia White in 3 Sigmund Romberg numbers. Just Once Around the Clock from May Wine, then Miss White singing the Desert Song, and then the stirring Stout-Hearted Men, another familiar favorite from the score of The New Moon. Even though the name Sigmund Romberg is known to most of us and associated with interesting, long-lived music of the American theater and screen, hearing such a group of his works often makes us stop and say, you know, I knew he'd written a lot, but I hadn't realized that his music is so uniformly good. Romberg indeed wrote much, and the world sings his older songs just as it sings the new. We're pleased to salute the contributions of Sigmund Romberg to the cavalcade of music. Next Wednesday evening, we'll hear some music written by Arthur Schwartz for the musical romance Virginia, which will open here in New York the following week. Mr. Schwartz himself will appear on the program, together with famed writer Lawrence Stallings, co-author of the show Virginia. With the brand new Arthur Schwartz music will be other numbers he has written, including So we hope you'll join Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra with Franchot White next Wednesday at this same time when the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware again presents the Cavalcade of Music. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson in The Count of Monte Cristo. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Robert Montgomery, Josephine Hutchinson, Lewis Stone, Lloyd Nolan, Sidney Blackmer, and Paul Lucas. Our special guest, Mr. Alton Cook, radio editor of the New York World Telegram. The Lux Radio Theater Orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those mild, pure flakes that leave your hands so soft and lovely. Try Lux for your dishes, and you'll see what I mean. It protects your hands in the dishpan and helps them stay smooth and white, lovely to look at. And it's so inexpensive doing dishes this way. A little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. As fantastic and unpredictable as the Count of Monte Cristo himself was the genius who created him, Alexandre Dumas. A writer of amazing energy and monumental achievements, he often displayed a childish vanity and delighted to be known as a man of the world, a Beau Brummel. To protect his pride, he once fought a duel, attacking his opponent furiously, while with his free hand he struggled to hold up his trousers, which persisted in slipping down. For a pet, he selected a vulture, parading him on the streets like a peacock, until the vicious bird turned on him and took a piece out of his leg. Dumas made fortune after fortune, threw each one blissfully away, and died penniless. His novel, The Count of Monte Cristo, appeared only a few months after The Three Musketeers. It was like writing an Anthony Adverse and following it up with Gone with the Wind. In play form, Monte Cristo ran here and abroad for 39 years. Twice a motion picture, The Count of Monte Cristo comes to you with a star-spangled cast, headed by Robert Montgomery. His ability to assume a wide range of character types makes him one of the screen's most applauded actors, and especially equipped for the title role tonight. From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio, his latest picture is Fast and Loose. As Mercedes, we welcome back a superb artist in Josephine Hutchinson. Louis Stone, beloved veteran of countless films, is Abbé Faria. And our trio of conspirators is composed of those three experts, Lloyd Nolan as Danglars, Sidney Blackmer as Mondego, and Paul Lucas in the role of de Villefort. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson in The Count of Monte Cristo, with Lloyd Nolan, Sidney Blackmer, and Paul Lucas. The year is 1815. Napoleon, overwhelmingly defeated at Leipzig, has been exiled to the island of Elba. But still the figure of the little Corsican looms like a giant specter over all Europe. And Louis XVIII, perching perilously on the throne of France, trembles at each new report of plots to restore the emperor. Through all the countryside has gone the king's command, death or imprisonment to all who support the cause of Bonaparte. But still the plots go on. Just before sundown, on a day early in the year, Napoleon, in his quarters at Elba, is finishing an audience with a tall young man, uniformed as an officer of the French Merchant Marine.
And you will deliver this letter to Monsieur Nautier in Marseille. He will make himself known to you by the one word, Elba.
I understand, Your Majesty. But how will this man know me?
He will be seeking the captain of the French ship, Pharaon.
But I'm not captain, sire. Not officially. Captain Leclerc died at sea 2 days ago. As first mate, naturally, I assumed command.
Oh, no matter, no matter. Not here will find whoever was acting captain when the Pharaon stopped at Elba. One more thing, monsieur. Dantes, you said the name was?
Edmond Dantes, sir.
Why are you here?
It was Captain Leclerc's last order, sire. He commanded me to stop at Elba, and in his name perform whatever service Your Majesty might require.
Then it's your dead captain that you serve in this case, and not Napoleon. Is that it, Dantes?
Your Majesty, I'm a sailor. My study has been the sea, not politics.
The diplomacy of a Talleyrand. Well, your loyalty is not important. Your honesty is. I want that letter delivered.
It will be, Your Majesty. You may depend on it.
Reef the top-gallant sail.
Helmsman, what about to ride before the gale?
Aye, aye, sir. Will we ever see Marseille again, Monsieur Dantes?
Oh, don't be a fool, man. The Pharaon loves a storm. I'll be in my cabin if you need me.
Aye.
Oh,
Danglars.
Dantes, I've been waiting to see you.
Yes? Well, you'll usually find me on the bridge during a gale.
I thought it might be better to see you here. I don't like our riding before the wind like this, Dantes. It's too dangerous. Now, if Leclerc had named me captain when he died...
But he didn't. I'm in command, and I'll give the orders I think best. Good night, Danglars.
Good night. Oh, by the way, here's a letter I found just now on the floor.
Oh, thank you. Are you sure you found it, Monsieur Danglars?
I'm quite sure. But if you're turning the Pharaon into a mail ship, Captain Dantes, you should at least be careful with the cargo from Elba.
What news? Is there any word from the Pharaoh?
None, Mercedes. I saw Monsieur Morel, the owner. He's given up hope. It's useless, Mercedes, believe me.
But it can't be. Ships have been late before.
As late as this? Why deceive yourself? The Pharaon was heavily laden. Not in a dozen years has there been such a storm. She was...
Oh, please, Fernand. Don't you suppose I haven't thought of all that? Every day, every night.
Mercedes, I know it's not the time to speak, but... through all these months, whenever I have spoken of my love for you, you've refused to listen. It was Edmond Dantes who stood between us. But now, Mercedes, if the Pharaon doesn't come back, tell me at least that I may hope.
I don't know, Fernand. I can't think of that now.
Mercedes, give me your word. Promise me that if Dantes does not come back, you'll be my wife.
Perhaps, Fernand. Perhaps in time Listen. A ship in the harbor. It's the Pharaon and Edmond. It must be. It must be.
Welcome, Edmond. Welcome. My thanks to you for bringing the Pharaon safely home.
Thank you, Monsieur Morel. I only wish Captain Leclerc...
He died at sea, Edmond. A sailor can't ask more.
No, sir.
And you, Danglars, welcome. Is the cargo in good condition?
Yes, Monsieur Morel, as well as might be expected after a trip like that.
Well, you're here, and the cargo's safe. That's all that matters.
Perhaps. But we'd have missed that storm altogether if we hadn't stopped at Elba.
You stopped at Elba? At whose command?
At Dantes.
At Captain Leclerc's. The order was his, sir.
Then you were right to stop.
Edmond!
Mercedes!
Edmond, my darling. It's you, alive and well and strong.
You doubt it.
Edmund, stop! Let me down. Edmund. Forgive me, Monsieur Morel. The man's a little mad.
Well, he's not the only one. Dante, every day for the last 6 months, this girl has pestered me for news when you'd be home.
Monsieur Morel.
Well, he's here now. His time is yours. Go ahead, Captain Dante.
Captain?
Captain. From now on, you remain in command of the Pharaon.
Monsieur Morel.
Now, don't talk to me. Talk to him.
This orchard, Edmund. Remember?
Remember?
I think I came here every day while you were gone. I used to lie under the trees and look up at the sky, wondering where you were and what you were thinking of at the moment. And then later the leaves dried and began to fall. I was sad at that, and happy, too, because I knew somehow that before the leaves came back, we'd be here together, you and I.
Oh, Mercedes, if you knew the things that were on my lips to say. But now that I'm with you, I can't find words.
I know.
The nights I've lain aloft in the rigging and discussed your beauty with the stars, or times of storm when I've stood in the prow and shouted your name into the gale, daring it to carry my voice to you. It was a kind of torture to be away from you.
I felt that, too.
And are you afraid of it, Mercedes?
Afraid?
There will be other voyages of the Pharaoh, and other storms, and times we don't arrive when we're expected. Perhaps even, well, I hadn't meant to say it this way, but...
Oh, Edmund, of course I'll be afraid. Every time you sail, my heart will turn to stone till you sail back again. That doesn't matter, because I'll never doubt. Because I'll always know that you will come back.
Mercedes.
To Monsieur Fernand Mondego. You are invited to be present tomorrow night at the betrothal feast of Edmond Dantes and Mercedes Rosas, to be held at the Café La Reserve with Monsieur Morel as patron.
That's enough, Danglars.
Oh, very well, but if you won't read your own invitation, somebody ought to read it for you. You know, you amuse me, Mondego. Now, it's bad enough to be a rejected suitor. It's even worse to look like one. Another drink?
No.
I was just wondering, who's the king's representative in Marseille now?
A man named de Villefort. Why?
You know him?
Well, I've met him.
Ambitious?
I suppose so.
And loyal to the king?
Of course.
And I wonder what Monsieur de Villefort would do if two good citizens, say you and I, for example, were to come to him with information concerning a certain young captain recently arrived in Marseille who stopped en route at Elba.
Elba? What are you talking about? You mean Dantes?
Well, that's better, Mondego. Much better. Why, you look positively alive.
Is it the wine, Mercedes, or is it you? I've never danced better in my life.
I'm hoping that you'll improve when you get rid of your sea legs.
Oh, you hear that? Treachery. And from my own betrothed.
Captain Dantes.
Yes?
A gentleman wishes to speak with you outside.
Well, invite him in.
He said it was private. He asked for the captain of the Pharaon.
Oh, excuse me, Mercedes. I'll be right back. Good evening, my friend.
Good evening. You are the captain of the Pharaon?
I am. Well, what is it?
Elba.
Oh. Yes, I've been expecting you. I have the letter with me. Here.
Thank you. Good night, monsieur.
Good night.
You back so soon, Edmond?
Monsieur Morel, you remember the letter I mentioned to you from Elba?
Oh, delivered?
Delivered.
I'm glad. You were right to obey Leclerc's orders. It's good that the letter is out of your hands.
Is Edmond Dantes here? Captain Edmond Dantes.
I am Edmond Dantes.
In the name of the King's magistrate, you are under arrest.
Edmond.
It's all right, Mercedes. What is the charge, officer?
Suspicion of bearing treasonable information from the usurper, Bonaparte.
That charge is absurd.
Monsieur de Villefort will decide that.
Edmond, I'm afraid.
Nonsense. Here. Treasure that kiss. In half an hour, there'll be another to match it. I'm ready, officer.
Edmond!
You arrested both of them?
Yes, Monsieur de Villefort. We have the old man who received the note and the young officer who gave it to him.
Good. I'll see the old one first.
Yes, monsieur. The prisoner, monsieur.
Good evening, Monsieur de Villefort.
You?
Monsieur de Villefort, is something wrong?
No. Get out. I will examine the prisoner alone.
Yes, monsieur.
Meddling again. I thought you were in Paris.
No. I'm in Marseille, held prisoner by my own son. Amusing, isn't it?
Do you realize that if the king learned that my father is an active agent for Bonaparte...
That you'd be in danger? That you'd lose your office and possibly even more? Of course I realize it, my son. And that is why the king will not learn, if you can prevent it.
I'll see that you are escorted safely back to Paris. But you must be careful, do you understand? And above all, don't use the name de Villefort.
A fair enough bargain for your protection. Thank you, my son.
You rang, monsieur?
Escort the prisoner to Sergeant Crane. I'll give him full instructions later.
Very good, monsieur.
And send in the other prisoner.
Good night, my most noble magistrate.
Send in the other prisoner.
Edmond Dantes, captain of the Farm?
Yes.
Dantes, you are accused of carrying a message from Elba, plotting treason against your king. What have you to say?
Only that in carrying that message, monsieur, I was carrying out the orders of my superior, Captain Leclerc. I knew nothing about the contents of the letter.
Really? And the man to whom you delivered the letter, what was his name?
I don't know.
Could you describe him?
Perfectly. It was about your height.
Never mind. You say your captain ordered you to stop at Elba. Where is that captain?
Dead.
How convenient.
But any member of the crew could vouch for what I say.
They could? Monsieur Danglars, perhaps?
Why, yes. Yes, I'm sure that Danglars knew that I...
Come in, Danglars.
Danglars. Mondego.
Danglars, Monsieur Dantes has just told me that in stopping at Elba, he was obeying the orders of Captain Leclerc. Do you confirm that statement?
I do not. The order to stop at Elba was given by Dantes himself. Leclerc's last command had been to make directly for Marseille.
Danglars, you're mistaken.
I have no reason to lie.
Nor have I.
Monsieur Mondego, have you any reason to believe that Dantes is unjustly accused?
Well, Mondego, tell him.
The accusation is just. Dantes has long been a Bonapartist. His fiancée, Mercedes de Rosas, confessed it to me.
That's a lie. He's lying. They're both lying. Oh, I see it now. They informed on me from the first. Listen to me, Monsieur de Villefort, and understand. Danglars lied because he wants to be captain in my place. Mondego because of Mercedes de Rosas. You can't take their word.
I've heard enough. Guard.
Monsieur?
You will escort this prisoner to the Chateau d'If.
The Chateau d'If? But that's for condemned prisoners. I have a right to trial.
You've had your trial.
Come along. Wait. Monsieur de Villefort, why you do this, I do not know. But someday I shall. Mondego, Danglars, your reasons I understand, and I'll remember.
Take him away.
And you'll see me again, I warn you. Though I may rot in the Chateau d'If, you have my word I'll find a way to meet you. All of you.
The curtain falls on the first act of The Count of Monte Cristo with Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson. And in a few moments, we'll go on with Act Two. But first, during our brief intermission, we bring you another scene from the lives of that lovable family, the Brownings. It's late afternoon, and Mother is reading in the living room. The front door bursts open, and in comes 16-year-old Dot, home from a shopping trip.
Mother! Oh, Mother, where are you?
In here, Dot, in the living room.
Oh, Mother, I've just bought Midge's birthday present. It's simply darling.
Oh, do let me see it, dear.
Look, it's a blue organdy sweater. Isn't it the coziest thing you ever saw?
Oh, Dot, why, it's just adorable. But, dear, that isn't organdy. It's Angora. And I do hope Midge will take care of it.
Oh, Mother, I'll die if she ever dares to rub it with cake soap. Oh, if she'll only remember to use Lux.
Well, now, let's see. Perhaps we could give her a little reminder.
Oh, yes, maybe we could put it in a little jingle, the way we did with Mary Lou's present.
Why, that's the very thing. Something like this. Oh, Midgie, Lux this fluffy bit, so it will keep its cozy fit.
Oh, Mother, that's darling. Oh, Midgie Lux this fluffy bit, so it will keep its cozy fit. We'll say it every time she wears the sweater.
And then she can't forget.
It's careless washing that makes sweaters shrink. Wool fibers are tender. They can't stand rubbing or the harmful alkali in strong soaps. Lux Flakes have no harmful alkali to hurt the sensitive wool fibers or fade colors. They keep your nice woolens, your sweaters, scarves, and socks, new-looking longer. This same thing is true of your silks and rayons. Lux is so mild and pure, it won't harm fibers or colors that are safe in water alone. And now, Mr. DeMille. Act Two of The Count of Monte Cristo. starring Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson, with Louis Stone, Lloyd Nolan, Sidney Blackmer, and Paul Lucas. 8 years have passed. 8 years of living death for Edmond Dantes, lying forgotten in a dungeon of the Chateau d'If. Time has made great changes in the man. Fury and hope are gone, and there remains but bitterness and an abyss of despair as all enfolding of the black silence in which he lives. There's one further step to madness, and on the brink of that stands the shadow of the man called Dantes. The dungeon rats are his only companions. He speaks to them, anxious for the sound of his own voice.
Listen. Listen, my friends. You hear? The guard is coming. Our dinner. A veritable banquet, my friends. Just put it on the floor, my good man. I'm not hungry, but my friends, the rats, will eat with me. Won't you, Mondego? And Danglars? And look at de Villefort. He's getting fat.
God, what year is it? Tell me. In God's name, tell me, speak to me. One word, just one word. God, listen. You hear that? That water. Drip, 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 drip. There, where it falls under the stone. It goes forever like that. It will drive me mad. God, you're human yourself. Can you imagine what it means? The darkness in that water, beating against your brain. Stop it! Stop it!
You'll take things as they are, 27.
Don't call me that. My name is Dantes. Edmond Dantes.
Ah, you're mad. Edmond Dantes is dead. It's on the records.
Dead? Dead?
Killed while trying to escape.
Killed? Then who am I?
Number 27. That's who you are. Another animal to feed.
God, come back. That's not true. Whatever that record says, I am Dantes. Forget the water, forget everything, but tell them I'm alive. De Villefort lied. I am Dantes. I am Dantes. I am Dantes. Dead. 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 Name of heaven. God, is that you? God! Who is that? Where are you? Behind this wall? Beneath the floor? Here? Are you a prisoner? Answer me. There's someone there. Alive, there's someone there. I'll help you dig. It's true. It's open. Come out. My hand. Take my hand. Well, why don't you speak? You can speak, can't you?
Yes, I can speak. Another cell. 6 years I burrow through a wall of rock, hoping to reach safety, and my tunnel ends in a cell.
I'm sorry, comrade, for your sake, but glad for my own. To see another human being, to feel the warmth of his hand, to talk.
I know, but I shall find freedom. For now I'll have your youth to help me. Who are you, my son?
I am Edmond Dantes.
And I am the Abbé Faria. The mad priest, they call me here.
Mad, you?
Oh, it is convenient. Even a prison guard must feel pity for a mad old man. How long have you been here?
I don't know. They brought me here in February 1815.
8 years? This is the 7th of June, 1823.
8 years? And I'm still young. You know the date. How?
When you see my cell, you'll understand.
We'll go there now.
Now, wait. And if the guard should pass, your bed there empty.
But yours now.
I'm sleeping on it, or so it appears. A dummy, my son, made of blankets and straw. And there must be one here for you. I'll show you. Meanwhile, tell me why you're here. Are you innocent? Remember, I am a man of God.
I am innocent, Father. Believe me.
Tell me.
I was first mate of the ship Pharaon. My captain, Captain Leclerc, was dying. He called me. And they brought me here. Since then, save for the guard, I've seen no living soul except yourself.
And that is all.
But for one thing. I learned from the guard that to the world outside, Edmond Dantes is dead.
Naturally, my son.
Naturally?
You think this man de Villefort would have risked investigation. It was so simple for him to certify he was dead. But it is better so. That certificate may serve you well when you're free.
Free? Abbe Faria, there is hope of escape.
I'm sure of it. One of two routes from my cell is certain to lead to the outer wall. This one was wrong. The other cannot be.
Freedom. To know at last my revenge. To stand before de Villefort, Danglars, Mondego.
Stop, Dante, stop. You fool. You miserable animal. Groveling here in darkness, nursing your revenge. If you could see yourself chained, not just in body, but in mind and soul.
What do you mean?
Come to my cell. I'll show you.
It's unbelievable, Father. A candle, matches, the digging tools, the drawings on the walls.
And all of it, Dantes, because my mind is not in chains. The candles, made from beef fat in my food. The matches, broom twigs dipped in sulfur that I wheedled from the guard. A skin ailment. The mad priest, remember. They can humor me. So with the bits of chalk and carbon for these drawings on the wall.
But what are they?
You don't know, but you shall. Formula, the basis of all the sciences. There, quotations from the great literature of the world. Inscribed in different forms upon these walls, you'll find the sum total of man's knowledge.
It's not possible, Father. Not in this darkness alone.
You've seen but a part of what I've done and what I can do. What we can do.
We?
Yes, our tools are crude. Our task long, but that is fortunate, my son. For it will take long to make you worthy of your freedom. All that I know I shall teach you. And when your freedom comes, you shall go forth into the world with the mind, the body, and the soul of a Superman. You will serve Edmond Dantes, not as another horseman of the apocalypse, but as an avenging angel doing the work of God.
And if your lunar observations are correct, 2 months from tonight will be the highest tide of the year. The water will seep through the crevice and unloosen the rocks. Our tunnel will be through.
11 years of digging. It has not been in vain, my son, but we must not grow too anxious, and we must continue with our studies. You will be glad on your day of freedom.
On our day, Father.
No, Edmond, not on mine.
Father.
Haven't you wondered that for 4 days now you have worked without my help?
But what of it? A temporary stiffness in your arm?
Not temporary. My arm is paralyzed.
Paralyzed?
A stroke. It happened 4 nights ago. I told you nothing, hoping the effects would pass, but they won't. You must escape alone, my son.
And leave you? I'll carry you. On my shoulders.
Ah, how far could you swim with such a weight? You see, you must go by yourself.
I won't. I swear by the mind, by the soul that you have given me, I'll never leave you here alone.
My son, you're worthy of all my trust. Come, Dantes, back to my cell. There's something I must tell you. Millions, Edmond, unnumbered millions. The whole of the Spada fortune, mine.
The Spada fortune? I've heard of that, but it's been lost for centuries.
Yes, except to me. I know where it's to be found. I was the secretary to the last of the Spada family. At his death, I became his heir. And after his death, among the manuscripts of the Spada library, I found a scroll, the key to the lost treasure.
And where is it?
On the island of Monte Cristo.
Monte Cristo? I know it well. There's nothing there, nothing but rocks.
There is a fortune there, Edmond. A fortune which but to find is to own the world. And you shall find it.
I?
There will be another attack, my son. And soon an attack that I shall not survive. Then you must go, alone. And for your loyalty, and out of my love for you, you are to be my heir.
Father, how can I thank you?
Edmond, listen. The key to the treasure, you must learn it well. I have destroyed the scroll, but engraved its contents on my brain. So it must be on yours. Now listen, and listen carefully, so that you will not forget. A jutting rock at the island's eastern point. Walk 20 paces north, then west. A rock appearing solid that will move. A hollow wall in a far corner to be broken through. A dark chamber in the grotto. A chest upon the floor. And the world is yours. Now listen again and again 100 times. The time shall come and you must not forget. A jutting rock at the island's eastern point.
A jutting rock at the island's eastern point.
Edmond.
Father.
Edmond. Quick.
Father Faria.
Ah, here at last. I had to keep alive.
Let me help you.
No, it is over. Last night, the stroke I knew would come. And now, my son, listen. Your way of escape. I see it now.
It doesn't matter now, Father.
Hear me, Edmond. The cemetery of the Chateau d'If is the sea, Edmond. And so, when I die, you must scream as though it were myself. They'll come and find me dead and shroud me in a sack. Then, at sundown, they will return to throw my body from the prison wall. But you must take my place inside that sack. Do you hear? You in the sack. It'll be you that they throw from the wall into the sea. Freedom, Edmond.
Father, I won't.
Do as I say, my son. Take my place inside the sack. And remember, I've given you all knowledge, fortune. You must be an angel of justice. Oh, Edmond, this means freedom for us both. It is so beautiful.
Father. Father. My only friend.
Well, the old fool found the one sure way of leaving the Chateau d'If.
Did you tie him in the sack yet?
This morning. Oh, here's the cell. You take his head, and I'll take his feet.
He's heavy for an old man, isn't he?
Didn't seem this heavy this morning. Oh, well, perhaps he'll sink all the quicker. Move along now to the top of the seawall. Nice night for a swim, ain't it? Come on, swing him out. Ready?
Yes. May God have mercy on his soul.
Now, 1, 2, 3.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. You have just heard Act Two of The Count of Monte Cristo with Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson. Before Mr. DeMille introduces our invited guest, let me remind you that more than 1,000 department stores throughout the country advise their customers to use Lux Flakes. Give your dresses, blouses, sweaters, underthings, and stockings regular Lux care, and you'll be amazed how long they keep that fresh-from-the-bandbox look that makes them so smart. Just remember this, Lux is safe for anything that's safe in water alone. And here's another hint. A little goes so far. Lux is thrifty, especially when you buy the large size box. And now, Mr. DeMille. For the enjoyment radio brings us, we're indebted not only to the sponsors who provide us with our talent, but to the hundreds of radio editors whose criticism and suggestions have aided immeasurably in advancing this medium of entertainment. Among them, tonight's guest, Mr. Alton Cook, is a dominant figure. Conducting a daily column in the New York World Telegram, Mr. Cook each year tabulates a continent-wide poll to determine the outstanding programs of the past 12 months. He reports tonight on this poll of radio editors in the United States and Canada. Speaking from New York City, Mr. Alton Cook.
A little less than 5 years ago, a cast of good actors with Miriam Hopkins and John Bowles as their stars gathered in a radio studio and sent a play called Seventh Heaven through loudspeakers all over this continent. From this window at my elbow in New York, I can't lean out to ask, do you remember that day, Mr. DeMille? I'm sure you remember it as well as I do. That was the start of your radio theater. Before that year was out, the New York World Telegram gathered the votes of radio editors in the United States and Canada. The weekly programs of your new radio theater were voted the best dramas of 1934. The casts of that first year began like a who's who of Broadway and Hollywood. The plays, a survey of the most heartwarming and mirth-stirring writing of our time, gathered from stage and screen. The pace you have set has been a hard one to keep, I'm sure. But each year, we radio editors have assured you that your pace has not slackened. The 1939 World Telegram poll of radio editors has just ended. The verdict is the same. Your radio theater has been far ahead through all the 5 years since that day it began. Along with all the other radio editors of the United States and Canada, our congratulations to you and to your sponsor.
Along with the honor of this award, Mr. Cook, we recognize our responsibilities for the future. Now here in Hollywood, we're ready to bring you Act 3 of The Count of Monte Cristo with Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson and our all-star cast. Months have passed since Edmond Dantes was thrown from the walls of the Chateau d'If. Picked up by a passing sloop, he at last found his way to the island of Monte Cristo, to the dark chamber in the grotto. And there, as the abbé had told him, lay the glittering Spada fortune.
Gold, diamonds, pearls, rubies, unnumbered millions. The world is mine.
Now, years later, all Europe whispers strange tales of a strange man, a fabulously wealthy nobleman, the Count of Monte Cristo. To his palatial villa in Rome, the Count of Monte Cristo has summoned Jacopo, his private agent.
Your name is a kind of magic in these days, Excellency. Everywhere they speak of you. Who is he? Where did he come from? Why, if you would care to hear...
I wouldn't.
Forgive me, Your Excellency.
Jacopo, I selected you for this task not alone because you are the best agent in all Europe, but also because you're supposed to know when not to talk.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Now, I have returned to Rome to learn what progress you have made. Your investigations are complete?
Complete, Your Excellency. 3 books, hundreds of entries in each. This is the record of the man de Villefort, this of Danglars, and this Mondego. Every movement each has made since February 1815.
You've done well, Jacopo.
It was not always easy. These 3 are, shall I say, clever men. De Villefort now holds the position of King's Attorney. Much evidence of dishonesty in office.
De Villefort, King's Attorney. The others?
Danglars, now known as the Baron Danglars, is one of the 4 leading bankers of France. Conspiracy with de Villefort to defeat public interest.
With de Villefort? Then the 2 are friends.
All 3 are friends. De Villefort, Danglars, Mondego. Ever since Marseille, they've worked together.
And before. Go on, what of Mondego?
Ferdinand de Mondego, now Count de Mondego. In 1815, soldier in provincial army of France. 2 years later, in 1817, married...
Married to Mercedes de Rosas of Marseille.
You've read this, Excellency.
No, my friend. But I've done some investigating of my own. Go on.
Through questionable activity, Mondego rose quickly in the army. Served as aide to Ali Pasha of Albania against the Turks. Has 1 child, a son, 19, Albert de Mondego. Lieutenant in the...
A son?
Yes, Excellency, and here in Rome.
Fortunate. We must find a way to be of service to this son of Mondego's. Arrange it, Jacopo.
At once, Your Excellency.
Perhaps if he is grateful enough, he may invite us to Paris. To his home.
Perhaps.
Yes. Yes, the time has come for the Count of Monte Cristo to open the gates of Paris. And Albert de Mondego shall be the key. Oh, one thing more, Jacopo. You recall I also asked you to trace a certain young French sailor. His name was Edmond Dantes. Have you done so?
I have. The report is also there. And here is the record of his death in the Chateau d'If, signed by de Villefort.
Give it to me. The time will come when I shall need absolute proof as to the death or life of Edmond Dantes.
Good evening, Baron.
Good evening. Is the Count Mondego at home?
Why, yes, monsieur, he's right here.
Oh, Danglars, come in, come in.
Well, Fernand, why this sudden call here? You know that de Villefort expects us within an hour.
De Villefort is stopping here later. Anyway, there may be more important things to be considered, my dear Danglars.
What do you mean?
We have helped each other on business matters before, haven't we? And we always managed to agree on terms?
Yes. Get to the point.
Suppose through me your banking house gained a client, Danglars, the richest client in all Europe. Count of Monte Cristo.
What?
He's here now. In there with my son Albert. Just arrived in Paris and anxious to be introduced. Well, do we understand each other, Danglars?
Perfectly.
Oh, here he is. Father, may I present the Count of Monte Cristo?
Charmed, monsieur. Albert has told me of your kindness to him, how you saved him from the hands of bandits.
Any kindness I have shown your son, monsieur, is more than repaid by this introduction to his father.
And now, Count, may I present the Baron Danglars?
A great honor.
Your Excellency, the honor is mine. You're in Paris on business, I presume.
Yes, but my business is a pleasure.
Will you be here long?
Only until my business is completed. By the way, Baron, I should like to have your house handle my banking while I'm in Paris.
Oh, why, delighted, my dear Count.
Excellent. And I wonder if you would contact my British brokers for me. Tell them I said to buy 50,000 shares of Anglo-Spanish.
50? Very good. Very good.
Monsieur de Villefort, the King's Attorney.
Ah, Monsieur de Villefort, in good time. I'd like to have you meet the man who saved my life in Rome, the Count of Monte Cristo.
I am honored.
A pleasure, sir. I have followed your brilliant career at the bar with a great deal of interest.
One does what one can, my dear Count.
Exactly. But don't let me detain you, gentlemen. The great nation of France awaits your services.
We shall meet soon again, I trust.
Indeed, I shall plan for it, Count Mondego.
Oh, Monte Cristo, you did say 50,000 Anglo-Spanish, didn't you?
50,000. Good day, gentlemen.
And now the most important introduction of all, my mother. She's in the garden. Somehow I didn't want her to meet you with the others.
I see.
Here she is and waiting for us. Mother, I bring him to you at last, the Count of Monte Cristo.
My dear Count, how can I ever thank you for saving my son's life?
It was nothing. I am more than repaid by the honor of meeting you. Madame de Mondego. Two things are rare among the women of our day. Great beauty and fidelity. Here I find both.
You hear, Mother? I told you you'd never meet anyone like him.
And now, if you'll excuse me. Oh, I almost forgot. I am planning on a ball to open my new estates near Fontainebleau. And I should like my guest of honor to be the father of my first Parisian friend. Your father, Albert. You think he'd mind?
Mind? He'd be delighted.
I thought it would be particularly apropos to combine it with an Albanian pageant and a series of tableaux showing the court of Ali Pasha, where your father gained such fame and honor.
But that would be wonderful.
And you, madame, the plan has your approval?
I could only say that in paying any honor to my husband, Your Excellency is more than generous.
Be assured, madame, the honor I shall pay him is less than he deserves.
Le Duc et la Duchesse de Varennes. Marquis de la Tour du Nain.
Your Excellency.
Yes?
The Princess Haydée of Albania, monsieur, in the library. She wishes to see you at once.
Very well. Excuse me, Albert. Princess,
I am here, my lord.
you are prepared?
I am.
You are sure you understand? The third tableau, the one which shows Mondego supposedly defending your father from the Turks?
It is then I speak.
Then. You are not afraid?
No, my lord. I shall be telling the truth. My father was murdered by the Count de Mondego. My mother and I were sold into slavery at his command. I shall tell them, everyone, that the Count de Mondego is not the hero they think him to be, that he betrayed my country and betrayed France.
Exactly. Now come with me. But why a visit at this hour, Mondego? I regret the affair, of course. The girl was obviously demented. But I apologize to my guests and...
And what of this? The morning paper, Albanian princess exposes the Count de Mondego.
Astounding.
The evidence. You gave it to them. You knew.
And if I did, Mondego, what then?
I'll kill you.
Put down that gun. You won't shoot me, for you're afraid. Not even knowing who I am, you fear me. But when you know...
Stop. Stay away from me.
Put down that gun.
Who are you?
Go back, Mondego. Go back to when you thought life was cheap. Go back to when you could kill a man with lies. Go back, Mondego, to Marseille, the Chateau d'If.
Dantes! Edmond Dantes!
Dantes. You may go now, my friend, and take your gun with you. Perhaps you do have courage of a sort. Goodbye, Count Mondego.
Excellency, you're all right?
Yes, Jacopo. And your book of evidence on the Count de Mondego, you can destroy it. The last chapter has been written. And now, Danglars.
We're ruined. Ruined, do you understand? Both of us.
Just a moment, Danglars. Calm yourself. Why are we ruined?
Anglo-Spanish. You sent the order to London. I acted on it here. Converted everything I own into Anglo-Spanish. And it's failed. Collapsed. We're ruined.
Why? I knew it would collapse.
You knew. But you've been buying. Your message to Thompson in French in London.
The message was in code. Though it said to buy, it really meant to sell. You see, Thompson and French is owned by a man named Edmond Dantes.
By who?
Monte Cristo.
But you said...
Edmond Dantes. Monte Cristo. They are the same, Danglars.
No. No.
The same. Look at me. Look at my eyes. Look, Danglars. Dantes.
No. No. No!
Well, Doctor?
Baron Danglars is insane. The mind snapped completely. Often in cases of sudden mental shock like this.
I understand. Jacopo.
Excellency.
The second volume. Closed.
Very good, Your Excellency. Your Excellency.
Yes?
The Countess de Mondego.
Here?
In the drawing room.
Have the Baron taken to Madame,
Your Excellency.
I regret that you've come at such an unfortunate time. Baron Danglars has just been taken ill.
Fernand, and now Danglars. Your Excellency, I've come here about my son.
Albert?
He feels that you're responsible for his father's death. Tomorrow he's sending his seconds to you. A duel. But you can't kill him. You can't kill my boy.
Madame, this duel was not of my planning.
But you made it inevitable. What other course is left for him? Please, please, I beg of you. Haven't you had your vengeance, Edmond?
You knew.
The first
When?
day Albert brought you to me. Edmond, I can't blame you for your bitterness, but try to understand. I did wait. And then one day we went to the Chateau d'If, and they showed me there the record you had died.
And then?
Then nothing mattered. I married Fernand. Our life was a nightmare, Edmond, except for Albert. He's all I have. He's all I've ever had, save you. The you that was 1,000 years ago. Please save him for me, Edmond.
I shall. You need have no fear. There will be no duel.
Edmond Dantes, alias the Count of Monte Cristo?
Yes?
You are under arrest by order of the King's attorney, Monsieur de Villefort.
De Villefort? Volume 3.
And so, gentlemen of the jury, citizens of France, one last word before you assemble to take a ballot. Look at this man, this creature pretending to be an honest sailor, who was all the time in reality a spy, who while imprisoned in the Chateau d'If undermined the structure of its tunnels, and when he discovered that the old priest, who was his companion, held the secret to a treasure, undoubtedly murdered that priest to get the treasure for himself. Know him for what he is, gentlemen, this Edmond Dantes, a traitor, a spy, and without doubt a murderer. Gentlemen, as honest Frenchmen, I know that you will find the defendant guilty and mete to him the punishment his treachery deserves.
Well, Edmond Dantes, you still have nothing to say. If you're silent, it means your death.
But that's impossible, monsieur.
What?
As long as my friend de Villefort is finally through, perhaps it's time I did speak. I have one witness who will testify that this trial is and must be a mockery, a farce.
Who is this witness?
The King's attorney, Monsieur de Villefort. Monsieur de Villefort, I'll ask you to examine this paper and this signature. Is it yours?
It is.
And you, gentlemen of the jury, examine the document. It is the death certificate of Edmond Dantes, signed by the King's attorney himself. He's been prosecuting a man he knew was dead. But I was not, gentlemen of the jury. I am Edmond Dantes. Yes, and Monsieur de Villefort knew I was alive. Why, then, did he affirm me dead? For the same reason that he sent me to the Chateau d'If without a trial. He was afraid. Afraid that if I were given a trial, a man named Nortier would be exposed as a Bonapartist. And Nortier was the father of de Villefort himself. That was why I died, according to this paper. That was why I went to jail for a crime I did not commit, as did thousands of others in recent years. Here is the record, gentlemen, the record of corruption that is the career of Raymond de Villefort. Read it, my friends, and then judge which of us is traitor to France and to his king.
All hands aloft. Stand ready to cast off.
And I promised to take the princess home. I'm not sure that I know how to say goodbye, Mercedes.
You needn't, Edmond. You're free again. You can stay.
I don't know. I may see France again someday. I can't be sure. Edmond Dantes has been dead so long, it will take time for me to know if he can live again.
He can, Edmond.
Perhaps. Goodbye.
Mother, will he ever come back?
Yes, Albert. He'll come back. He said he would a long, long time ago.
So ends tonight's presentation of The Count of Monte Cristo with Robert Montgomery and Josephine Hutchinson. Our stars will be back with their curtain calls in just a moment. But first, I'd like you to listen with me to something I think will sound familiar to you.
Gosh, my money just disappears into thin air. Now, where did it go this time? Well, stockings, for one thing. I bought 2 pairs last week. Gee, if I could only cut down on those awful runs.
Well, now, listen to what Miss Ethel Henshaw of New York City says. Maybe she can help you. She says,
There was a time when I had to scrimp and scrape on lunches to buy stockings. You see, sometimes I'd be careless about the kind of soap I used for my stockings. The runs I got were simply awful. Then I changed to Lux Flakes. Now my stockings stay nice and springy and don't have runs nearly so often.
now, that's the way to cut down on runs. There's no harmful alkali, no cake soap rubbing with gentle Lux Flakes. So Lux your stockings every night to help them wear longer, and your dresses and underthings, too. Remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. Mr. DeMille.
There's a question that arises every time the Count of Monte Cristo is produced. Was there ever in real life such a man as Edmond Dantes? Perhaps our stars can answer that for us now, Mr. Montgomery and Miss Hutchinson.
I think it's quite apparent that he did live, Mr. DeMille, because the shadow deep still stands. And I know that the attendants will show any visitor the exact cell that Dantes occupied.
I hate to argue with the lady, Josephine, but Dantes was pure fiction. One of the few characters that Dumas wrote about without some basis in fact. I don't know whether the attendants point out his cell just to impress gullible Americans, or if the story was written so convincingly it has made people believe it was true.
Well, not being certain, let's skip it. But don't tell me there's no such place as Monte Cristo.
There is such an island, yes. It lies in the Mediterranean near Elba. Can you confirm that, Mr. DeMille?
I don't know what the island's like today, Bob, but when Dumas saw Monte Cristo, it was inhabited only by wild goats. He rowed a boat around the island, but never set foot on it. Yet he couldn't forget its name, nor its air of mystery. Out of that brief visit came the idea for the book.
Leaving Dumas to sleep in peace. What about you, Bob, and this talk I hear of a play in New York?
Well, that's all it is at the moment, Josephine. Just talk. But it would be great to see what a drafty Broadway stage feels like again after all these years in Hollywood's air-conditioned studios.
What a chilblains compared with the chance to do A Night Must Fall behind footlights.
Oh, give me a play like that and I'll risk pneumonia gladly. Meanwhile, it's very satisfying, Mr. DeMille, to appear in your Lux Radio Theater. It's very close to that Broadway stage I've been talking about.
My thanks,
Many thanks.
too, Mr. DeMille, as a grateful performer and an admiring fan. Good night.
Your performances would have delighted Dumas himself. Good night.
Mr. DeMille, in just a moment, tells of our plans for your entertainment next Monday. Lloyd Nolan, a Paramount star, appears next in St. Louis Blues. Louis Stone is from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio. His new film is The Hardys Ride High. Louis Silvers appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Tailspin. Paul Lucas is seen next in the Hal Roach picture Captain Fury, and Sidney Blackmer in MGM's Fast and Loose. Now, our producer.
Next Monday's star is more than a great actor. He's a gentleman whom Hollywood likes and admires, as much as the millions who saw him on the stage and currently applaud him on the screen, Mr. Lionel Barrymore. As for the play, it's one that David Belasco and I worked out together, The Return of Peter Grimm. Mr. Barrymore will be heard in the title role, which he played so effectively on the screen, and co-starred Edward Arnold, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Peter Holden. This week marks the 29th anniversary of the Boy Scouts of America. In the past 29 years, nearly 8.5 million boys and men have pledged themselves to keep alive the high ideals of American reverence, tolerance, and loyalty. Today, as never before in our history, we stand in need of the splendid spirit typified by this great organization. So we salute the Boy Scouts of America. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lionel Barrymore in The Return of Peter Grimm, and co-starred Edward Arnold, Maureen O'Sullivan, and Peter Holden. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Cast of tonight's play included Walter Byron as Jacopo, Barry Drew as Albert de Mondego, Victor Rodman as Monsieur Morel. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is water. W-A-T-E-R.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Hernando DeSoto. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. George, who's first?
Well, Groucho, we have some people with interesting stories for you tonight. And without further ado, Andy Sanchez and Lee Whitney.
What?
Further ado.
Oh, that's pretty fancy. What does that mean?
Right now, would Lee Whitney and Mr. Sanchez come in, please, and meet...
Further ado. Is this the way you talk in private life, too?
No, No.
You wouldn't say that if you were playing poker with 3 or 4 or 5 fellas, would you?
I wish I hadn't said it tonight.
Further ado.
I sort of like it now. And without further ado, Andy Sanchez and Lee Whitney.
Repeating it, huh?
Andy,
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Without further ado. Liz Whitney and Andy Sanchez, eh?
Lee Whitney.
Lee Whitney,
Yes.
Oh. Miss Whitney, obviously I should start with you. Is that okay?
It's not Miss Whitney, it's Mrs.
Obviously I should start right where I started. I should stop right here. However, I might as well find out a few things. Without further ado, where are you from, Lee?
I'm from Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful place, Detroit. The sun rises and sets there every day. Did you ever visit the DeSoto factory in Detroit?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I modeled for the DeSoto company.
You don't say, a DeSoto model, huh? Men, wouldn't you like to have one of these models in your garage? What else did you do in Detroit, Lee?
Well, I used to model Chris Craft speedboats, and I did...
You modeled speedboats?
Yes.
Well, how do you model a speedboat?
Well, I used to sit on the boat, you know, when it was in or out of the water, and they used to take pictures. I used to wait.
Wait a minute, you said water. You said water, that's the secret word, and without further ado, you get $50. And here's $50 for you with plenty of ado. Now, how did you say you model a speedboat?
Well,
There's no point in saying water again. You've got your $50.
I sit on the boat. You know, you've seen the girls that wave on the boats?
No, no girls
No.
wave to me anymore. The only waves I see are the waves that are in the water.
And they take pictures of the boat while it's in motion and out of motion.
Uh-huh.
And then they put them in various magazines.
I see. Well, Andy Sanchez, it's
me, Groucho.
I used to smoke a cigar with that name. Where are you from, Mr. Sanchez?
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque?
Sir.
What did you do for a living in Albuquerque, Andy?
I sold Carl's shoes.
You sold Carl's shoes? And what did he do, run around barefoot? While we're on the subject of shoes, Andy, tell me, do you have a mate?
Yes, I do, Groucho. Been married 39 years.
Do you have any kids?
Yes, I have 6 grown children, 3 beautiful daughters, and 3 good-looking young men.
Have you been a good father to this large
Very
family?
good. I raised them nicely and advised them instead of using the paddle.
What do you mean? You were out in a canoe with them?
I mean, I never spanked them or used a whip or anything like that.
You mean after they grew up, you were afraid, huh? Somebody once said, never strike your children except in self-defense. Huh? Well, let's return to you, Lee. When did you meet your husband?
Well, I met him about 18 months ago when I was a chorus girl. I met him while I was...
You were in show business, huh?
Yes.
What show were you with?
The Top Banana Show.
Really? Oh,
Uh-huh.
you know, the Phil Silvers, the star of that show, is one of my best friends. Did you know that?
Well, I thought he might be.
What do you think? What do you think of him?
Well, I think he's wonderful. I think he's one of the funniest men in the world, really.
Well, there goes a beautiful friendship. Lee, what did you do in Top Banana?
Well, I was the understudy to the leading lady in
Who
the
was
show.
the leading lady? I don't remember.
Well, there were two, Judy Lynn and Kay Ballard.
Uh-huh.
And I did a lot of chorus work, too. I was the girl with the pinwheels. They had a skit, the very last scene
Well, I
of
was
the
the
show.
boy with the telescope in the second row. What does an understudy do? Could you tell the audience? Because most of them are
Yes.
not familiar with the
Well,
theater.
an understudy has to know the lines and know exactly what the songs are, and she goes usually through rehearsal twice a week with the cast, and she has to be ready each night on a moment's notice to go on if anything happens. But most of the time, she just stands around and waits for the leading lady to break her leg or something to go on.
Well, how often do they break their leg?
And not too often, I'm afraid. No.
It's this kind of warmth and loyalty that proves there's no business like show business. And anyway, if she broke her leg, she'd still be in the cast. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, and now let's see how much money you can win. Without further ado, we're going to go into the quiz. Remember, we start you off with $100. If you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll. You can stop any time you feel you're ahead of the other couples. Is that clear? You're very
Yes, sir.
pretty.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see how much money you can make. You selected music, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
So 60? 60. All right, 60.
$60. One answer between you. Jack Meakin and the orchestra are going to play a great tune written by Maxwell Anderson and Kurt Weill. You identify it. Play, Jack.
September song. September song?
That's right. We just wanted to see if they could play it.
Well, your bankroll is now $160.
Okay, now what do you want to try?
70? 70? All right.
$70. Stranger in Paradise is from what Broadway musical?
Kismet.
Kismet is correct,
You now have $230.
What do you want to do?
What about the $80 now?
You want the $80?
$80.
Wow, all right.
Words and music for such great songs as Strike Up the Band, Embraceable You, and Someone to Watch Over Me were written by two famous brothers. Who are they?
Oh, dear.
Talk it over.
What, can you...
Two famous brothers.
They wrote Strike Up the Band, Embraceable You, and Someone to Watch Over
Oh,
Me.
my.
Two famous brothers.
Not Rogers and Hart.
Talk it over, and one answer between.
Who is it? Rogers and Hart?
No, it's George and Ira Gershwin.
Oh,
You should have
my.
known that.
I should have known.
You still have half of your bankroll, so you have $115.
And there's your last chance to beat the other couples. You can go ahead or quit.
How about taking the $50 one?
All right, the $50 one, I guess.
All right, Gus Kahn and Isham Jones wrote this song in 1924. You tell me what it is. Play, Jack.
It had to be you.
It had to be.
And you wind up with $165.
Well, thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Only Plymouth dares to compare. Yes, only Plymouth dares to compare part by part with the other two cars in the lowest price field. Recently, a 1954 Plymouth and current models of the other two best-known low-price cars were taken apart by Plymouth engineers and compared, part by part. The findings, published in a free booklet available at your DeSoto Plymouth dealer, prove Plymouth is America's best buy low-price car in frame and body construction, safety, comfort, and convenience, under the hood. Go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and get the complete facts in the free 8-page Plymouth booklet. Then go for a ride in a new 54 Plymouth and see for yourself why Plymouth is America's best buy low-price car. For example, the Plymouth 6-passenger Plaza Club sedan, $1,582. Factory retail price at Factory, Detroit, Michigan. All taxes, transportation and delivery charges, license, and optional equipment extra. See and drive the new 54 Plymouth, the only car in the lowest price field that dares to compare part by part. We invited some girls who work for an airline to the show, Groucho, and our studio audience selected Miss Mary Whitney to be on the show. Her partner is a married man, Mr. Ben Frank Bell. Folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Miss Mary Whitney, eh?
Yes, Groucho.
I like my work. You're not married?
No, I'm not.
Engaged?
No.
Would you like to wrap me around your little finger? I'll get back to you in a moment, Mary. Less than that if I can swing it. Ben Frank Bell, huh?
My friends call me Big-Footed Ben.
Oh, it's going to be one of those evenings, huh? Where are you from, Ben?
Texas.
Texas, huh? Gee, I'd never suspect that. I was going to say New Hampshire. You're from Texas, eh? What kind of work do you do, Ben?
I do asbestos work. I cover a hot pipe, boilers, and so forth. And then I also cover, put cork and so forth on refrigeration. I cover hot things and cold things.
Your work sounds very interesting, Ben. Do you enjoy it? Is that what you've always wanted to do?
I have always wanted to do public speaking. I know hundreds of jokes and stories, and some of them would do to tell the public.
Well, we're certainly glad to offer you an opportunity to speak here as a public speaker. Let's hear one of your stories. Not a long one. Keep it kind of short.
Well, for one thing, down in Texas, we always believed in doing things the easy way. If you rush through life, you get to heaven tired. And I know my pa had a pond out there, and he stocked it with fish, and we taught those fish to chew tobacco. And then we'd get in a boat and go across this pond, dropping out pieces of tobacco. And when we'd get on the other side, we'd get us up some baseball bats and come back along and knock them in the head when they'd come up to spit.
Well, Ben, it's stories like that that'll make you a big success in the asbestos business. Mary, let's return to you, and I might add the returns are very favorable. What sort of work do you do? Are you a policeman?
No, I'm a stewardess for Pan American.
Oh, a stewardess. No wonder they strap the passengers down. Do you like flying?
Oh, yes, Groucho. There's nothing as romantic as flying.
Have you ever taken a close look at a pelican? Well, tell us about your job. Pretend I'm one of your passengers. What do you do first? Throw me off?
No, I'd welcome you aboard. I'd
You
say,
are.
hello, Mr. Marx. It's nice to have you aboard with us today.
Obviously, you've never flown with me before. Well, go on. What happens next?
And then I'd check to see that all the passengers have their seat belts fastened. And then I'd make the pre-departure announcement.
Now, where do you go in these planes?
We cover the Central and South Pacific. I, for example, go on an Australia trip. I would go to Honolulu, Canton Island, the Fiji Islands, and to Sydney, Australia.
How long does it take you to make a trip like this?
It takes me 18 days.
18 days?
Mm-hmm.
You could go faster than that in a wheelchair bus. Why does it take 18 days?
The passengers go right through, and it probably doesn't take them over 48 hours, but the crew stops
You mean
up.
that the passengers go through without the plane? That's what they call jet propulsion right there. Was this always your ambition to be a stewardess?
I think it was, Groucho. Most little girls dream of being a stewardess like little boys dream of being cowboys, I'd say.
Well, I'm just a little boy, and I certainly didn't dream of being a cowboy. I guess there's something wrong with me. All I dream about are stewardesses. Well, it's been fun talking to you two. Now let's play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple won $165, and the secret word is water.
Let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
100.
100.
100? Well, you're ambitious. What do you call the teddy bear-like animals of Australia that lives in trees and eats only eucalyptus leaves?
Koala bears.
Koala bear is right.
Well, you now have $200.
You know, I think this is the first time since we've been doing this new quiz that anybody has ever taken the $100 question first. And I admire your confidence and knowledge.
Good.
Now you have $200. You can quit or you can go ahead.
90.
90?
Yes.
Is that all right with
Yes.
you, Mary?
Mm-hmm.
What is the correct word meaning a baby swan?
Baby swan.
Gosling.
You don't know, guess.
Go ahead.
Gosling.
No, it's Cygnet. It's spelled C-Y-G-N-E-T, but it's pronounced Cygnet.
Well, you still have half your bankroll. You have $100.
Now, what do you want to try?
80.
80 or 70.
80.
80? What is the name of the orange and black poisonous lizard that lives in the southwest part of the United States? You ought to know that, man. You don't know, guess.
The stinging scorpion. Well, that's one of them.
I'm sorry, it's the Gila monster.
Oh,
Well, you now have $50 left.
all right.
What do you want to bet?
Let's see. 50, or should we go up to 60?
60?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of an animal is a Kodiak?
That's bear. Are you sure? A bear or a cat?
I think.
A Kodiak is a bear. A bear.
A bear is right.
And you wind up with $110.
Thanks and good luck
Thank
with the
you,
Soda
Groucho.
Plymouth dealers.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fenneman, who's next?
Well, Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Louis Murphy, and his partner has an interesting story. She's Miss Frances Kane. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Now, without further ado, Frances Kane and Louis Murphy. Mr. Louis Adu, let's start with you, huh? You're a fine figure of a fellow. I'd say you were about 35, is that right?
Thanks for the compliment, Groucho. I'll do the same for you someday, but I'm 52, and call me Murph, will you?
Call you Murph?
That's right.
Okay, I'll call you both Murph if you want. Where are you from, Louis?
Larimore, North Dakota.
Larimore? Well, that's down in the cow country, huh?
Well,
Oil country, huh?
It's oil country now, yes, of late.
What sort of work do you do?
I'm a plant guard.
A plant guard? What
Yes,
kind
sir.
of plants do you guard? Do you chase the daisies away from the bachelor buttons?
No, I work for a General Plant Protection Company out on 6900 South Hoover. We have about 500 men doing guard duty.
500 men doing guard duty?
Yes, sir.
You guard this one plant? There's 500?
No, we do industrial guarding, industrial plants throughout the industrial area of Los Angeles and the county and Southern California.
Well, tell us something about
we
this.
check the windows, the doors, fire equipment, burglar alarms if there are any there, or we take care of all entrances, and we listen for strange noises and strange silences.
What do you regard? What? You
We
listen
listen
for
to-
strange silences. Well, how do you hear a strange silence?
It's quite simple because...
You mean if you don't hear anything, you say, what was that, eh? Let's see. You are Frances Kane?
Kane.
And where are you from, Frances?
Bakersfield, California.
Frances Kane from Bakersfield. I didn't realize that they raised Kane in Bakersfield.
They did.
They did, huh? Did you?
Well,
How long have you lived in L.A., Frances?
about 30 years.
30 years, huh? Yeah, how old were you when you left Bakersfield, Frances?
Well, if you want to know my age, I'm in the late 40s.
I wasn't
don't
prying
know.
into your age. I was just curious to know how old you were when you left Bakersfield. That's all. But you answered my question. Do you have a job, Frances, or do you keep house?
Oh, I work at the Hollywood Call Board. I'm a telephone operator.
Oh, telephone.
It's a
That sounds
telephone
interesting.
secretarial service.
Is this a full-time job, Frances, or does it leave you any opportunity to pursue other interests, like
Well-
betting on the horses?
Well, I take time off now and then, write popular songs.
You're a
I hope.
songwriter?
Mhm.
Is that so? Have any of his songs ever been heard by the public?
Yes, as a matter of fact, one of them sold over 1 million records.
Really? What was the name of it? Stardust?
No, it was called Rose of the Mountain.
Rose of the Mountain. And it sold 1 million records?
Mm-hmm.
How come I never heard of it if it sold that many? I listened to records.
Well, it was on the back of Rosemary Clooney's recording of Come On to My House.
Well, she certainly was lucky to be on the other side of such a big hit as Rose of the Mountain.
I think 2 people heard it, and I'm one of them, I think.
You heard it?
Mm-hmm.
Is there much money in your songwriting?
Well, there is now, finally. I've got a 3-year contract after about 15 years.
Is that so?
Mm.
Huh? Do you write the words or the music?
I just write the lyrics. My brother told me when I started writing songs I'd go from bad to verse, so I guess I did.
Your brother's quite a clown, isn't he?
He is.
What does he do, Francis? Is he a comic writer?
He collects rocks.
I think he's got a few of them in his head. Francis, in addition to Rose of the Mountain, have you had any other big record sellers?
Well, I had another one that was on the wrong side of a record. It was on the back of Wheel of Fortune. It's called Heart of a Clown.
Well, you're apparently the most successful other side songwriter in America.
I agree with you.
Have you written any new songs, Francis?
Well, I've been specializing in hillbilly songs. There's gold in them dar hills when you write hillbilly songs.
There is. Well, do you know anything about hillbillies? Or isn't that necessary?
I don't think so.
What kind of a hillbilly song have you written?
Oh, I've written with Cliffy Stone and Tex Williams. And I had one called She Was Pure as Snow, But She Drifted.
You don't know where she is now. Could you sing us a few bars of this song, Francis?
I couldn't carry a tune in a bucket. I'm sorry.
Well, I can bet Fenneman to bring in a bucket. He used to work in a bucket shop, and it wouldn't be any trouble for Fenneman at all. Could you give us the lyrics of this song? Just a few lines of the chorus? You can recite it if you don't want to sing it. I like the one about the slush song, yes.
She hit the honky-tonks in Kentucky. She hit the taverns in Tennessee. But I want you to know she was pure as snow till she drifted away from me.
There's nothing personal in this lyric, is there?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I think it isn't easy writing successful songs, Francis. And I hope someday soon you'll be on the right side of the record and make a lot of money.
Thank you.
Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. You understand how we play this game?
Mm-hmm.
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple leads with $165.
You selected Movie Quiz, and we start you off with $100.
Well, what do you think?
Which one do you want? 10, 50, 80, 100?
30.
30.
30.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the star of the Western picture Hondo?
Oh, John Wayne.
That's right.
Well, you're on your way. Your bankroll is now $130.
Now, what would you like to try?
40.
Who produced such great film shorts as Seal Island and The Living Desert?
Walt Disney.
Walter Disney is correct.
You now have $170.
Now, you can quit or go ahead.
We go ahead.
Let's just take 50. You're doing so.
All right,
Let's go
50.
ahead.
50. Ethel Merman played the title role of Annie Get Your Gun on Broadway. Who played it in the movies?
Betty,
Talk it
wait a
over.
minute.
What's that?
Annie, get your gun. Wait a minute.
Annie Get Your Gun.
Betty Hutton.
Betty Hutton is absolutely right.
You now have $220.
You want to quit or go ahead?
we'll
It's your
try.
last chance to be the other couples.
Well, we'll try.
Let's try 60.
What we? 60.
60 you haven't had. That's a nice
Okay.
round figure. In what successful movie thriller starring Orson Welles and Joseph Cotton was a zither used for background music?
The Third Man.
The Third Man is right, Francis.
And you wind up with $280.
Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means that the songwriter and her partner, with $280 in just 1 minute, get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question. All right, Groucho, here comes the winning couple, the songwriter and her partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,000 question.
Here we are back again, huh?
Same day.
No, you probably win. If you win this money, you can write a song about it, huh? Brother, can you spare $1,000? All right, here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
The Bible lists 3 sons of Adam and Eve. 2 of them were Cain and Abel. For $2,000, who was the 3rd son? Talk it over. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
I just don't know.
Well,
I'm
guess.
sorry. Cain and Abel.
Well,
I'm sorry. I just don't know.
it's Seth, S-E-T-H.
I wouldn't have guessed it.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, you lost the big
thank
money,
you.
but how much did they win the quiz, George? Without further ado, tell me.
Without further ado, $280 in the
Oh,
quiz.
that's pretty good.
Well, congratulations,
thank
and
you.
thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Thank you. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. 2 great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving, remember that courtesy is contagious. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Yes, medical science offers you proof. Positive is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting raw weed.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel great tonight. I saw Bob Hope over in Griffith Park selling benches today. I'm proud of that. That ain't in here. How are you tonight, Mr. O'Connor?
Oh, I'm a little tired from trying to outsmart the 1st of April pranksters, Red. Tell me, did you get fooled much?
Yeah, I started the day off by unwrapping a big package that I was in. Somebody played another dirty trick. They called up and said the butcher had butter, see, but I didn't go down to the butcher store.
What was the dirty trick?
He had butter. Oh, I would like to thank whoever sent me that pound of butter. I got a pound of butter, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody sent you a pound of butter?
Yeah, and me and the mailman had quite a spread, see. The butter was melted. But we didn't let it go to waste, see. We had toast, postcards, and coffee.
Well, speaking of butchers, I see the OPA has upped the price of pork and ham.
Yeah.
You going to ask for a raise?
You can get more money, too. Beef was included in that. Fat boy.
Fat boy, well.
He's toting enough soap in that pot to clean up the nation. No? Look, why don't you get down to the meat market and give yourself up, Rod? Or didn't you know there was a fattage of short? I mean, a shortage...
Just stick with it. It's there. All you have to do is read it, you know.
You keep on. We may spare the rod tonight, you know. Look, don't call me I'm no ham, you know. Hams can be cured, you know.
Hello, Red.
How are you, Anita?
Oh, I read in the April issue of Screenland magazine that you're quite a hunter. Is that true?
No, I usually find things, yes.
Well, you know, Anita, I'm handy with a gun. How'd you like to see me shoot a cigarette out of Skelton's mouth?
Whose mouth? After me calling you fat boy? Oh, no. You'll drop a short round on me, boy.
Don't be silly. I used to do that act in vaudeville.
Vaudeville's dead, and I ain't going to ask it to move over.
Do you hunt much, Rod?
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, I could fall in love with a big, brave hunter.
You could, huh? Well, you know, one night I was out hunting, and I see a big black thing, and I blasted away with it with my old rusty .45.
Trusty.
Rusty. I got caught in the California weather. Well, anyhow, after I shoot, I throw my flashlight on it, and it's a big bear. He was dead.
No long.
Yep.
How long do you figure... Oh, no.
Yes, you did it all by yourself. Would you like to try it again? There was a big bear, and he was dead.
No kidding. How long do you figure it had been dead?
Don't do much good after it died, does it? You're proud of that, ain't you?
You have all kinds of fine hunting equipment.
Yeah, I have everything but a dog and someone who can read a script. I have but he was gun shy. I fired the gun over his head, and 3 days later he come back and he says, "What's all the shooting for?"
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, scientific tests of America's 6 biggest selling brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke. Yes, Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now Frank Ellis's little girl Anita will sing "Laughing on the Outside."
The crowd sees me out dancing, carefree and romancing, happy with my someone new. I'm laughing on the outside, crying on the inside, 'cause I'm still in love with you. They see me night and daytime, having such a gay time. They don't know what I go through. I'm laughing on the outside, crying on the inside, 'cause I'm still in love with you. No one knows it's just a pose, pretending I'm glad we're apart. And when I cry, my eyes are dry, the tears are in my heart. Darling, can't we make up? Ever since our breakup, make believe is all I do. I'm laughing on the outside, crying on the inside, 'cause I'm still in love with you.
Thank you very much, Anita. Tonight, in the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we find a story entitled "Some People Just Won't Pay Their Debt." Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, it's not only a coincidence, but an impossibility. Chapter 108 is entitled, "Where's That Money You Owe Me?" If you borrow more money than you can afford to pay back, either you're very stupid or Clem, the fella from the country. Well, here I The second chorus. Well, here it is, the second day of April. I'm still at large. Boy, I sure am tired today. It took me 4 hours to eat my lunch. I gotta stop eating those bubble gum sandwiches.
Yes, sir, I'm in the chips now. Just got my paycheck, $20. I owe 50 of it, though. Don't leave me very much, you know. Oh, good heavens, there's Keith McLeod, the guy I owe some money to. I'll just pull my ears over my face so he won't recognize me. Oh, I got a run in one of my ears. Doggone thing's not a ray on, I guess. I see too much starch in him.
Hey, you Clem!
Oh, he spotted me. I better scoot my footsies around the corner here. Oh, graham crackers, here he comes.
Just a minute, you.
Howdy doody.
I want to talk to you, Cadaddle Hopper.
Cadiddle hopper. That's what it says on my pedigree papers, anyway. It's like grasshopper, only there's a cadiddle in it.
What about my money?
What money?
Look, don't play dumb with me.
With me, I ain't playing. I'm always this way. What's on your mind, if any?
I want to know when you're going to pay me that $1 that you owe me.
Here, now, let go of me now. Let go of my throat. Stop squeezing my Adam's apple, will you?
Well, I ain't squeezing your Adam's apple hard.
Oh, no? Then how come all of a sudden they can taste cider?
Look, either you pay me my money or I'm going to knock your block off.
Well, now, I'm not going to stand for this.
Oh, no?
I told you I wasn't going to stand for it. Good thing I was born numb from the neck up, you know.
I'm tired of fooling with you, Clem.
Yes?
I'm coming back in 10 minutes, and you better have that money, or I'm going to take it out of your hide.
How'd you find out where I kept it? I better hurry home. That's what I better do. Open up.
Howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah do. Howdy doody to you, too.
Oh, Clem, it's good to see you.
Ain't it, though?
And just look why you're wearing shoes.
Them ain't shoes. I stepped in some fresh cement this morning.
Well, where did you get that black eye? It just looks awful.
Well, it's going to look better soon because I'm going to have a broken neck to match it.
Oh, Clem, you talk nonsense.
And I phrase it well, too.
Oh, well, come on and tell me what happened.
Well, some feller claims he loaned me $1, and just because I won't pay him back, he got sore.
Why, that's ridiculous.
I got a bang out of it myself.
Well, are you going to pay him?
If I don't, he's going to look me up and knock my block off.
Why, that's awful.
Oh, well, now, don't worry. My head's unbreakable, you know.
Oh, Clem, you're the most stupid man I know.
Well, now, that's mighty nice of you. I'm glad you appreciate me, Sarah Dew. Uh-oh, he's followed me here.
Well, run upstairs and hide, Clem.
Okay, too late, he saw me. Yes?
All right, I caught you, didn't I? I thought you'd pull the old break. Are you going to pay me?
I am not. I'm going to run upstairs and hide, and you can't stop me either. Let go of my suspenders, will you?
Remember, medical science offers you proof positive. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Hank Greenberg, Detroit Tigers home run king, says, quote,
"No hocus pocus here. I've read the reports. Medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke. Knowing the facts, I recommend Raleigh's. Raleigh's are right."
Right, Hank Greenberg. And those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now David Forrester and his orchestra, featuring Don Ferris at the piano, will play excerpts from Rachmaninoff's Concerto No. 2, theme of Frank Berzegi's Technicolor production, I've Always Loved You. Thank you very much, David Forrester. Chapter 109 of the Skeleton Scrapbook is entitled Run and Hide. The Bill Collector's coming. Bill collectors are broad-minded. They spare nobody. One sure way of keeping away from your door is to have someone around like Junior, the mean widow Ken.
Where have you been, Junior?
You heard about Jack and the Beanstalk and the goose that laid the golden fortune? Well, I is Junior, the kid with a cat. It's going to cough up a fortune. Come on, spit it out.
What on earth are you talking
Come on,
about?
spit it out, kitty. Come on, spit it out.
Stop that. Spit what out?
Money. He's a little witch cat, he is. I heard Mr. Frank next door tell his wife that they could take a trip because there was $50 in the kitty. Now, if I can only get him to spit it out, see?
Put that cat out before she scratches you.
If she scratches me, she'll be listed in the obituary column 9 times. Oh, look at her, licking her paw with her tongue. Look at her.
She's washing herself.
Well, do tell. I thought maybe she was straightening out her lipstick or something.
To put that cat out?
All right. I'll put her outside, but she's awful widow to be carrying that much money around, you know, all the crime that's going on. Hey, Grandma, what you doing?
Sewing.
What kind of sewing?
I'm doing the whip stitch on the seat of your pants.
Always practicing, huh?
Junior, what am I going to do with you?
Running out of ideas, eh, kiddo? Hey, where's me slingshot, huh?
Are you planning something bad?
Well, you might think it's bad, but if I ain't slipping, I think it's pretty good myself. Oh, there's me slingshot. She hit it on the table there. I'll reach up and...
Junior, what did you break?
You know that vase with Whistler's mother on it?
Yes.
The old girl just had a nervous breakdown.
Well, pick up what's left of the vase and throw it in the trash can.
Yeah. Ain't you going to whip me? Ain't you going to knock me with your head off like you usually do?
No, Junior. You were truthful.
But if you don't whip me, I might do something really bad.
Now, Junior, don't cry.
You just don't want to bother with me no more. You want me to grow up and steal automobiles and stuff. You just don't love me, that's all.
Oh, Junior,
I don't want to make no better, that's why.
That's sweet. Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
Well, if you insist.
No, not so hard. Goodness, I met you halfway. Be a sport, kiddo.
Junior, if you don't watch your talk, I'm going to wash your mouth out with soap.
Well, don't overdo it like the last time. I was blowing bubbles for 2 days about it. Who's that? Somebody coming.
Wonder who that could be.
I don't know.
Oh, it's the first of the month. It's the bill collector.
Bill collector?
Yes.
Hasn't you finished paying for me yet?
If he hadn't, he still wouldn't take you back.
Yeah. Grandma, the jig is up. We is trapped like rats. Nail down the furniture. Lock the doors. Quick, hide down in the cellar.
Oh, stop acting silly.
Hey, he's been out trying to get money from us before. Look, he's got a baseball bat and a blowtorch. Look.
Now, keep quiet.
Okay.
Maybe he'll go away.
Yeah.
Keep away from the window.
Don't hit me. Commando tactics, huh? I'll infiltrate under the table here.
Be careful, Junior. That lamp. You must...
Save your breath, kiddo. I knew what you was going to say anyway.
I hear you in there. I heard you knock something over. Open this door. I'm a bill collector. I'm from the Ever-Friendly Credit Company.
What's he doing?
Don't sound very friendly to me, does you, kiddo?
No, he doesn't.
Boy.
What's he doing, Junior?
Wait, I'll look through the keyhole and see.
What do you see?
I can't see anything. His eye is in the way. I'm proud of that. Oh, look, there's that nutty man that lives next door there. That old Don Boomhauer. Look at him. He just come out. Look.
Good morning, good morning. It's a little light to be looking in windows, isn't it?
I'm looking for the people who live here.
Well, in that case, you've come to the right place.
Hey, I'm going to sneak upstairs and where I can get a better view. I'm gonna run up the steps here. Make better time, I'm gonna slide up the banister. A little trick I learned watching newsreels.
You know, these people are pretty sneaky. They're always hiding from me.
Well, try again. Maybe they'll answer. I saw the kid outside a while ago playing with a bear trap.
Yes. I'm going to peep out and see what's... Oh, there he is, right beneath the window. Now, he ought to know better than that. Oh, boy, what a spot for a bag of water. Oh, boy. Shall I? Me good self says no, but me bad self says yes. Yes, no, yes, no, 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 yes. Well, look at that. While me good self was jabbering away, me bad self filled up a bag. Well, I was going to do it. Here it goes. Way to go.
It's clouding up.
Yeah. Well, it's coming down in bags full.
Junior! Oh, there you are. What are they doing now?
The bill collector is walking around the side of the house. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
What are you so happy about?
He's walking into my land mines. Oh, boy, I can hardly wait.
Wait for what?
Oh, my word, my word! Does that answer your question, kiddo?
What happened to him?
Well, he just found out how a bear trap works. He really put his old paw on that, didn't he, huh?
Junior, where did you get that bear trap?
It's the one you threw away after you caught Grandpa. Hey, why don't that man go away?
Because he's after the radio.
Yeah? Why does he want with a radio that don't work?
Since when doesn't it work?
Since you left me alone in the house this morning.
What?
Yeah?
I'm going to spank you.
Shh, you can't. The man's still down there. You'll hear it.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a pretty good thing. I wish he'd stay around a couple of weeks. Give the seat of me pants time to cool off.
Oh, he's sneaking in the back door. We're lost.
Good afternoon. Quite a fortress you've got here.
We like it, we guys.
I want to apologize. I'm ashamed of the way we treated you.
Well, you should be. I think we've got a kick coming.
Oh, yes, and you're going to get it, too.
Oh, he kicked my shin.
Junior, stop kicking the man. You've got your good shoes on. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
What?
Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
I certainly is. He's still standing up.
I'm taking this radio right now unless you care to pay the sum of $100.
I don't have to.
Hold it out, Joe.
Yeah, wait out, Joe. Hey, wait a minute. Don't handle it so rough. I got some bananas hidden there.
Easy does it going down the steps, Joe.
Yeah, I'm going to sit here and eat a banana on the steps. He's way ahead of me, ain't you? Wouldn't it be awful if they accidentally stepped on a banana peel? I wonder if I laid a banana peel here, they would step on it. Or maybe they would step over it. And then again, I don't know why I was sitting here with my tongue hanging out. I'm going to do it anyhow. I just laid it down here real easy, and maybe they won't see it.
Look out now. Here's the first step, Joe.
Surprised you, didn't they?
Well, here we are at the bottom. Easy now.
That was me delayed action banana peel.
Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Werner Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And remember, it takes two people to deal in a black market.
America must cooperate with other nations in keeping world peace, supported by force if necessary. Many of our country's finest young men are voluntarily entering our new army, but more are urgently needed. Valuable technical training and numerous benefits are to be enjoyed. Contact your local recruiting office at your earliest convenience for complete information. Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Here at the Hildegard tomorrow night in the new Penguin Room, And People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night. And return with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them.
A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness, deep down satisfying goodness.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Clean smoking right down to bowl bottom. Leaves only a clean, dry ash.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Keeps home sweet home. The brand of grand aroma.
Sir Walter Raleigh, sooner or later your favorite tobacco. Yes, a favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, with men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's at the Bundles for Blue Jackets Bazaar, preparing to do his bit by acting as the barker at the booth where the pretty girls are going to sell kisses.
Well, so this is my booth, eh? You know, Marjorie, I think it's going to be fun selling kisses.
This is the first time I've heard of it, Uncle Mort. Gee, who are you going to sell your kisses to?
Yeah.
Uncle Mort isn't going to do the kissing, Leroy. I thought I was wrong about that.
Yeah. There are going to be a dozen beautiful young ladies to do the work, Leroy. Incidentally, Margie, to be a good salesman, a fellow should know about what he's talking about, you know. Now, don't you think that... No, I guess free samples are out.
Yeah. Gee, why spend $1 for a wet smack when you can get just as daffy on a dime's worth of taffy?
Yeah.
You know, Uncle Mort, that wasn't a bad idea of Leroy. About you kissing any of the ladies. We could charge $1 apiece.
No, my dear.
Why not, Uncle?
Because I'd pay $1 myself, not to kiss the type of woman who would pay $1 to kiss me.
Oh, Miss Marge, I got your lemonade stand all fixed up for you. But if we get the big crowd, I don't think 3 lemons is going to be enough.
Well, you better get some more, Bertie. They're going to open the doors in about an hour, and we're expecting a lot of people.
Oh, yes. All the gentlemen in town want to patronize Mr. Gildersleeve's osculation station.
Yeah, they do, huh?
Yes, sir. They'll be buzzing around that kiss booth till them poor girls is all puckered out.
Yeah.
And all the ladies going to line up at that yogi man's tent to have their fortunes told.
Oh, you mean Yogi Swamahandra? Oh, Penny Banks met him in New York, and he's marvelous. We're counting on him as our main attraction. Oh, there's Penny. Oh, Penny!
Oh, yeah.
Stop now, Marge. I just had the most terrible news. I don't know what to do. Yogi Swamahandra's missed his plane connections and won't be here in time.
A fine fortune teller. Why didn't he look in his crystal ball, see that he was going to miss the plane, and then see that he didn't?
Well, we've depended on the Yogi as our big money maker.
Well, why don't you get a substitute?
Leroy, do you think that yogis grow on bushes?
I don't know. What is a yogi?
A yogi is a man who tells you about your past and future for a present. Penny, Isn't there any other one floating around who can pinch hit for this man?
No, I don't know of any.
Well, why don't you get somebody to dress up and play the part?
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, that would be deceiving the people.
What do you think those fortune tellers do? When they look in a crystal ball, they don't see any newsreel, you know.
Sure, all you need is a smooth talker with a gift of gab, like Uncle Mort here.
Yes. No, wait a minute, young man.
Yes, Uncle, if you wore a costume and makeup and a beard.
People would still recognize me.
No, you could get away with it. It's dark in that tent.
But I wouldn't know what to say.
Well, we could help you by giving you the lowdown on the customers.
Lowdown? But suppose they got the lowdown on me.
They wouldn't if you changed your voice.
Uh.
Say yes, Uncle Mort.
Oh, what am I getting myself into? I'm no fortune teller. And something tells me that instead of being in front of a crystal ball, I'm going to find myself behind an 8-ball.
What are we stopping here for, Unc? The costume place is 3 blocks down the street.
I know, Leroy, but read the sign.
Oh. Have your past, present, and future revealed by famous gypsy physique.
If that's psychic, Leroy. Yes. Madame Rosalie, the gypsy who reveals all.
Gee, Gypsy Rosalie. I've heard of her.
Leroy, that's another one. I thought maybe I could pick up a few pointers on how to go about this fortune-telling business from this woman here.
Okay, let's go in.
No, Leroy, you'll have to wait here. I'll be right back.
Good afternoon, sir. You have come to consult Madame Rosalie, the great seeress who sees everything, knows everything, and tells everybody.
Why, yes. That is, if she isn't busy.
I shall look in the crystal ball and see. No, I am not.
I see. It's you, huh? You're free, huh?
No, it will be necessary to cross my palm with silver.
Oh, yes, of course. How much?
$1 for 3 questions. A past, a present, and a future.
All right, let me see.
Give it here quick.
Don't grab, lady.
Thank you. Now sit down and look deep into crystal ball.
All right, I'm looking. What next?
Alla canta umo holocadorazzoli.
Excuse me, would you mind repeating that?
Al canta umo holocadorazzoli.
That's what I thought you said. I'll have to remember that. What does it mean?
I am calling on the spirit of my forefathers.
Yeah, they must have been tobacco auctioneers then. Well, go right ahead, madam.
First, for the past. I see not long ago trouble.
Yes.
There was smoke, a dark cloud behind you.
Oh, yes, Bertie burned the toast at breakfast. Very good.
Madame Rosalie, she never fails. And now for the present. You get into trouble because of man.
What kind of a man?
He is dark, also heavy.
Does he have a black mustache?
Sure, with black mustache. He gets you in trouble. You know him?
Yeah, that's me. I'm my own worst enemy. Now, what about the future?
Soon you will have loss, if not careful.
Loss.
Crystal balls say hanye, terra o ugly dura, blasto mix or blasto plomene.
What does that mean?
Watch out.
Well, thank you very much. Is that all?
Yes. Unless you wish to ask the $2 question.
I don't think I'll have the time. Let me see how late it is. By George, what did I do with my watch? I had it
The time shift now?
No, see here, madam. Where's my watch?
How should I be knowing?
I thought you knew everything.
I do not bother with trifles.
This wasn't a trifle. It was an $80 watch.
Sir, are you accusing me?
Yes. Either I get my watch back or... Say, I'll bet you put it in that drawer.
No, you keep out of there.
Is that so? I'm going to have a look.
You stop that. It's none your business.
Well, what's this? Madam, you've got enough watches here to start a hot shop. And here's mine. Well, thank you. I guess I'll go now.
You heshni malokarando seba baninga troni todo afnu dali.
What does that mean? No, don't answer that. So long, madam, and don't take any wooden watches.
Not to you, Joe.
Well, a debutante. Oh, well. Hey, come on, Leroy.
Did you learn anything, Uncle Mort?
I'll say I did. When a gypsy says watch out, she means you're going to be out of watch.
What do you mean, Unc?
Well, you see this gold timepiece of mine?
Yeah.
Well, that gypsy tried to... Oh, my goodness, Leroy, this isn't my timepiece at all.
Oh, wait a minute, Uncle Mort. Where are you going?
I'm going back to get my watch from that gypsy woman.
But she hasn't got it, Unc.
What do you mean? How do you know?
You laid it down on the dining room table at lunchtime and left home without it.
Oh, this is a fine mess.
I mean, Maharaja. The bazaar is in full blast.
Not so fast, Leroy. Is everything all right with my costume? How about the turban?
Your laundry mark's showing.
Yeah, well...
There, that's better.
Oh, thanks. How about this beard?
Gee, your best friends won't tell you. From a Hindu, I mean.
Shh. There's Penny and Marjorie and Bertie. Let's see if we can fool them, huh? You pretend I'm the real yogi.
All right. Hey, Penny, this gentleman was outside and said he wanted to see you. This is Miss Banks, Mr. Yogi.
Greetings, Mem Sahib. 1,000 pardons if I'm late.
Oh, Uncle Mort, you look cute.
What's I'll never get away with this.
Oh, yes, you can, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, sure, Uncle. You look just like you stepped out of Kipling. Doesn't he, Bertie?
That's right. I'd swear he's been Kipling all his life.
People are waiting there at the fortune store, Mr. Gildersleeve. Now, here's what we'll do. Marge, you sell tickets.
Okay.
And Bertie, you and I'll spot the customers and tell Leroy their names and all about them.
Yes, ma'am. I knows the lowdown on the high-ups.
And then, Leroy, you go around to the back of the tent. There's a hole there, and you whisper the information to your uncle.
Well, how'll I know when Leroy's there?
Suppose I knock 3 times.
On a canvas tent? That's like knocking on a wet sponge. How about whistling something, huh?
That's a good idea. What do I whistle?
How about something boogie-woogie?
Yes. No, Bertie. Spare me the hot licks. Why not something Indian?
Oh, like by the waters of the Minnetonka?
No, Marjorie. East Indian, like pale hands I love beside the Shalimar.
Wouldn't you rather hear deep in the heart of Texas?
No, Leroy. Pale hands, not clap hands. That should be easy to remember. Just look at your hands. Oh, just look at your hands.
What's wrong with them, Unc?
You better wash them. They're not pale enough.
People are waiting, Mr. Gildersleeve. You better go in the tent and get started.
Wait a minute, girls. I'm getting cold feet.
Well, just fold them up underneath you and sit on them, Uncle. Now, in you go. Hurry
All
up.
right, if you insist.
Careful there, Stoop.
Leroy, what did you call me?
Stoop, Uncle. You'll knock your turban off.
Oh, yes, of course. I thought you... Well, never mind what I thought you said.
Just get comfortable in there, Uncle Morton. We'll start sending in the victims.
All right, whenever you're ready, just shoot the gulls to me, gals. Now, let me see. How do you do this, Mahatma Gildersleeve? Oh, they must be ready to start. Where's that hole in the canvas? Yeah, this must be it. Is that you, Leroy?
It ain't Carmen Lombardo. Get set now, Unc. You're about to tell your first fortune.
Believe me, I'd give a fortune to get out of here. Who is it?
It's some man that none of us knows.
Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days. Can't you stall him off?
They tried, but no soap. So you gotta take him first.
Well, I'll do my best. How do I look?
Your laundry marker's showing again. Get back there. Here he comes.
I wish I had a mirror in here. Greetings and salutations, Sahib.
Hello.
You have come to consult Yogi Swamahandra, the king of the Hindu mystics, no?
No.
Oh, you didn't? You didn't? Oh, well, then why did you come here?
To ask you about Alice Higgins and Mrs. Belmont Diversey and Marie King.
What about them, Sahib?
As if you didn't know.
As if I do. Come, sir. If you care to gaze in the crystal ball, maybe I can locate these people.
They sent me to locate you, Andrews.
Andrews? You are making some mistake. Yes, I am the Yogi Swamahandra.
Sure. I know that. Yogi Swamahandra. Alias William Andrews. Alias Walter Bunker. Alias Louis the Frost. Alias Pete Brown.
Who, me?
Yes. And Detective Lieutenant Quinn from Chicago, where you wanted for jump at bail on bunco charges.
What?
You're also wanted in Idaho for obtaining money under false pretenses, in Baton Rouge for running a confidence game, and in Florida for selling rubber plants guaranteed to grow white sidewall tires.
We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. Meantime, you mothers and wives of hearty eaters, does the way your food budget is going up ever get you down? If so, have you ever thought of serving Parquet margarine, made by Kraft? Because using Parquet margarine is one sure way to economize and please your family, too. You see, Parquet margarine is different from the margarines you may have tried a few years back. Parquet is the delicious, wholesome margarine that's made by Kraft. And like all the famous Kraft foods, it's mighty good tasting. But there's no need to take my word for it. Parquet costs so little, why not buy a pound tomorrow and try Parquet yourself? I'll bet you agree Parquet's delicate, appetizing flavor is pretty hard to beat. Then, too, Parquet margarine is a nourishing, wholesome food. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve. And to make it even better for you, Kraft adds vitamin A to Parquet margarine. 9,000 units to every pound. So give the food budget a break. Order delicious Parquet margarine tomorrow. Yes, ask your dealer for Parquet. Parkay. Parquet, the delicious margarine made by Kraft. Now back to the great Gildersleeve, who suddenly found himself a much-wanted man by the police of half a dozen cities.
Now, that isn't fair.
Just a second. Hold it. Quiet, please.
Quietly, Roy.
I don't care what you people say. I came here to grab the yo guy, and he's going back to face trial.
Officer, you're making a mistake. This is my uncle, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Boy, that's a phony alias if I ever heard one.
See, you can see he isn't a yogi. Take your beard off again, Uncle.
Yeah. Never mind. I know he's a fake yo guy. His real name is Willie Andrews, and he's known as Willie the Tub.
Yep. I am not a tub. It's just the way this coat buttons. Yeah, I knew that when I started to fool folks, I'd get into trouble. My mama done told me.
But, Lieutenant Quinn, if you take him away now, Bundles the Blue Jackets will lose a lot of money. Why don't you wait till we close down tonight?
Well, okay, miss, okay. I'll let this grafter operate for the balance of the show, but I'll be on guard right outside the tent. Is that understood?
Excuse me. Do you mind if I go home? I'm expecting a bad headache.
Now, you stay right here, Uncle Mort.
Don't worry. We're going to get this all straightened out before the bazaar closes, Mr. Gildersleeve. Come on, let's let the yogi get to work. Come on, Lieutenant. Come on, Marjorie. Leroy.
Okay, I'm coming. Take it easy, Uncle Mort. Remember, keep a stiff upper turban.
How can I? I've been in hot water ever since I put on this Turkish towel.
Well, we'll get you out of this, Uncle, if it takes us years.
Yeah, and it looks like it will, too.
Remember, Willie, no tricks now.
Oh, here we go again. Yes, Leroy. Who is it this time? The district attorney?
You're getting warm, Unc. It's your old pal, Judge Hooker.
What? Oh, well, that old crab wants his fortune told. This is the first pleasant thing that's happened to me all day. All right, Leroy, go on.
This where you come to have your hand read?
No, Sahib. The yogi, he does not work by the hand. He's the crystal ball player. Please to take a sit down, Judge.
Judge? Say, how do you know I'm a judge?
You're speaking to Yogi Swamahandra, queen of the Hindu mystics. The great soothsayer who sees all, knows all, and tells a little.
Well, that was certainly good, guessing my profession.
It's not necessary for me to guess, Judge Hooker.
What?
I know. Now it will be necessary to cross my palm with silver.
But I paid my dollar outside.
I have no contact with the outside. That is separate business. The silver, please, in form of a $5 bill.
I will not. No, sir, I will not.
How about that $5 bill you won at poker last night?
Say, how did you know that?
Shh, don't worry. I shall not tell a soul you were supposed to draw one card and you picked up two. Thank you very much, Sahib. Now look deep into the crystal ball.
Hey, what are you doing?
I am calling on the spirit of my forefathers.
But if you're going to tell my fortune, why don't you call on my forefathers?
Because, Sahib, I cannot bark.
What's that?
Silence, please. I am gazing into your past. It is mighty murky.
Well, what do you see?
I see you have a friend. A dark man with mustache.
Is he a fat fella?
No, not fat. Maybe a little plump. But on him, he's look good. He's a handsome dog, no?
I wouldn't call him handsome, but he's a dog, all right.
Enough. You
You are always abusing this friend fella, giving him the hot foot in his soul. That is bad. For you, I mean.
You think so?
Yes, oui, da. He said in my native tongue, Anitara uguale duro cum tester come nase roca sol blastumeg.
Is that so? Say, what does it mean?
It means be good to Gildersleeves or he give you coughing around, that's what.
Say, you're a whiz. I'd like to put you to one last test, though. Now, this is a hard one. What's this friend's first name?
I know it as well as I know my own. He's Throckmorton P.
That's absolutely right. Say, Yogi, elections are coming up pretty soon. Can you tell me if I'm going to win again?
Let me look in the crystal ball. Yeah. I can see the day of election.
You can?
Yeah, lots of voters, in and out, all day long.
Yes.
Now it is late, twilight. They close the polls.
I see, and then?
They're counting the votes.
Yes, go on.
It's getting dark. They're adding up totals.
I see. Well, what is it?
I think I see it. No, I can't.
What's wrong? What's the trouble?
It's so dark I cannot read the results.
Hey, Uncle.
Leroy, stop yelling Uncle. George, I'm ready to yell Uncle myself. I've told about more fortunes this afternoon than done in Bradstreet.
Oh, cheer up, Uncle Mort. The next one is the last before dinner.
Well, all right. Who is it now?
Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell.
You, that mildewed old scorpion.
Yeah, you know all about her. I better duck now.
Yeah, I hope I can hold out. Madam, Yogi Swamahandra welcomes you.
Hello. First of all, Mr. Swami, or Yogi, or whatever you are, I want you to know that I don't believe in any of this nonsense.
Why, of course not, Mrs. Salisbury Twitchell.
Oh, you know my name. Who told you?
I am Yogi Swamahandra. I know everything.
Well, I wager that you don't know everything. What was my maiden name?
Excuse me, I got to look in the crystal ball. With this ball, I can even look that far back. Oh, I got it. Madam, before you were married, your name used to be McGillimcuddy. Babe McGillimcuddy.
All right, that's enough. You don't need to go on.
Your father, she had farm, raised turnips.
Oh, now that's where you're wrong. They were beets.
Excuse, please, but beets look like turnips because this is not Technicolor crystal ball. I see many interesting things in your past, madam. Shall I tell you?
Oh, no. You know them, and so do I, so why bother?
You have led very interesting life, madam. Would make wonderful movie.
Do you think so, Yogi?
Sure. With title, How Green Was My Mr. Twitchell. Tell me, madam, you still do not believe in my powers?
No, I've changed my mind. You're positively uncanny. Now, sir, I have a number of problems, and I need your advice. Suppose I tell you all about them.
Some other time, Mrs. Twitchell. Now I got to go eat dinner.
Oh, of course. Why don't you come out to my house?
What? Oh, no, I got to relax. And besides, I've already promised Miss Forrester I got to have dinner at her house.
Oh, but I must talk to you some more. I know what. Oh, Marjorie!
What'd you do?
Yes, my dear. I've become so fascinated with the Yogi that I've insisted on his coming to dinner at my place. You must come, too, and bring your little brother and that uncle of yours, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not him, not Gildersleeve. If he comes along, I'll not be there.
Oh, Yogi, I'm getting to like you more every minute. Very well. Let's get out of this tent. My car is at the curb.
Looks like we're stuck, Uncle.
Shh. I've got a reading out of my hand, Marjorie. I'm coming, Mrs. Twitchell.
Hey, wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Shh. I'm going out to dinner.
Not without me, you ain't.
Oh, Yogi, who is this gentleman?
Who? Oh, this. This is Mr. Quinn. He's trying to get me to do some work for the state. You might as well invite him to dinner, too, because he's going to come along anyway.
Now, Yogi, tell me something about India.
India?
Sure, Yogi, go ahead. You're an old Indian faker.
I am Indian fakir.
Well, there's no difference between the two, is there?
No more than between a flat foot and a flat head.
Gee, that's a hot one, Uncle Mort. Yeah, that's a hot one, Uncle Mort would have said.
Leroy, finish your spinach.
Oh, gee, I bet they don't eat spinach in India, do they, Yogi?
Where I come from, they stuff children with spinach, so they can't talk at dinner time.
That reminds me, I've been meaning to ask. What part of India did you come from, Yogi?
All of me.
No. I mean, where were you born?
Oh, born? Now I grab you. Where was I born? In my papa's house. My mama done told me. Well, I think it's time for me to return to the bazaar. Let me see. It's already 15 minutes coming to 8 o'clock.
Oh, what a beautiful gold watch. Where did you get it, Yogi?
It was given to me by Gypsy's woman. She thought I was a fellow named Joe. I must remember to mail it back to her.
Excuse me, Yogi.
Yes?
Your beard is coming off.
Oh, my goodness. How's that?
Oh, it's crooked. It points off to the left.
Oh, how's it now? Any better?
Yeah, but we better get out of here before it falls into your finger.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mrs. Twitchell, but now I must make the grand scram.
Yes, and after he finishes tonight, we've got to go on a little trip, don't we, Yogi?
Oh, well, aren't you staying in town for a few days?
No. We have a little legal business to attend to in Chicago.
Oh, that's too bad.
Madame Twitchell, you said a mouthful.
Well, take good care of the Yogi on the trip.
Oh, sure. I won't let him out of my sight. In fact, I'm going to simply attach myself to him.
Oh, holy catfish.
What did you say, Yogi?
Nothing, madam. I was only praying to the holy catfish of the Ganges River. Goodbye, Mrs. Twitchell. Come on, everybody. I hope this is over pretty soon. I'm plenty tired of tenting tonight on the old campground. Is that you, Leroy?
No, sir, this is Birdie.
What are you doing whistling Pale Hands? Where's Leroy?
It's late. He's gone home, and I'm on the swing shift.
Oh, I see. Well, who's next, Birdie?
There's a big gentleman with a dull red gleam in his eyes.
Huh?
Have y'all been telling some wife her husband's a philanthropist?
Birdie, I've told so many different people so many different stories, I don't know what I said. I better get out of here. Birdie, you go out and stall him a little while, huh?
Okay, but he ain't the type that stalls good.
Oh. Now, if I can crawl under the back of this tent and sneak out before that nosy detective from Chicago discovers that... Oh, hello, Lieutenant Quinn. What are you doing here?
Get back in there, Tubby, before I take you to Chicago in a box.
Yeah, Phil, I was only after a breath of fresh air.
You don't have to crawl out on your hands and knees after it. Now get back in there, Willie.
All right, and stop calling me Willie. Man.
Excuse me, but are you the man who calls himself Yogi Swamahandra?
Have you got an appointment?
No, I haven't.
Then I can't read your fortune.
Okay, then I will read yours. Take a good look in the crystal ball, Yogi. What do you see?
I see nothing.
Well, I see something. I can see you tomorrow morning. You are waking up in a hospital bed.
What?
Your jaw's fractured. Both of your eyes are black. Your nose is in splints. And your ribs are barbecued.
Oh, my goodness. What are you talking about?
And my predictions come true, my friend, and I'll make sure.
Now, wait a minute. Who are you?
I just got into town on a late plane, and I find my reputation is ruined, and you've done it, you faker. I am the real Yogi Swamahandra.
Oh, you are. Well, I'm certainly glad to meet you.
No, you won't be. I'm going to give your face a retread job.
No, you don't. You keep away from me. Oh, Mr. Quinn. Oh, Mr. Quinn.
Hey, what's the idea?
Now, what are you up to?
Grab that man. There's your real Yogi.
Yeah?
Do your duty, officer.
Hey, come back here and fight.
Nuts to you, Joseph.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But first, are those Lenten meals becoming a problem to you homemakers? I mean, are you finding it hard to make them as tasty and appetizing as your regular meals? Well, if you do, here's a hint that may be mighty helpful. Yes, it's this. You can add rich extra flavor to all kinds of dishes by using plenty of parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, the delicate, tempting flavor that makes parquet margarine a favorite spread for bread makes it grand for cooking, too. Parquet margarine is swell melted over hot vegetables. It's a real flavor shortening that adds delicate extra flavor to cookies and cakes and pie crust. Parquet makes pan-fried food tastier because it tastes so good itself. In fact, parquet margarine adds extra flavor to all kinds of dishes, and the extra zest that makes your family ask for more. Best of all, using lots of parquet margarine is no extravagance. When you find how little it costs, you'll certainly agree to that. And remember, parquet margarine is a highly nutritious energy food that's a reliable year-round food source of important vitamin A. So right now, put delicious parquet margarine at the top of tomorrow's shopping list. Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet, the margarine that's made by Kraft.
And there we were, Judge. Me and Willie the Tub locked in mortal combat. But I subdued him by sheer brute strength.
Well, seeing what you've done, I guess I'll have to forgive you for tricking me, Gildersleeve. Say, I just remembered. What did you do with my $5?
Oh, that. I did the best thing possible with it, Judge. I've given it to the American Red Cross.
Oh.
I hope everyone who's listening in will find an extra 5 spot to turn over to the Red Cross this week, like I did.
Huh?
If like you did, Judge. Good night.
Greg Gildersleeve has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Quite a few years ago, a poet said, "Write me a verse, my old machine. I lack for an inspiration. The skies are blue and the trees are green, and I long for a long vacation." Well, writers aren't the only ones who dream of blue skies and Elysian fields. They just talk about it more than anyone else. Bankers and bricklayers, cobblers and carpenters, they all dream of vacation time, even as you and I. Even as do the Andersons in the white frame house on Maple Street. Like this.
Well, give me one reason. Give me one good reason.
Jim, we've been spending our vacation at Round Lake for almost 10 years.
That's what I mean. We're in a rut.
But you've always liked Round Lake. Why this sudden affection for Highland Hills?
Because, honey, look, I had a long talk with Henry Liggett today.
You've said yourself we can't afford to do the things the Liggets do.
But Henry said it isn't expensive. Maybe a little more than Round Lake, but not much.
I like Round Lake. It's small. It's informal. And you've always liked it, too.
Margaret, it isn't that I don't like Round Lake. It's just that, well, you mustn't forget that we're getting ahead in Springfield. I'm a successful businessman. I've got to conduct myself like a successful businessman. There's a certain dignity about Highland Hills.
Father!
What is it, Betty?
Did you remember to pick up my blue dress at the cleaner's?
It won't be ready until tomorrow.
He said he'd have it today.
Remind me to call my lawyer in the morning. We'll sue. She's got a whole closet full of dresses, but if she can't have that particular one... what was I saying?
Highland Hills is dignified.
Oh. Well, we'll meet a lot of people who may do me a great deal of good in a business way. And besides...
They have a wonderful golf course.
Yes. Margaret, Henry Liggett assured me...
Jim, you don't seem to understand. A vacation has a definite purpose. You're supposed to relax.
Why can't you relax at Highland Hills?
Because it's a very fashionable resort.
Oh.
Everyone is always dressed to the eyes. There isn't a peaceful moment in the entire day.
That isn't so. Why, Henry Liggett told me...
Mother!
I'm sorry, dear. What is it, Kathy?
May I have a glass of milk?
Not now, dear. We'll be having our dinner in a few minutes.
But I'm thirsty.
Drink some water.
Water? Okay.
Sounds as though she never heard of this stuff.
Jim, you know, there are several things you seem to have forgotten. First, we've had our reservation at Round Lake since last August.
That's no problem, Margaret. They can get rid of that cottage in 2 minutes if we give it up.
And second, you take only a 2-week vacation, and, of course, weekends, but the children and I are gone for the entire summer. Certainly you ought to consider our feelings in the matter.
All right, I'll tell you what. We'll take a vote on it.
What kind of a vote?
I'll explain the whole setup to the kids, and then we'll take a vote. Round Lake versus Highland Hills. That's fair, isn't it?
Jim, that's the silliest idea I've ever heard. Do you mean you're going to let a mere infant like Kathy...
Well, she'll only have half a vote.
Jim.
And to make sure I get a fair shake, I'll take the other half.
All right, Jim. I just hope you know what you're doing.
I think I do. Betty, Bob, Kathy.
Coming, Daddy.
Boy, it's about time. I'm starved.
Your father wants to talk to you, Bud.
About what? I didn't do anything. Did I?
Do you want me, Father?
Come down here. We've got something important to discuss.
Oh? Okay. What's all the shooting for, partner?
Kathy, if you don't... Oh, Kathy, look at your dress.
It got splashed.
That's the greatest understatement of the week. What were you doing, deep-sea diving in the sink?
I was taking a drink.
Well, why didn't you use a glass?
You said I should drink some water. You didn't say to use a glass.
Kathy.
Yes, Daddy?
Breathe.
What?
I haven't told you to breathe lately. I wouldn't want you to stop now.
Dad, I think I know where I can find it if somebody didn't take it.
Somebody didn't take what?
The library book.
What library book?
The one I lost. Isn't that what you want to talk to me about?
No.
Oh.
Father, Mr. Manassian promised that he'd have the blue dress ready today.
Betty, he didn't feel well. He had a headache.
Oh. Well, I didn't need it anyway.
Dad.
What is it, Bud?
Joe Phillips and I are going to chip in and pay for the parking ticket together.
You got a parking ticket?
You didn't want to talk about that either, huh?
No, but we will.
Yeah, I figured we would.
Jim, we only have a few minutes before dinner.
All right, Margaret, I'll tell them about it right now.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll put the biscuits in the oven.
That'll be fine, dear. Kids, what would you say if I told you we weren't going to Round Lake this summer?
Father!
Holy cow, Dad.
We didn't do anything, Daddy.
Now, wait a minute. There's no need to get all upset. I was merely trying to find out what you'd think about going somewhere besides Round Lake, that's all.
Besides, you mean we can go someplace else? For the whole summer? Creepers!
Hey, I know a good place to go.
Now, just a minute, Bud. I want to go to Camp Mishiwaski.
Now, wait a minute.
Father, there's the most heavenly place.
I know a place way up in the hills, and Joe Phillips says they don't do anything all day but play baseball.
Stop it.
Dick Andrews and Bill Martin are going to be the lifeguards, and they told me you've never seen any place.
I said stop it.
Patty Davis is going to Camp Mishiwaski, and if she can go to Camp Mishiwaski, I don't see why I can't go to Camp...
Stop it!
Mishiwaski?
I've never heard anything like this in my life. Anybody'd think you were reared in a barn.
But, Father, you said...
Never mind what I said. I didn't say anything about Dick Andrews or Joe Phillips. or any idiotic camp wishy-washy.
Mishawaski.
Thank you. Now, if you'll just simmer down for a few minutes, maybe I can get a word in edgewise. It's not a question of going just any place. I've got another spot all picked out.
Is it Camp Mishawaski?
No, it isn't Camp Mishawaski.
Gee whiz.
And it isn't the place where Dick Andrews is the lifeguard, or the place where they do nothing but play baseball with antelopes all day.
Jumping creepers.
Go ahead, Bud.
What?
I said, go ahead, drop the other shoe.
Holy cow.
All right. Now, I've been talking this whole thing over with your mother, and we've agreed to put it to a vote. We'll decide between Round Lake and...
Yes?
Highland Hills.
Oh, no.
Gosh, Dad, what do you want to go there for?
I want to go to Camp Mishawaski.
Karen, go to bed.
It isn't even dark yet.
Well, close your eyes and go to bed.
Can't I just close my mouth?
All right. But keep it closed.
Yes, Daddy.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Anybody'd think I was asking you to go to Siberia, to work in the salt mines.
I'd rather go to Siberia.
Well, we'll see if it can be arranged.
Father, Janie Liggett went to Highland last year, and she hated it.
Is that so? Her father said they had a wonderful time.
But it's just like the old lady's home.
You have to walk around on your tiptoes, and you can't even talk.
Kathy.
I didn't say anything, Daddy.
Highland Hills is one of the finest resorts in the entire country.
But it's so dead, Father. There aren't any boys there. Or anything.
Well, Bud'll be there, and he's a boy.
Father.
Boy, am I going to have fun.
Look, I know it's your vacation, and I want you to have a good time. But don't you think we ought to pick out a place we can all enjoy? You mustn't be selfish about it. Bud, you wouldn't like a place that's all cluttered up with Betty's boyfriends, would you?
I'd like it better than Highland Hills.
And Betty certainly wouldn't want to go to a spot where they do nothing but play baseball, would you, Betty?
I'd rather go there than Highland Hills.
And you certainly wouldn't want to wind up in a hole called washy whiskey.
Mishawaski.
That's even worse. Now, at Highland Hills...
Father, why can't we just go back to Round Lake?
Everybody likes it up there.
Highland Hills is a place for comfort and relaxation. It is noted as a fisherman's paradise, a spot where whole families can enjoy a peaceful, restful vacation in the most attractive of surroundings. Nestled in the foothills...
Daddy.
What is it, Kathy?
Patty Davis is going to Camp Mishawaski, and she's my best friend, and I don't care if I do have to go to bed. I don't like Highland Hills.
Well, I'm not concerned whether you do or not. You only have half a vote.
What?
Jim, dinner's ready.
We'll be a second, honey. I was just explaining to the children...
Mother, we don't want to go to Highland Hills.
You can't have any fun up there, Mom. Honest, you can't.
Now, just a minute.
Jim, if the children feel that strongly about it...
But they haven't given me a chance to explain.
We've always been very happy at Round Lake.
It's not a question of Round Lake. They've all got a different place they want to go. And for the most idiotic reasons. Because they play baseball or because Dick Andrews is a lifeguard... Why should the whole family go to a place we know nothing about just because Dick Andrews is a lifeguard?
Betty, why don't you answer the phone?
I'll answer it myself. Man wants to do something special for his family, and what thanks does he get? Everybody acts as though I was sending him to jail. Silliest family I've ever seen. Hello?
Mr. Anderson, I have all the information for you on Highland Hills.
Oh, hello, Miss Thomas. What did you find out?
They have a 2-bedroom cottage available for the season.
Good.
And the manager says he's quite sure that cooking privileges can be arranged.
Fine. What did he say about the rates?
Well, there isn't much choice, Mr. Anderson. They just have this one cottage left at $54. That's without meals, of course.
$54. Say, that's wonderful. That's even less than Round Lake.
I don't think so, Mr. Anderson.
Miss Thomas, we've been paying $500 a season at Round Lake, and that comes to over $60 a week.
Mr. Anderson, this is $54 a day.
Well, naturally, but... A what?
$54 a day.
$54 a day?
That's right.
Thank you very much, Miss Thomas. I'll see you at the office in the morning.
Would you like me to call them about the reservation tonight?
No, I think we'd better forget about it for the time being. Thank you again, Miss Thomas.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Thomas. $54.
Jim, everything's getting cold. You won't enjoy your dinner at all.
What?
I said it. Jim, what is it?
Nothing, Margaret. But I've just had a great idea.
Oh?
Yes, sir, absolutely great. Instead of arguing about Highland Hills and all those other places, why don't we just go up to Round Lake?
Well, everybody certainly had his own idea on the big vacation. So often that's the case. We all want something different. But I'm pretty sure there's one case where millions of folks all want the very same thing. I think you'll all agree. In a cup of coffee, flavor's the thing you want. And naturally, when you buy a pound of coffee, you're after the most in flavor for every penny you spend. That's just what you get, too, in our Maxwell House coffee. Here's the most famous flavor in all the world. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor that makes you say, that's real coffee. You won't find that famous flavor in any other coffee either. No coffee but Maxwell House. And for good reason. We have a recipe, a mighty special recipe. With it, our Maxwell House people select certain fine varieties of coffees, then blend them in a particular way. It's the one way, the one recipe for famous good to the last drop flavor. And it spells the big difference between the flavor of just any coffee and the wonderful goodness of America's favorite brand. But taste that difference for yourself. See how much more flavor, more real enjoyment you get for your money in our Maxwell House coffee. Bring home that familiar blue tin tomorrow. Enjoy coffee that's always good to the last drop.
It's a hot Saturday in Springfield. A hot, sticky Saturday with the heat clinging like a moist blanket to the city streets, and the leaves hanging limp and motionless on the branches of dusty trees. In the white frame house on Maple Street, however, there's great activity. The Andersons are preparing to leave on their vacation, and that's always a hectic occasion, like this.
Let's see now. Does that take care of all the office details, Miss Thomas?
You wanted to send a memo to Mr. Buckley.
Oh, that's right. Memo to Phil Buckley, home office, subject summer vacation. Dear Phil...
Jim?
I'm sorry. Yes, Margaret?
Before Bud takes your bag out, do you want to take both pairs of bathing trunks?
Yes, dear.
The old pair's full of mothballs.
Well, then leave them out.
I may be able to fix them.
Well, then put them in.
But I think you really ought to get a new pair anyway.
Then leave them out.
Oh, I think I'll take them along, just in case.
All right, dear. Oh. Where were we, Miss Thomas?
Subject, summer vacation, dear Phil.
Oh, yeah. Dear Phil, as is my usual custom, I'm dividing my annual vacation into 2 separate weeks, the first of which I'm about to take now. In order to establish my family at Round Lake...
Father!
What is it, Betty?
Mr. Manassian never brought back my blue dress.
I brought it back myself.
No, you didn't, Father. You said he had a headache and... Oh, never mind. Here it is.
I'm sorry, Miss Thomas. What did I say?
In order to establish my family at Round Lake.
Miss Thomas, when you get into the office on Monday, why don't you just copy the memo I sent him last year? He won't know the difference.
All right.
Oh, call Mr. Gribble first thing Monday. Good grief. Bud!
He's taking the bags out.
Kathy!
You sent her out to bury those worms.
Oh. Well.
Do you want me to answer it?
No, thanks. I'll see who it is. Wants to carry a whole can of worms up to Round Lake. In my suitcase.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, hello, Ed. Come on in.
I just came by to see if you needed any help.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Ed.
You know me, strong back and a weak mind.
Who was that, Jim?
It's Ed Davis, honey.
Oh, Ed, I want to speak to you. I'll be right down.
Okay, Margaret.
Just about ready to push off, huh?
Just about. And so help me, you'd think they were going away forever. You've never seen such a lot of junk.
Get your trunks packed?
Oh, sure. They went off yesterday. But we've got about a dozen bags. I don't know how I'm going to get them all in the car.
Yeah, well, you'll manage.
Ed, I'm so glad you stopped by. I wanted to give you our key.
Oh?
Of course, I don't suppose there'll be an emergency, but if there is, well, there it is.
I'll keep an eye on the house, Margaret. Don't you worry about a thing.
Oh, thank you, Ed.
Margaret, you know I'll be back in a week. It isn't as though the house was going to be deserted all summer.
I know, dear, but I'll just feel better.
Dad.
We're in the hall, Bud.
Say, Dad, I got everything in except Betty's suitcase.
Why didn't you put that in?
She's still packing it.
It's all packed.
That girl's got ears like a rabbit. Except when you need her. Bring it down, Betty.
I can't close it.
Oh, Bud, go upstairs and sit on Betty's bag.
Are we almost ready to leave?
We are ready to leave. Take Betty's bag out to the car and we'll be all set.
Okay. Boy, I don't know what this family would do without me.
Jim, are you really ready to go?
Sure. I just have to tell Miss Thomas one more thing. Miss Thomas.
Yes?
Oh, great. Busy little joint, isn't it? We'll get out of here at midnight.
Hiya, Jim.
Well, hello, Hack.
Oh, Elizabeth.
Margaret, dear, we just had to come over and say goodbye.
Oh, how sweet.
I told her you'd be up to your ears, but she wouldn't listen.
Hector?
Well, they're going away on a vacation. They haven't got time to stand around and gab.
Oh, Hector, you know we're always glad to see you and Elizabeth.
Say, Heck, would you and Ed like to do me a big favor?
Sure.
Just name it. See if Bud got our bags in the car all right. Somehow, well, he did it too fast.
Sure. Come on, let's go, Ed.
We'll have everything all set for you, Jim. Thanks.
Is there anything you want me to do, Margaret?
I can't think of a thing, dear. I've locked all the windows, defrosted the icebox.
Margaret, everything is taken care of. Why don't you and Elizabeth go outside?
You won't forget to lock the doors.
The doors lock all by themselves. But I'll make sure they're good and locked.
All right, dear. Come along, Elizabeth.
Men can be so stupid about these things, can't they?
Oh, they mean well.
Oh. Miss Thomas?
Yes, Mr. Anderson?
Where were we?
You were giving me a message from Mr. Gribble.
Oh. Well, I'll give it to you on the way out. No, we'll go out the back way.
All right.
Call Mr. Gribble on Monday and tell him that all the figures for the group insurance setup have been forwarded to New York.
Right.
We won't have any definite word for at least a week, and by that time I'll be back in the office.
Right.
You got it all straight now.
The group insurance figures have been forwarded to New York. We'll have word in about a week, and by then, you'll be back in the office.
Good girl. Was everything all right, Ed?
Well, not quite. Bud had the bags in all right, but he didn't leave room for anybody to sit.
That's my boy.
Oh, gosh, how did I know?
We've got it all set now, Jim. Where's Kathy?
Kathy? I'm coming. Mother, when Bud sat on my suitcase, he broke something.
I did not.
Well, I heard something crack.
I think going away is so exciting, don't you, Margaret?
Oh, yes, very exciting.
Not that I'd know, of course. I just sit here in this sweltering town and...
Kathy!
Ye gods, what have you been up to now?
You told me to bury the worms.
I didn't tell you to crawl in with them. Betty, see if you can scrape some of that mud off her face.
Yes, Father.
All right, let's get in. I'd like to see if we can't get up there before Labor Day.
Have a nice time, Mr. Anderson, and don't worry about the office. Everything's going to be fine.
I hope so.
Goodbye, Margaret, and if you have time, dear, be sure to drop us a card.
Oh, I shall.
Catch a big one for me, Jim.
Okay, Heck.
A lot of fun, pal.
I'll sure try. Are we all set?
All set, Dad.
Well, we'll be seeing you.
Yeah.
Bye. Jim.
What is it, honey?
I have the most horrible feeling. I think I forgot to turn off the hot water heater.
No, Margaret, you took care of everything.
Dear, would you mind very much if we made sure?
You mean you want me to go back?
Oh, I'll go.
Oh, no, never mind.
Is there anything wrong, Jim?
No, Ed, everything's fine. I'll only be a minute.
Be sure it's off all the way, Jim.
Yes, dear.
Mother, I can't get the dirt off her face.
She looks like she's been eating it.
What were you doing, Kathy?
Well, Daddy said I had to bury the worms, so I was digging a lot of holes.
Why didn't you just dump them all in one hole?
They were too crowded. I just put 2 in each hole because I didn't want them to be lonesome. But I had one left over.
So you had to dig up a friend for him, huh?
Gosh, I didn't even think of that. I just chopped him in 2.
The pilot light was off, Margaret. You had nothing to worry about.
Thank you, dear. I feel much better now.
Well, I guess we're about ready to go.
What's the matter, Dad?
I will.
I can't find the car keys.
Oh, Jim.
Well, I had them 2 minutes ago. I started the motor.
Maybe you left them in the house.
Do you want Bud to go inside and see, dear?
Never mind, I'll go.
And Jim, see if the door to the basement's locked.
I locked it on the way out.
Well, try it again, dear, just to be sure.
Mother, I can't even scrape the mud off her face. Stick your tongue out, Dopey. No, I don't want to get washed with spit.
Kathy, get some water at the hose bib and wet your handkerchief.
Okay, Mommy.
And come right back.
Say, Margaret, I told Jim we'd expect him for dinner at least once a week.
That's awfully nice of you, Hector.
Oh, pish-tosh, it's absolutely nothing. You know we're more than glad to have him.
Tell him to come over now, will you, Margaret?
I certainly shall. And why don't you mention it once in a while, Miss Thomas?
I'll be very glad to.
Hey, we're never going to get started.
Oh, I think your father's coming now. Did you find them, Jim?
They were on the stove.
Well, hold on to your hats, kid.
Oh, everything's all locked, everything's all turned off, and everything's all put away. Now, do you suppose we can get out of here?
I hope so, dear.
Have we got everything? All the luggage, all the packages, all the junk?
I think so.
Shove over, will you, Betty? I haven't got any room.
Well, who has?
Well, pull your suitcase around. It's sticking me in the ribs.
Oh, don't be so delicate.
Okay, here we go.
Bye. Have a nice time.
Bye.
You will.
By golly, this time I think we're going to do it. See you later!
Yeah, so long. Take it easy.
Well, we're finally on our way.
You know, I've never in all my life seen a family quite like this one. We go through the same thing every year.
Dad.
When I was a boy, we used to go away for the summer, and we never had all this excitement. When we were ready to go, we went.
Dad.
But not this family. If it isn't the stove, it's the icebox. If you don't forget one thing, you forget something else.
Say, Dad.
What is it, Bud?
We forgot Kathy.
Oh, no.
The flavor of truly good coffee. What a wonderful thing it is. Hot or iced any time of day. Yes, it's flavor that counts in coffee. And with our Maxwell House coffee, we aim to do everything we can to bring you the most in flavor. We start with our famous recipe. That means extra flavor blended in every pound. But we don't stop there. You see, air steals coffee flavor. And ordinary containers, like paper bags, can't prevent roasted coffee from losing flavor, whether it's ground or whole bean. That's why we take Maxwell House, fresh and fragrant from our roasting ovens, and carefully vacuum pack it in the familiar blue tin. No air can get in, no flavor can get out. And you get all the flavor and freshness you pay for. So for your money's worth and more, in real enjoyment, make your coffee Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
It's just a few minutes later in the driveway outside the white frame house on Maple Street. The Andersons have returned, retrieved the missing Kathy, and are on their way again. Or at least we hope they are, like this.
Well, I guess they're finally gone.
I wouldn't be so sure. With that family, you never can be sure of anything. Hector, where have you been?
I just went over to turn off the water. Kathy left it running.
Hey, you want to hear something? Listen. It's quiet, isn't it? Yeah, it sure is. Hey, you take a family like the Andersons out of a neighborhood and the place sure calms down.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah, for about 10 minutes.
They're a wonderful family, aren't they?
One of the best.
Of course, I still think they had one child too many.
Oh, Kathy's all right, Elizabeth. She's just full of pep, that's all.
She's certainly full of something.
Gosh, I can remember the day she was born. She was just a tiny little thing, and Bud and Betty. Yeah, it's going to be awfully dead around here. No noise, no excitement.
No broken windows?
I'm sure going to miss them.
Yeah, they're nice people, all right, Jim and Margaret. Just as nice as they come.
Well, stop sounding so mournful, both of you. They'll be back, all of them, in 8 weeks.
That they will, neighbors, each and every one of them. Yes, Father Knows Best is leaving the air for its summer vacation, but we'll all be back on September 7th. Margaret, Betty, Kathy, Bud, Roy Barkey and the Maxwell House Orchestra, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and of course, Father Jim Anderson himself, Robert Young. Now yours to enjoy. An instant coffee you'll love for breakfast every morning. An instant coffee you'll be proud to serve to your dinner guests. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Here's the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Now may I wish you all a pleasant summer and ask that you drive very carefully so that you'll be around to join us again in the fall. So until Thursday, September 7th, good night, good luck, and happy times. From the star of our show, Robert Young, and the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now, hear the new Cass Daily Show on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about a little... Ouch!
Does that answer your question, buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie pictures. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcer. Here's Ann Southern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the man said. Maisie Revere from Brooklyn. I've done a lot of work in the theater, but I keep giving it up because I'm really interested in something steady, like eating. So I took a job as a traveling sales lady for a certain novelty company. And after 3 days at it, I can see why they call it a novelty company. If you sell something, it's a novelty. And when I took this job, I was supposed to be a house-to-house salesman. But they didn't tell me the houses were 20 miles apart. And I'm hungry, too. Guess I'll just leave my trusty old sample cases out here on the sidewalk and buy myself something to eat in this little hamburger joint. Gosh, those hot cakes and little sausages smell good. Yummy.
Yes, miss, what can I do for you?
Thanks, I didn't think you noticed me. How much for hot cakes and sausages, my little man?
35 cents.
Well, very reasonable. Very.
The toast is free.
Good. Then that's for me.
Oh, miss, the toast is free only if you take the breakfast.
Oh, kind of thought there was a catch to it. I'll take a cup of coffee.
Sure, miss. Oh, I'm sorry, miss. I spilled some of the coffee into your saucer.
Oh, good. I'm a little too tired to do it by myself.
Oh, do you like drinking it from a saucer, too?
Well, not ordinarily, Sonny, but that's the only way I can drink it and keep an eye on my sample cases out on the sidewalk at the same time.
Did you say sample cases?
Uh-huh. I'm a traveling sales lady.
Oh, I see. What are you selling?
Nothing.
You're selling nothing?
Mm-hmm. Folks in this part of the country sure have a lot of sales resistance.
Yeah. Here, I'll give you some more coffee.
Oh, thanks.
Miss, you ain't from these parts, are you?
Nope. Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, gosh, New York. I heard a lot about New York. What's it really like?
Like nothing you've ever seen, Mr.
Johnny, miss. Johnny Clark.
Oh, well, I'm Maisie Revere.
Hi.
Hi. Johnny.
Yes, Maisie?
I think maybe you'd better stop pouring the coffee. The counter's starting to float.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I was just carried away, kind of. Gosh, give me the big city anytime. There's nothing to do in these hick towns.
No?
No, look at this place. It's practically a cemetery with lights.
Oh.
Nothing to do, no place to go. And all those crazy laws.
Crazy laws?
Yeah.
Why? What are the city fathers against here, Johnny?
You name it, and they're against it.
Oh.
We got all kinds of crazy laws. Oh, hi, Officer Riley.
Whose suitcases are those out on the sidewalk?
There's one of them now.
Oh, well, those things are mine, officer. I left them out on the sidewalk while I came in for a cup of coffee.
Well, you should have taken them in with you.
Oh, well, that's silly. None of my suitcases drink coffee. Keeps them up at night.
Oh, one of them witty type persons.
Look, Officer Riley, she hasn't
Oh, let me handle this, Johnny. What's wrong with leaving my stuff out on the curb?
It's Section 252 in the Penal Code of this township. That's what's wrong. That'll be $5, miss.
$5 for parking my stuff on your crummy sidewalk?
Maisie, please.
That'll be $10, miss.
$10? Don't tell me I got my junk parked on both sides of the street.
You just broke City Ordinance number 348, whereby it's a misdemeanor by word or action to deride city property. And that sidewalk is city property.
Officer, have you got rocks in your head?
Ordinance 529 states that insulting an officer of the law in the pursuit of his duty is punishable by a fine of $5.
Well, I'll take $10 worth of that. Officer Riley, I've met flat feet in my time, but this is the first time I met one who was flat at both ends.
Maisie, please.
And if you think you can pull that stuff on me, you ought to have your brain examined by a doctor. And if he finds a brain, somebody ought to have the doctor examined.
Oh, Maisie, you're only making it worse.
Here's your summons, miss. Be at Judge Murdoch's court tomorrow morning at 10 with $50.
Oh, this is the most ridiculous... $50?
According to Ordinance 833, it's a misdemeanor to talk in an unnecessarily loud voice before 9 a.m. Good day, miss.
Now, officer.
Yes?
I haven't got the money.
Too bad, miss. You're not going to like our jail.
Jail? Johnny, would they... I mean, you think that
I'm sorry, Maisie. Anything I can do?
Yeah. Ask your chef to bake me a cake with a file in it.
Come in.
Oh, I'm looking for Peter Rockford, the lawyer.
I'm Peter Rockford, the lawyer, miss.
Revere. Say, I sort of expected an older man. You're young.
Well, miss, it isn't against the law to be young, is it?
Well, it might be. Everything else in this town seems to be against the law. Gee, just get a look at what Officer Riley handed me.
Looks like you had the book thrown at you.
Yeah, I'm a regular one-woman murder incorporated all by myself. Mr. Rockford, I need advice, and I need it bad.
Well, I'd suggest you pay the fine.
Well, I don't need it that bad. Look, do you tell all your clients to go ahead and pay the fines without fighting the case?
You don't understand, Miss Revere.
Oh, I think I do. You don't want to defend me because I can't pay you.
Well, that's not true. It's, well, my hands are tied.
Your tongue ain't. You could tell that Judge Murdoch where to get off with those screwball laws. I don't want to go to jail and be a marked woman for life. You got to do something, Mr. Rockford.
I'm afraid I can't. You broke city ordinances, laws that are on the books.
But they don't make sense. What's so terrible about parking a couple of suitcases on the sidewalk?
Well, it's still the law, and the local constabulary enforces that and other archaic ordinances whenever the city treasury gets too low.
But why pick on a poor schnook like me? Gosh, what am I going to do?
I wish I could think of something. Come in.
Hi, Pete. Oh, hi, Maisie.
Just call me public enemy number 1, Johnny.
Uh-oh. Can't do anything, huh, Pete?
Oh, and I don't think we can expect any mercy from Judge Murdoch.
Oh, see, that's an angle.
Angle?
Yeah. After all, I'm a woman.
Oh, Murdoch is about 60.
Oh, too late, huh?
If I had the $50, Miss Revere, your problem would be solved.
Well, thanks, Pete. You're real sweet. But strange enough, it's not me I'm concerned about. It's you folks in this town. How can you enjoy life here?
Who enjoys it? Fine town, against the law to talk loud, against the law to kiss a girl in public, against the law to take...
You can't even kiss a girl in public either?
No.
The law passed after the War of 1812, just before the soldiers came home.
If you can't kiss a girl, it's a wonder the soldiers wanted to come home.
Yeah.
Say, the newspaper should be interested in giving a lot of space to fighting a law like that. People are always interested in kissing.
I know I would be, if they made it less expensive.
Well, it might help to bring to light the other ridiculous outmoded bylaws if a case like that was actually brought to court and fought.
Well, it shouldn't be too hard to find two people in town that wouldn't mind kissing each other in public.
You mean a man and a woman?
That's the law, Sonny, of nature. And believe me, that's one law that makes sense.
Yeah, but who'll we get? Folks in this town don't care much for that kind of publicity.
Oh. What about you, Johnny? You got a girl, haven't you?
Yeah, I got a girl, but kissing her is out. We're not married yet.
Oh.
How about you, Pete?
Me?
Yeah, why not? You're tall and handsome, curly black hair, and the cutest dimple.
Oh, shucks. You mean you think there's a girl who'd want to kiss me?
Well, it could be, honey. Could be.
Yeah, what do you say, Pete? Are you willing to play the party of the first part?
Why, I guess so, but I'll need a girl to kiss. Who we ask?
Well, Petey, I don't have anything special to do right now.
Oh, Maisie knows you sending you to shop around. You couldn't know any of the girls in town.
No, I couldn't, could I?
Let's see now. There's Rita Howard. And, yeah, the fellas all say that she's, you know.
She's got those protruding teeth, and every other one is missing.
Yeah.
Kissing her is like kissing a picket fence.
Well, I got all my teeth.
Say, Johnny, that Charlotte Phillips isn't a bad-looking dish.
Yeah, but her brother is 6'8".
I ain't got a brother.
We need a girl who doesn't talk much, don't we, Maisie?
Yep.
Let's see, now, who can we get?
Don't ask me, chum. I gave up long ago.
Say, I've got it.
Yeah? Who?
Maisie.
Me? Oh, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever think of it?
Swell. Then it's set.
I don't know.
Well, here we go again. Why not?
Yeah, why can't you kiss Maisie?
Yeah, why not?
Well, you're hiring me as your lawyer. You're my boss.
Well, what do you want, a raise?
No, it's just that, well, business and romance don't go together.
No. Have you ever been a private secretary?
Well, let's see. If we're going to get ourselves arrested for kissing in a public place, we've got to pick out one that's real public.
Well, then let's go to the park.
But, Maisie, a cop only goes through the park every 2 hours.
Good. Then we'll have lots of time to practice.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. Maisie.
Oh, gosh, Peter, it's beautiful here in the park. The full moon shining and everything covered with snow. It sure is romantic. Pete, I said it certainly is romantic. Pete, I'm talking to you. Take off your earmuffs.
Okay. There.
Good. See, it sure is romantic here, Peter. Well, say something. That's beautiful, darling. Sheer poetry.
I'm sorry, Maisie, but I'm cold.
Well, it'll get warmer, son, much warmer. Johnny, you go find a cup.
I'd rather stay here and watch. I got a lot to learn.
You ain't the only one. Go find us a nice cop, Johnny.
Okay, I'll warn you when he's coming. I'll whistle like this, Pete. And if everything's all right, you whistle back.
If everything's all right, he won't be able to whistle back.
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting. Well, I'll go smell out a cop.
Yeah, don't be long, Johnny.
Now, look, Peter, we got to make this kissing business look like the real thing if we want the cop to arrest us. You know, first we got to get in the mood.
Look, Maisie, we're just doing this thing for the people.
Well, I'm people, and I like a little preliminaries before the main event.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Well, suppose you stop flapping your arms around yourself and flap them around me.
But, Maisie, I'm just flapping my arms to keep my blood circulating.
What blood? Take me in your arms, Pete.
Okay. There. Satisfied?
Yeah, thrilled.
Now what?
Let's talk.
About what?
About the situation in Indochina, that's what.
Oh, well, according to the latest reports, Indochina expects its government to...
Oh, shut up already.
I thought you wanted me to talk.
Yeah, but about something of mutual interest. Me.
Oh, what shall I say?
Oh, anything that pops into your mind, like, Maisie, you're beautiful, adorable, and stuff like that.
Okay. Maisie, you're beautiful, adorable.
Yeah, go on.
Stuff like that.
Oh, fine.
Maisie, I mean it. You are beautiful, adorable.
Oh, well, go on, Pete. Go on.
Hey, kids, a cop.
Which way is he looking?
The other way.
Well, don't bother him. He's probably tired.
He's looking this way now. You'd better kiss her, Pete.
Oh, you heard what the fella said, Peter?
Yes, Maisie, come closer.
Oh, Pete. That took my breath away.
Say, what's coming off here?
My lipstick, officer. This man kissed me.
Oh, he did? Well, how do you like that?
Very much.
Me too.
Well, officer, what are you going to do about it?
What am I going to do about it?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
I'm going to congratulate you. She's a very pretty girl.
Oh, do you really think so, officer? What about the law?
The law? What law?
Pete, kiss me again. That law.
Oh, you mean Statute 34529, Section B is amended, whereby it shall be deemed unlawful for two persons of opposite sexes to kiss, embrace, or give undue evidence of affection on the streets, in the parks, or any public place of gathering? Yes, that's it. I don't believe in it.
You don't?
Don't you?
But you gotta believe in it.
Who says I do?
I do.
So do I.
Yeah, you better arrest them, officer, before I call a cop.
You keep out of this, fathead.
Don't you dare call him a fathead, you fathead.
Now, careful, miss, or I'll haul you in and fine you $10 for contempt of an officer.
$10? Well, I got more contempt for you than that.
Oh, well, that cuts it. I'm taking you in. Come on.
Take your hands off her, officer.
Oh, a wise guy, huh?
Oh, just a couple of law-abiding citizens.
Who insist on the protection promised us in the Constitution to be arrested for kissing.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm arresting you for kissing.
At last.
Also for creating a disturbance, being a public nuisance, holding a public meeting after curfew hours, inciting a riot, and walking on the grass.
Walking on the grass?
But it's covered with 6 inches of snow.
Yeah, but under the snow is grass, and you're walking on it. Come on, both of you.
Oh, Pete, we should have quit when we were ahead.
In here, Rockford. You only got 2 minutes to talk to, huh?
Thanks, Mr. Jailer.
Oh, hello, Peter. Are you free already?
Look, Maisie, they only gave me 2 minutes.
Well, that ain't much of a sentence. I'll probably get 2 years.
I mean 2 minutes to talk to you, so I'll have to talk fast.
Oh, yeah.
Our case comes up this afternoon before tough old Judge Murdoch. And I think we can beat the rap if you do exactly as I tell you.
Oh, sure, Peter. What do you want me to do?
Now, let me handle the whole thing. You know absolutely nothing.
You ain't kidding, mister, and today I proved it.
I mean when we come before the judge. Let me do all the talking.
Time's up, folks.
Okay, now remember, Maisie, not a word from you.
I'll remember. So long, Pete. And when we come to trial, you won't be sore at me because I got you into this mess, will you? You won't sell me down the river.
Maisie, I'll be hanged if I will.
With that judge, that's possible, too.
You got another visitor, Miss Revere. You want to see him? Hey, Miss Revere, I said, do you want to see him? Why don't you answer?
My lawyer said I'm not supposed to talk.
It's me, Maisie.
Oh, come in, Johnny.
Thanks.
And leave the jail door open, guard. It's stuffy in here.
Oh, sure, miss. Anything you say. Oh, no, you don't. You're 2 minutes, Sonny.
Okay.
Gee, it's nice of you to come and talk to me, Johnny.
Oh.
I'm tired of asking myself why I got into this mess. I got such stupid answers.
Oh, don't take it too hard, Maisie. After all, stone walls do not a prison make.
No? Well, you could have fooled me.
Gee, this is an awful mess you're in, Maisie.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
5 years, 10 years, it all depends on Peter.
Oh.
And whether the judge can be made to realize how stupid those outmoded laws are.
Oh, stupid is right.
Yeah.
I've been reading up on some of the other laws, and they got some real comical ones.
Yeah?
Yeah. Hey, did you know that this town still has a law in the books that goes back to the Civil War?
No.
Yeah. Says, quote, no resident of this township shall harbor or give refuge to a Southerner on penalty of life imprisonment or death, unquote.
Oh, no.
Can you imagine what would happen if they tried to enforce that law today?
Yeah. Hey, Johnny, that's it, maybe.
I said something?
Could be. Johnny, this Judge Murdoch, is he an old 60 or a young 60?
Well, I've noticed them eyeing the local bells on windy corners, but I never heard of the old guy making an actual pass.
Oh, then he's still susceptible. Look, Johnny, my little plan might not be as legal as Pete's, but it stands a better chance of working. Johnny, you're my friend, aren't you?
Till the end?
Well, what I want you to do may land you in jail.
That's the end. So long.
No, Johnny, you gotta do it. Now listen. After I trap the judge, I want you
Hey. Court is now in session. His Honor Judge Elias J. Murdoch presiding.
Peter, I gotta tell you something.
Now, Maisie, and remember, don't say anything. Leave it all to me.
But, Pete, I found a law passed during the Civil War that was...
No talking amongst the defendants.
Oh.
What's the first case, clerk?
City of Cornwall versus Peter Rockford and Maisie Revere. Here are all the charges, Your Honor.
Quite a few ordinances broken. About $300 worth, I figure. Nice work, Officer Jenkins.
Thanks, Uncle Elias.
Peter,
I want... Maisie, I'll handle everything. Your Honor, I can explain the charges listed in the complaint. The whole thing was a result of our unified efforts to make a test case of that ridiculous kissing in public law, so that all the outmoded city statutes still in existence would be repealed.
Oh, you did, eh? Miss Revere, do you have any testimony to give this court before I find you both guilty?
Your Honor, what I'm telling you is the truth. Miss Revere can bear me out.
Oh, she can, huh? Miss Revere, you know the charges brought against you. Tell me, are you innocent?
Well, not entirely, Judge Honey. I know a little about the birdsies and bees.
Yes, and I insist. Maisie, what's come over you?
You're from the South, Miss Revere?
I sure am, Judge Sugar. I'm just a little old Dixie cup from way down yonder in little old New Orleans.
Maisie, I don't get this.
Quiet. Tell me, honey child. Miss Revere. What is this man to you?
Him? Why, Your Honor, till he came over to me in the park and tried to kiss me, I declare I never saw him before in my whole life.
What?
Maisie.
Frankly, I couldn't blame him for getting flirty with me, Judge Honey. I guess all you young men are alike.
Young?
Yes.
Well, no, I'm not that young, Sugar. I mean, girly.
Maisie, this has gone too far. I've heard enough.
So have I. Peter Rockford, I find you guilty of molesting this innocent girl in the public park.
Oh, fine.
Yes, $200 and 6 months in jail. Take him away, officer.
Come on, chump. Maisie, I'll get you for this.
Oh, did you hear that, Eli, honey? I'm scared. Powerful, sure enough scared.
Now, don't you worry, missy. You'll be perfectly safe with that young masher behind the bars.
Well, I know, Judgy Watchy, but I've still got about an hour till my silly old train leaves, and I'm scared being all alone in your city.
Oh?
Is there a place where poor, helpless, but awful friendly little gal like myself can sort of kill a little time till my train comes in? Yeah.
Well, my house is just down the street if you'd like to, spend your last hour in town with me.
Oh, with you all handsome. Coax me.
Well?
You talked me into it. Shall we go? You know, Eli, honey, it sure has been pleasant sitting with you here on this, you'll pardon the expression, love seat.
Yes, my dear. But you still seem to be afraid of, well, something. You keep looking out the window as if you were expecting somebody.
Oh, well, that's just force of habit, sugar. When I lived on my grandpappy's plantation, I always used to look out the window at the tobacco trees.
Tobacco trees?
Well, where I come from, the tobacco grows real tall. Oh, come in, Johnny.
Say, how do you know who's out there?
Just took a wild guess.
Aha! Well, I find you two together just as I thought.
Why, Judge, honey, what does this perfect stranger mean by that?
Yes, young man, do you realize you're breaking the law by bursting in here?
On the contrary, Judge Murdoch, it is you who are breaking the law.
Yes. Yes?
Breaking the law? What law?
A certain statute passed in 1863 whereby it is unlawful to give refuge or harbor a southerner, of which this young lady is undoubtedly of.
Me, a southerner, you all? Why, that all's ridiculous, all, ain't it all, Judge, all?
But that law's outmoded. Well, they just forgot to repeal it.
However, it is still a law, punishable by life imprisonment, death, or both.
Oh, we gotta do something alive, honey. If I get myself involved in a scandal like this, what will my family in Atlanta think?
Atlanta? I thought you came from New Orleans.
Well, we move around a lot. Young man, couldn't we all come to some kind of agreement to hush this disgraceful thing up?
Yes, I'll do anything.
Oh, you will? Good. Then maybe you all would forget about those other silly, out-of-date laws like kissing in public and free anybody under arrest for violating same, like that Peter Rockford man.
All right.
Uh-huh.
I agree to the terms. Rockford will go free, and I'll see to it that those stupid laws are repealed.
Oh, good.
Good. Judge, I insist that you put this verbal agreement in writing. Here it is already drawn up.
Well, you were pretty sure of yourself, weren't you, young man?
Yeah, honey, we sure were.
What?
We sure were cozy in here until this stranger interrupted us. Sign the paper, Judge, honey, so we all can be alone again.
Yes, alone. Sure. There. Satisfied now?
Uh-huh.
Now, Johnny, go get Pete out of the clink.
Yes, go get me. Hey! You just lost your southern accent.
Did I? Well, it may be a little late, drool boy, but I just decided to join the union.
In just a moment, we shall return to the adventures of Maisie. Once again, here's Maisie.
Well, that little caper wound up on the plus side for humanity. Me and my sample cases are on our merry way into the light blue yonder. I sure hated to say goodbye to Johnny, especially Peter. After all, something might have come from our mutual attraction. The struggling young lawyer and me did have something in common. We both were broke. Well, little Maisie will just struggle along until Mr. Right comes along. Yes, sirree, brother. When I finally put my finger in a wedding ring, I'm going to make real sure I ain't putting my foot in it, too. Well, get going, Pete, and be careful.
You've just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Sidney Miller, Louis Jean Height, Earl Ross, Peter Leeds, Frank Nelson, and James Eagle. Jack McCoy speaking.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes. Tonight's guest, the Paramount star of And the Angels Sing, Miss Dorothy Lamour, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, Costello, stop all that noise.
Well, good evening, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
How are you, Your Honor?
All right.
How are you feeling, Your Honor?
What's the matter?
Greetings, Your Honor.
Costello, please don't call me Your Honor around here.
Abbott, don't be so modest. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to know that my old pal, Bud Abbott, has just been elected mayor of Sherman Oaks, California. So help me, this is no gag, it's on the level. And I say... And that's the truth. And I say, let's give his let's give his honor a great big hand. Speech, Abbott, speech. Come on, give him a speech.
All right.
That's a little too short, Abbott. Make another one that we'll understand. Make another speech.
I didn't start yet, Costello.
Come on, what are you waiting for? Go ahead, make a speech.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
That's all.
Now, just a minute, Costello.
Notice the way he talks now, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, just a minute.
So fluently.
Now, listen, Lou, please. I'm very
right
proud.
in my eyes.
Never mind. I am very proud to be mayor of Sherman Oaks. It's a beautiful little town.
Yes, I'll say it is. I just drove through it on the way down here, Abbott.
You did?
What's that little green building right next to the pool room?
Oh, that's the city hall.
Well, you better get out there right away. The rats are dragging it down the sewer.
Costello, are you insinuating that Sherman Oaks is a small town?
Brother, that town is so small, the motorcycle cop goes around on roller skates.
Oh.
Boy, is it a lonely place.
Lonely?
You heard me, Abbott. It's so lonely out there, the mosquitoes go around stinging each other.
No.
But I like the way it's laid out.
What do you mean?
It's a graveyard with lights.
All right, Costello, go ahead and laugh, but wait until next week. I'm moving into the mayor's residence.
The mayor's residence. Mm-hmm. Now, there's a lovely house. 2 rooms and a path.
No.
Not bath, path.
All right. You wait until you see it next week. I'm going to have the most beautiful house in Sherman Oaks. I'm putting a wing on it.
Why don't you put 2 wings on it and fly it over to Glendale?
Oh, Costello, there's no sense discussing politics with you. You're too ignorant.
Ignorant? I'll have you know that in my class of school, I was a moron.
A moron? Is that good?
In my class, it's excellent.
Oh, never mind politics. We have something more important to think about. We're starting our new picture at MGM next week, and we've got to find a new leading lady.
Abbott, you're right. The last leading lady we had, boy, was she murdered.
Why? What was wrong with her?
Every time I kissed her, she sounded like she was gargling.
And what was she doing?
Gargling?
Well, you have nothing to worry about this time. Metro says we can cast the whole picture ourselves.
Oh, good, good.
Well, good evening, boys. Oh, it's Ken Niles.
Well.
Say, Ken, Costello and I are getting ready to cast our next picture, and we are looking for a leading lady.
Well, of course, my beautiful wife would be wonderful for the part.
Look, Niles, we're not making a horror picture.
Now, look here, Costello. I'll have you know that my wife is a prize beauty. I stole her from Cary Grant.
That ought to teach Grant to keep his stable door locked.
I heard that remark.
It's Mrs. Niles, Lula.
I said it to you to hear.
Take it easy.
Dribble push.
No.
I'll have you know, Costello, that I could be a star in pictures. Why, only last week a director told me that there was character, dignity, strength, and intelligence in my face.
He must have been reading between the lines.
Costello, that's very unkind. Mrs. Niles has no lines in her face.
Oh, no. If she had a string on each ear, she'd look like a Venetian blind.
Costello, there's only one reason why I don't break you in two.
Well, what is it?
I couldn't stand two of you.
You really told him that time, dear. Oh, you're a card.
Oh, no, Kenneth, you're a card.
Oh, no, you're a card.
Oh, I insist, Kenneth, you are a card.
Well, there's a couple old cards. They ought to get lost in the shuffle.
All right.
You kids are laughing before the jokes are out.
Look, quit arguing, Costello. Mrs. Niles may be just the leading lady we're looking for.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Abbott. Oh, but you better give me a contract at once because two leading men are fighting over me right now.
Who are they? Frankenstein and Dracula?
Oh, you bloated blubberhead. Why, I could get hit by a truck and look better than you do.
Not if I was driving a truck.
Oh, I've never been so insulted since last week. Come, Kenneth.
Oh, Costello, you're always insulting people. Fighting with them.
I can't help it.
Well, why don't you be like me with dignity? I have poise and personality.
Yes, everybody says you got a poison personality.
Just a minute.
Nobody ever elected you mayor.
Just a minute. As the mayor of Sherman Oaks, I have to mingle with the people. For instance, yesterday I christened a ship.
Well, what's so terrific about that?
What do you mean?
I'm supposed to christen an old oil tanker today, right after this program.
Answer that.
Hello, Costello speaking.
Mr. Costello, this is the shipyard. Are you coming down here to christen the tanker today?
Yeah. I'll be there.
Well, you better bring along another bottle of champagne.
Looks like my tanker has turned into a fender.
Hundreds of miles south of Pearl Harbor is Christmas Island, pinpoint of land in the South Pacific. One among scores of little-known islands garrisoned by American fighting men. To Christmas Island, to United States bases throughout the world, go Camel cigarettes, by the million, by the ton. For Camels are first with men in all the services, according to actual sales records. And when Camels get to the mid-Pacific, or to you, they're fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning. For Camels are packed to go around the world. Because Camels are so fresh, because they have more flavor, more people want Camels now, both at home and overseas. So remember, if your store was sold out today, try again. Camel cigarettes are worth asking for again. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. Camel's standard of costlier tobaccos is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world.
Come in.
Pardon me, I'm looking for two gentlemen.
Well, we're Abbott and Costello.
All right, I'll keep on looking.
Hey, just a minute, kid. Who might you be?
I might be Hedy Lamarr, but I'm not.
We might be Abbott and Costello.
But
and we are.
We are, certainly.
I understand you two boys is making a picture.
How did you find that out?
Bad news travels fast. Well, boys, how about the pot? I'm a leading lady type.
Hey, Abbott, this dame is so ugly, she looks like Mrs. Niles with a hangover.
Take it easy, boy. With me, looks is no problem. In my last picture, I was beautiful. They photographed me through a cheesecloth.
They should have photographed the cheese.
Just a minute, miss. I'd like to know who sent you over here.
I'll have you to understand I'm a personal friend from Goldwyn. He thinks I'm a very fine actress.
Goldwyn.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
If she's a friend of Goldwyn's, we'll have to give her a chance.
You're right, Costello. Go ahead, miss. Do something.
Well, I'll do for you a little poem I'm using only for auditions. It's a shorty. Goes like this. My mother sent me to the store to buy a sour pickle. The man gave me a pickle, and I handed him a penny.
What kind of poem is that? It don't rhyme. When the guy gives you a pickle, you hand him a nickel. Nickel, pickle. Pickle, nickel. That rhymes.
I should pay a nickel for a pickle just to make it rhyme.
Look here, miss. Are you sure Sam Goldwyn sent you over here?
What's Sam Goldwyn? Max Goldwyn by the
Max, get out of here! Get out!
Max Goldwyn. Hey, listen, Abbott. Now, what kind of dames are we going to be getting in our picture?
Well, now, don't get excited, Costello. I've already talked to Dorothy L'Amour, and she's going to come over and discuss the part of our leading lady.
Dorothy L'Amour?
Yes.
Boy, oh boy. I can hardly wait till she gets here. You know, I feel like kissing her again.
Again? Did you ever kiss Dorothy L'Amour?
No, but once before I felt like it. Boy, am I going to have fun being Dorothy L'Amour's leading man.
Well, for your information, Costello, I am going to be Miss L'Amour's leading man. But you have a part, too. You're going to be the stunt man.
Stunt man, not me, Abbott. I had an uncle who was a stunt man. He used to take his right hand and stick it in a lion's mouth.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What's your uncle's name?
Now we call him Lefty.
Lefty. Costello, you love the part of a stunt man. You'll be all through the picture with Dorothy L'Amour. Now, in the opening scene, Dorothy is kidnapped by a desert sheik. He rides away with her on his horse. Look, there he goes.
Which way?
What's the difference which way?
I gotta know where to look.
Quiet.
Look, there he goes. There.
Quiet, listen, we have no time to lose. We must chase after the kidnapper. You jump on your horse.
I jump on my horse.
As you land on the saddle, your grip is sure.
Yeah.
Your face is stern.
My face is stern.
Your clutch is strong.
How's my transmission?
Okay, never mind. Your horse leaps forward.
Yeah.
And you give him the bit.
I give him a bit?
Yes.
I give him a what?
You give the horse a bit in his mouth.
What kind of talk is that? Give him a bit in the mouth. You mean I give him a bite in the mouth?
No, Costello. You dig in the spurs. Your horse leaps forward. You soar through space.
Soar where?
Soars on the horse.
You can say that again.
Finally, we head off the kidnapper, and we must throw myself in front of the kidnapper's horse. That's where you come in.
What do you mean?
Well, you're the stunt man. Now, to rescue Dorothy L'Amour, you take my place and stop the runaway horse with your manly chest.
I ain't stopping my horse with my beautiful body.
No.
Now, listen at it. How much money do I get in this picture for risking my life?
What do you care about the money? It's the experience you need.
Oh, so it's the experience I need.
Yes. Now, the horse is running madly toward you. He's frothing at the mouth. You jump in front of him and grab him by the mane.
By the mane what?
No, the mane, the horse's neck.
Horse's neck?
Yeah.
Let him neck. What do I care if they're like the romance?
Oh, quiet.
Oh, horse. As a horse?
Just a minute.
They gotta go with other horses.
Wait a minute. Let me finish this.
What do you think we get little horses?
Never mind that.
I think it's gotta...
All right. There's a fierce struggle. And the horse drags you for 100 yards, trying to throw you. Your head is bouncing over the ruts in the road.
Boy, am I in a groove.
But you hang on.
I hang on.
You don't mind the ruts.
No, I've been in a rut for years.
At last, the horse stumbles over you, throws you to the ground with a terrific force, and comes to a stop.
Where am I?
Under the horse.
That's a horse on me.
And then with a sigh...
Now, wait a second. How much money did you say I was going to get for this?
I said forget the money. It's the experience you need.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. It's the experience that I need.
That's right. Now, let me continue. And then with a sigh of gratitude, Dorothy L'Amour slips off the horse into her hero's arms.
Gee, into my arms?
What? Wait a minute. What do you mean, your arms? I'm the hero. And I bend down and I kiss Miss L'Amour tenderly.
What's the big idea, Rabbit? I mean, I saved her. Why can't I kiss her?
But, Costello, you're not being paid to kiss Dorothy L'Amour.
What do I care about money? It's the experience.
Get out of here!
Johnny Haynes introduces a brand new song for which he predicts a huge success. It's called My Love, You Haven't Gone Away.
My love, you haven't gone away. I still can feel the thrill of your My arms can feel the warmth of your embrace. And though I miss your kiss, your smiling face, I know you're with me when I pray. My love, I miss you more each day. Oh, no, you haven't gone
All right, boys, play me something sweet and low. No, I mean something sweet and low and flat. Yes, that's flat. And it can be worse than your cigarette. If your cigarette has developed a case of wartime flatness, then you're looking for a cigarette that won't go flat no matter how many you smoke. Get Camels. Camel cigarettes do have more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. More flavor is what helps Camels hold up. Keep from going flat, no matter how many you smoke. Prove that for yourself in your own taste and throat. Your T-Zone proving ground for Camel cigarettes' rich extra flavor and smooth extra mildness. And remember, Camels stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Hey, Abbott, there's somebody riding into the studio on a horse.
Whoa, crooner!
Costello, look who it is. It's Dorothy L'Amour.
Fellas, sorry I'm late.
Dorothy, what took you so long to get here?
Well, I rode over on one of Crosby's horses.
Dorothy. Dorothy, you look beautiful tonight. You know, I've always been one of your picture fans.
And
Thank you, Bud, and I've always been one of your radio fans.
And I...
Now that I've met you, I'll be one of your personal fans.
Yes, and
Now that I've met you, Bud, I'll be one of your picture fans.
If you don't stop fanning each other, I'm going to get pneumonia. I was one of your fans. You're one of my fans. Why don't the two of you go with Sally Rand or something?
All right, never mind, no remarks.
Yeah, you're the fan and us are wrong.
Oh.
But who in the world is this overstuffed grubworm?
Grubworm? Now listen here, Dorothy. I became a star before you were born.
Really?
Really? And I didn't have to dress up in a torn shower curtain to do it either.
Now, Costello. That's no... That's no way to talk about Dorothy L'Amour's sarong. Why, that sarong has earned a lot of money for Dorothy.
Yes, I can see it runs into a nice figure.
Yeah. Quiet, Costello. Dorothy, I invited you over here because I'd like you to be the leading lady in our next picture.
Well, I haven't finished the picture I'm making now with Bing Hope and Bob Crosby.
Bing Hope and Bob Crosby? Read it right, kid. What kind of talk is that? Sounds like Abbott's bit in the mouth.
Well, you know who I mean, Hope and Crosby.
Oh, those guys. Why, they're just a couple of golfers, ain't they?
Don't be a caddy. Bob and Bing are very good friends of mine. As a matter of fact, I call them Gabby and Flabby.
You know, that sounds like us. I'm Gabby.
And I'm Flap. Well, so I'm low man again.
Oh, all right. Shut up, Costello. Listen, Dorothy, what's the name of the picture you're making with Hope and Crosby?
Well, it's another road film. It's called Road to Utopia.
The road to what, Hopia?
Utopia. It's a place where nobody works. The moon is always shining, and the people just sit out under the stars and make love. That's Utopia.
That ain't Utopia. That's Griffith Park.
Listen, Dottie. Dottie, I'm sure you'd like our picture.
Well, I think so, too. You know, I'm going to play the part of a jitterbug in a post office.
Well, that's silly. What would a jitterbug be doing in a post office?
I'm standing at the stamp window getting in some hot licks. Some joke, eh, Dottie? When it comes to jokes, we got 100% moron this program.
Yeah, and you're the 100% moron.
You see, Abbott, I told you I was a moron, and you wouldn't believe me. Moron's a high-class jerk or something.
All right. Pay no attention to him, Dottie. In this picture, you and I are going to do a love scene. My name is Abe, and your name is Anna.
I see. You're Abe, and I'm Anna.
Yes. We have a little fight, and we split up.
What a picture. Abe, banana split.
Now, stop that, Costello. Get out the script of our picture, and let's run through the desert scene with Miss Lamore.
Okay, Abbott, here it is. Now, in this scene, Dottie, you're an Arabian princess, Ben Ali, and I'm your cousin, Bowling Alley.
You're Bowling Alley?
Yes. If she's going to wear a sarong, I want to be her pin boy. Boy, will I get stuck.
You know, Costello, I think you'd make a wonderful pin boy.
You do?
Yes, you've got just the head for it.
Well, let's get back to the scene. Now, come on. What part do I play, Costello?
You play the part of an Arabian civilian.
An Arabian civilian? Wait a minute. An Arabian civilian? What's my name?
Hassan been drafted.
Hassan? What'd you say? Hassan been drafted?
Yet.
Yet? Oh. All right, so much for the parts. Now, let's try it out. Ken, you set the scene. Ready? Music.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a soggy, sagging saga of the Sahara, starring Dorothy Lamour and Abbott and Costello. The story is entitled Two Dirty Bedouins, or It's Time to Change the Sheiks. As the scene opens, we see two footsore and weary Arabs trudging across the desert. They are approaching the small town of Blemish on the Chin. Curtain.
We must hurry, Costello. The lovely... That's your line. That's yours. Oh, boy, Abbott. I can't take another step. This sand is terrible. And it was my line, too.
Yes. We must hurry, Costello. The lovely Princess Ben Ali is being held captive by that wicked Sultan Atfei Ali Bey.
That Atfei Ali Bey has certainly gone to pot.
Shh, quiet. We're approaching the Sultan's tent.
Help! Help! Save me! Save me!
Costello, that's the voice of the princess. It's coming from this tent here.
Hello in there! Did you bust the tube or something? Hello! Hello in there! It's me, Princess, me, your friend. Your friend, the Riff.
Hello, Riff. What do you hear from Wrath?
Oh, things are pretty rough with the Riff. Riff, rough, Riff.
All right. Quiet, please. Wake up, everyone. It's dark in this tent, Princess. I can hardly see you.
There she is, Abbott. Boy, she sure has gotten skinny.
You're looking at the tent pole, stupid. I'm the one over here with the turban on my head.
My, but that's a pretty turban.
Yes, it was designed by Diana.
How do you like that? The new Diana turban.
Come, Princess. We will help you escape from the wicked Sultan.
Yes, I've been in this tent so long I'm getting flap happy.
Shh. Quiet. Someone's coming. Listen.
The world will always welcome lovers as time goes by. Moonlight and love songs never out of date.
Hey, who was that?
That's Humphrey Bogart. He's walking back from Casablanca.
Oh, please, you must get me out of here. The Sultan is going to sell me as a slave.
Don't worry, Princess. We will help you get out, escape.
But it's 500 miles across the desert. Do you have a car?
Nope.
Do you have a Jeep?
Nope.
Well, do you have horses?
Nope. But I got a wagon.
What? Who's going to pull the wagon?
My little Pekingese dog.
How can a little Pekingese dog pull the three of us in a big wagon?
We've got whips. And before we go, Dorothy, I will give you the kiss that made me famous. The kiss of fire. Like this. You ain't kidding, are you? That's what I... Don't pay me this week. That's what I call fire.
You better throw on some more coal.
Hey, it's the Sultan at Fay Bay.
So, I catch you red-handed trying to steal the beautiful princess. Aha! 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 Aha!
Oh, a double feature. Hey, Abbott, when I give you the Ignal say, I'll stay the I'd slay.
All right.
You got it?
All right, come on,
Put out the
Costello.
lights.
I've got the Sultan's horse. Let's go.
Okay.
Hey, we did it, Costello. We escaped from the Sultan.
Wait a minute. We have to go back. I forgot the princess.
Oh, you dummy. I've got it right here in my arms. Look, she's fainted.
She may be dying, Abbott. Oh, princess, a beautiful princess, lift your veil and speak to me.
Of course. Goldman sent me over. He thinks I'm a fine actor.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Private Grady Robbins of Enid, Oklahoma, one of a small unit of Americans attacking German positions near the Anzio beachhead. After the men in his unit were thrown back 4 times before barbed wire defense works, Private Robbins took a light machine gun off its tripod and, holding it in his hands, fired it as he walked forward, enabling the other infantrymen to pour through the entanglements and take the position. In your honor, Private Grady Robbins, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling Camel caravans have thanked audiences of more than 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Gary Moore and Jimmy Durante, Saturday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, Monday to Blondie, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello with their guest, Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. And now here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
No, folks, we're a little late, so I'll just say good night and God bless you all.
Be sure and tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with our special guest, Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Remember, Camel cigarettes are packed to go around the world. Camels stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning because they're packed to go around the world. This is Ken Niles wishing you a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
I'm Andy Fisher, WNEW News. At 7 minutes past 10, time for the Sears Radio Theater.
Tonight, your Sears Radio Theater hostess will be Cicely Tyson. Our story will be, I Want Him Dead.
Man, that Trenton sure has caused you a lot of problems.
I'm going to take care of him today. You still got that gun?
What gun?
The one you were talking about before.
Oh, yeah, but you really don't want it, do you?
Where is it?
Our story will begin after this message from your local station.
Would you hire a person with epilepsy? Before you answer, consider this. Companies that do employ people with epilepsy say these employees often have better job performance, attendance, and safety records than non-handicapped workers. Employers also find that when employees are given the facts about epilepsy, they're most understanding. And even if a person has a seizure on the job, co-workers aren't alarmed. They're helpful. Accident insurance rates don't increase when you employ people with epilepsy. These rates aren't based on who's employed, but on the actual accident experience of the company and of similar companies in the area. Most types of epilepsy are controlled by medication. That's why people who've chosen not to reveal their condition can keep it hidden. Why hide? Well, that gets me back to the question. Would you hire a person with epilepsy? Epilepsy. It's not what you think. Get the facts. Contact your local epilepsy chapter or write Epilepsy Foundation of America, Washington, D.C., 20036.
Let TAP, the airline of Portugal, take you to the TAP Happy place. Portugal is unspoiled, and the dollar still goes a long way. Just compare the values in Portugal. They're greater than those in other European countries. TAP has a travel program to make you TAP happy, no matter what your tastes, vacation time, or budget. And you can even include Spain and Morocco in your tour. Call your travel agent or TAP, the airline of Portugal, and
Get TAP happy, get TAP happy. Come on and fly TAP to Portugal. Get TAP happy, get TAP happy.
This is Cicely Tyson. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The park is full, the rush hour traffic is building. But we're not quite ready to begin our play. Not all of the characters are in place. We're waiting for the arrival of Mr. Robert Trenton. He's not the central figure of our play, but without him, it would be impossible for us to get things on the way. But don't be alarmed. It's only that the traffic is slightly heavier than we expected. Mr. Trenton is still a few blocks away. Stopped at a light, perhaps. Or maybe he stayed for one extra drink at Casey's bar. Whatever the reason for the delay, I'm sure he'll be along presently. The play you're about to hear deals with a thing we can all relate to. Revenge. I know I've often contemplated what I would do were I involved. Ah, Mr. Trenton must be approaching because here comes Billy Green on his bike racing toward the light. And there's Robert Trenton's blue car, weaving through the traffic, swerving from side to side. Billy's almost to the corner now. The light's about to change. Billy's crossing the street.
Oh, my God!
He hit him. I saw it.
Get out of the way. Give him room.
Call the police.
And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Your hosts,
Lorne Green. I'll bring you stories of the Old West and the New.
Andy Griffith with a look at the funny side of life.
Vincent Price with tales of mystery and suspense.
Cicely Tyson, with stories about love, hate, and related things.
Richard Widmark. I'll bring you stories of pure adventure.
5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week. Brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, I Want Him Dead, by David Chomsky. Our stars, Vic Perrin and Peggy Weber.
When I need advice, I go to my mom. Why not? It's free. Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should too.
Sears, where America shops.
The suit to own, if you could own only one, is on sale at Sears. The $119 four-piece vested is now $89, a $30 savings. The suit, contrasting slacks, and reversible vest make 6 different outfits. The four-piece vested suit, it should be the suit you own. On sale for $89 until February 24th in larger Sears men's stores. Style, sense, satisfaction. Sears men's store. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Sarge, this is Officer Murray. Women carrying babies have been going into Sears all day long.
All week long, officer.
What?
It's Baby Week at Sears, Murray. A great time for play suits, snap-side shirts, playpens, Jenny Lynn baby furniture, blankets, and a whole lot more. Mothers and mothers-to-be shop Sears all during Baby Week.
Come on, Sarge. How come you know all this?
Because my wife and Sarge Jr. are probably at Sears right now. Because Sears has baby buys bundled up.
Buy some radios, but tires all look the same. You've got to have good feelings. You've got to trust the name. You know our reputation. Remember what we said. When Sears is behind you, you come out ahead.
Place at the top of a list of the most frightening words in our language. Accident. As in, there's been an accident. Because what that means is that things will never again be the same. The fabric of the lives involved is forever changed. Because when the event occurs, we react. Action and counteraction.
I would never have thought myself capable of it, but let me tell you something. Given the right circumstances, each and every one of us could commit murder. I remember I was at work. It was just a day, Tuesday I think it was, but that doesn't matter. We were putting in the floor of this apartment building.
I swear, George, the thing I love so much about this job is watching those chicks walk by. Oh, baby, come to Papa. You see that? You see that, George? You see her turn around?
Oh, come on, Ralph. Let's get back to work. Hand me those nails, will you?
Oh, she wants me, Georgie. You can tell by the way she walks away from you. Oh, she's in love with me.
You know, if you spend as much time on this building as you do on passing women, we'd have finished the whole thing last week.
Georgie, I'm just going to have to teach you about the finer things in life.
What, chasing after 16-year-old girls?
Oh, they are so sweet.
Oh, you're crazy. I got a kid who's half the age of that girl, and besides that, I'm very happy with my wife, Karen.
I feel sorry for you. You've forgotten what fun's all about. Listen, you got to go bowling with us some night. That's fun.
Hey, George, there's a call for you in my office.
Thanks, Hank. Wonder who that is.
Yeah, it's probably your wife calling to tell you to stop by the store on your way home.
You're warped, Ralph. You know that?
Don't get mushy on company time.
Anyone who has a child has feared the nightmare call. An accident. What a terrible, horrible word, accident. He's at Mercy General Hospital. Hurry, hurry, come quickly.
George!
Karen, how is he? What happened?
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
What happened?
Billy was hit by a car.
Oh, God. Where is he?
They're working on him now.
What did they say?
They wouldn't tell me anything.
Excuse me, are you George Green?
Yes, I am.
I'm Officer Pruitt. This is my partner, Officer Floyd. I know this is a difficult time for both of you, but there are a few things we need.
Look, can you tell me what happened?
Well, it appears your son was riding his bicycle across the street when he was struck by a car, which apparently didn't stop for the light. Now, we have the driver down at the station, and what we need from you now is your signature on this complaint so the district attorney can file charges.
Where do I?
Right over here, please. Off the record, it looks like you've got a pretty good case. The driver certainly appeared to me as if he'd been drinking quite heavily.
Oh, you ought to keep him in jail till he rots.
Someone from the district attorney's office will contact you. Good luck, Mr. Green.
Thank you.
Are you Mr. and Mrs. Green?
Yes.
That's right.
I'm Dr. Rinaldi.
How is he?
Billy's resting now. We've done everything we could for him, but it's still touch and go. I'm being perfectly frank with you because I believe you should know. He suffered extensive internal injuries.
Is he going to be all right?
Well, if he makes it through the night, he has a good chance.
Can we see him?
Yes, but don't stay too long. You can't talk to him, you know. He's unconscious. But he's not in any pain. He's just down the hall. The last door on your left.
Thank you, Doctor.
Is this it?
Yeah, I think so. Let me get the door.
Oh, God.
Let's go in.
Look at him. He'll be all right, won't he?
He better be. Because if he isn't... Billy...
Oh, we should leave now.
We'll be back later, Billy. You want anything? Some coffee?
No, I don't think so. Oh, George. Oh.
Hey, where's Cindy?
I left her with Ann and Jerry.
Good.
Excuse me. The nurse told me that you're the Greens, the parents of the little boy who was in the accident.
Yes.
My name is Robert Trenton. I wanted to know how he was doing.
He's unconscious.
Why do you want to know?
Well, it was... the whole thing was an accident. Your boy crossed while the light was still red. It hadn't turned green for him yet, and he fell.
Who are you?
I was the driver of the car that hit him. I wanted to know how he was.
Well, the police told me you were in jail.
They released me, but I want you to know how sorry I am.
You knocked your head against the wall till you haven't got anything left. Hey, let go of me.
Oh, George, let go of him.
Not my son. Let go of me. How could you do it?
Hey, hold it. This is no place for a fist fight.
Let go of me,
Thanks. Come here. Help me pull them apart. Now, stop. What's this all about?
He's the one who did it. He hit my son.
Take it easy, Mr. Green. Now, sir, you'd better leave.
I just want him to know that I'm sorry.
I said leave, please.
It was an accident.
I'm gonna get you, Trenton. Let go of me.
George!
I said let me go.
Mr. Green, calm down. You're not doing anybody any good this way. Not yourself and not your son.
Oh, I'm gonna get him.
Mr. Green, calm down, please. Now, before you leave the hospital, I want you to have this prescription filled. Just give it to the nurse behind the desk. And I think you should also take these, Mrs. Green.
I'm not taking any pills.
Oh, just to help you relax.
You'll feel more comfortable and less anxious.
All right.
Now, why don't you go home? There isn't anything you can do here. Go home and get some sleep, and if there's any change, we'll call you.
Oh, even the slightest.
Don't worry, we'll let you know.
Do you have our phone number?
Yes. Now, please go home and try to get some sleep.
We did what we'd been told to do. We went home. Neither of us could eat, but we fed Cindy, our little girl, and told her there'd been an accident. Nothing serious is how we reassured her. We watched some television without seeing anything, and went to bed. But it was useless. I lay there staring at the ceiling, and all I could think of was Billy in that hospital bed and that louse Trenton out free. Accident? No way.
George, what's the matter?
No, I didn't mean to wake you up.
Can't you sleep?
No.
Why don't you take one of those pills the doctor gave you?
I already did. Now go back to sleep.
Oh, I wasn't sleeping anyway. What time is it?
3 o'clock.
You want anything to eat?
No. No, I keep seeing Billy's face.
So do I. I'm sure he's going to be fine. Isn't he?
I can't believe the police let that Trenton go. I thought they said we had a strong case.
The district attorney called. He explained that. Don't you remember?
I remember. But the cops said he was drunk.
Oh, George, he said they made a mistake.
It was still his fault.
Voice down. I'm going to wake Cindy.
It was Trenton's fault.
Please don't get upset about it anymore. You scare me when you get that way. Try to get some sleep. Hello?
Who is it? The hospital?
Yes, doctor.
What's he saying? Well, tell me.
Oh, God. Oh,
what?
God.
Let me talk to him.
Thank you, doctor.
Tell me.
He's gone.
What?
He came to for a little while.
And what?
The doctor said he was conscious for a little while. Oh, my little boy is gone.
Mommy,
what?
I can't sleep. Son woke me up.
It's all right now. You can go back to sleep.
Why are you crying, Mommy?
Oh, I'm not crying. You go back to sleep.
When's Billy coming home? Isn't he afraid to be alone?
No, Billy's a big boy.
He's not afraid of anything. He told me. Can I sleep with you and Daddy now?
Oh, of course, baby. Come. You sleep next to Mommy. You sleep well, my baby. Mommy and Daddy love you.
I'm gonna get him. I'll get him.
Get Billy? You mean you're gonna get Billy tomorrow?
No, sweetie. Somebody else.
Can't believe you owe the IRS that much? Well, when things just don't add up, you can count on a Sears desk calculator to help you add up what you don't owe. Add, subtract, multiply, and divide, then read the figures 2 different ways. 12-digit display or tape printout. There's a 2-memory system that helps ease multi-step problems. Plus, its many extras make it a great time saver. Sears 2-memory desk calculator now cut $25, just $99.99 through March 10th at most Sears retail stores. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
What would it cost to replace your car's muffler, including installation?
Oh, I'd say about $50. No, wait, $45.
Maybe around $30.
I guess about $40.
The aluminized Sears muzzler is only $19.99.
That's half of what I guessed. It's hard to believe. On a Cadillac?
That's a terrific price. With installation included.
Should have known it. Sears.
The muzzler, just $19.99 installed. Clamps if needed, 99 cents each extra. Sizes to fit most American-made cars. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers.
Darling, I'm a mattress who knows what to wear. Solid color percale sheets from Sears Medley collection, of course. This gorgeous sheet I'm wearing speaks for itself. The color is called Indian Sand. Isn't that stunning? I wear sheets of royal blue, lemon yellow. Sears has a dazzling selection of up to 24 colors. And the fit? Well, just look. I can't understand why mattresses wear anything but these smooth perma-press sheets. Honestly, darling, I wouldn't wear anything else. Sizes from twin to king in most Sears retail stores and in the catalog.
The wheels are set in motion. There's an accident. Now someone must pay. George has been hurt through the injury to his son. And now he must return the hurt.
I went to work the next day. I didn't know what else to do. All I could think about was Billy. And the more I thought about him, the more I knew I wanted the man responsible. I was working alone that day. In fact, I remember Hank, the construction boss, came over to talk to me. Karen had called and told him what had happened to Billy. He told me to go home and take the rest of the week off. But what I needed was to keep working, because this thought continued to fester about Trenton and how it was his fault Billy was dead. When I got home, Karen was in Billy's room.
George? Is that you?
Yeah,
Where are you?
in the den.
Why don't you come in here?
Because I'm in the den.
Please?
All right. I'm coming. Okay. What do you want?
I'm glad you came home.
What are you doing in Billy's room?
Well, I just thought I should sort his things.
Why?
Because he doesn't need them now. We can call Goodwill or somebody. They'll pick it up.
What are you in such a hurry for?
Well, I just thought it would help if we did this now.
No.
Well, we have to do it sometime.
But not now.
All right. Why are you so angry at me?
Where do you get off calling me at work?
You didn't have to go in today. They would have understood.
That's not for you to decide. You shouldn't have called like that.
I just wanted you home with me.
Well, I thought if I went to work, if I didn't think about it... Why do you have to pack up his things now? Why are you in such a hurry to give his clothes away?
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna get that guy. I'm gonna make him pay.
Don't talk like that. It can't do any good.
It's not just talk. I'm gonna make him pay for what he did.
Oh, George, don't be like this. Nothing's gonna bring Billy back.
Trenton's gonna have to pay for it.
Where are you going?
To the den.
Ann and Jerry called. They're coming by.
I don't want to see him.
Oh. Oh, my Billy. My little boy.
I knew I was taking out my grief and anger on Karen, and I couldn't seem to do anything about it. I was striking out in fury at anything close by. I poured myself a long drink, and I found myself crying.
Daddy?
What is it, honey?
Can I have some ice cream?
Yeah, I think that's all right.
Daddy, when's Billy coming home?
Billy isn't coming home.
Why not?
Why don't you get a couple of bowls and put them there on the table?
Well, why isn't Billy coming home?
Well, you know, Billy was in a very bad accident and he had to go to the hospital.
I know.
Well, sometimes people are hurt so bad that they never get better. And when that happens, God comes and takes him to heaven.
Well, why can't Billy get better?
Because, honey, sometimes you just can't. When Billy was hit by the car, he was very badly hurt, and there wasn't anything anybody could do. Now, sit down. Here's your ice cream.
Thank you. play with Billy.
Honey, you can't, because he's in heaven now. But he's looking down on us. And anytime you want to talk to him, all you have to do is close your eyes, just like when you're saying your prayers to God, and Billy will hear you.
Will Billy come back ever?
No, sweetheart. He was hurt very badly. And once you go to heaven, you can't come back. But he still loves us. And we still love him, but we can't see him.
Daddy! Daddy, don't! Daddy! Mommy! Mommy! Stop it! Stop it! What's the matter? Oh, George, what started this?
Him.
I'd hit the table so hard my right hand was bleeding. I washed it, and then like a sick animal, I took the whiskey bottle with me into the den and shut the door. I sat there drinking. I knew Karen had answered it.
Oh, Karen, when I heard, if there's anything either Jerry or I can do, please don't.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Have you made arrangements for the funeral yet?
Yes. It's tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Oh, it's so terrible.
Please don't cry. That's all I've been doing all day.
I'm sorry. I just keep thinking, what if it had been my little Jerry? Oh, what a terrible thing to say. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm sure I'd have thought it. You know, I've been going through some of his old things. If there's anything there you can use.
I couldn't.
Listen, Karen, I don't know what I said, but whatever it was, George kicked me out.
Oh, he didn't mean it. He's been very upset.
Oh, I know. You don't have to apologize, but... Well, look, I hope you won't be offended by this, but maybe he should talk to someone. You know, get some help. He was really wild.
You think I'm nuts, huh?
Now, George, I didn't mean that...
I know what you meant, and I don't have to take that from you.
George...
He just thinks you should talk to someone.
I don't have to talk to anybody, and I don't have to talk to him. So why don't you get out of my house?
George.
I said get out, both of you.
Karen, maybe we'd better go.
All right. I'll call you later. Goodbye.
Good night, Karen.
Goodbye.
Take it easy, George.
Just get out, now.
All right. Good night, Karen.
Good night, Jerry.
Now.
Goodbye, George.
Who does he think he is?
You're drunk.
What of it? You got no right telling me I'm crazy.
You have no right throwing him out like that.
I've got every right.
It's my house, too. Anne is my friend. They came here to be with us, and you behaved like an animal.
Oh, God. Karen, I didn't mean...
I think Jerry is right. You need some kind of professional help.
I didn't know what to do. I've never felt so alone. I had to talk to somebody. I couldn't speak to Karen, and Jerry wouldn't understand. I decided to call Ralph.
Hello?
Hello, Ralph. It's George.
Hey, George, good to hear from you. Listen, I heard about your kid. I'm real sorry.
Thank you.
What can I do for you?
I just wanted to talk.
Well, go ahead. I'm free. Spill your guts. What's on your mind?
Well, I don't know how to put it.
You can tell me.
It's this guy, Robert Trenton. He's a murderer, and the police let him go. They just let him go, and it's not fair.
Well, if it's really bugging you that much, I'd take care of it myself. That's what I'd do if I were you.
That's all I've been thinking about, Ralph.
Why don't you find out where this guy lives, and the two of us will pay him a little visit. You know what I mean? Teach him a lesson.
Yeah, I like that. Just show him he can't get away with it. That's good, Ralph. Thank you.
Hey, what are friends for? Listen, I gotta go now. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay. Goodbye. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go over where he lives and we'll teach him a lesson. We'll make him pay for it. We'll fix him real good. I want him dead.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Well, it all started when my son Willard said,
Dad, you just don't understand how it is to be in my shoes.
and so I said,
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll do what you do for a day, and I'll see how it is.
well, first it was great. I slept in till 20 minutes, too, like Willard does. But then after school, Willard told me...
The garage is dirty. Would you mind cleaning it up?
And I told him...
I'll see about it later.
Willard, and he said...
You'll see about it
all
now.
All right. So I did. But I wasn't very happy about it. Well, after supper, I thought I might catch a little TV, but then Willard reminded me...
Don't you have homework to do?
2 things I know for sure. One is, I'm going to work harder to understand how Willard feels. And 2, I got to get Willard's shoes off. My feet are killing me.
Listening, caring, and sharing. That's what understanding is all about. From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man now serving time in a state prison. It is estimated that there are at least 1 million cases of child abuse in America each year. Child abusers and their children can both be helped. Find out how. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690.
Please stop the hurt. I've suffered since my birth. Joy in the abused child's fight, put an end to the sleepless night.
A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
Cicely Tyson again. And here's the concluding act of I Want Him Dead.
We had the funeral, and somehow I managed to get through the rest of the week. But all I could think about was getting Trenton. I found out where he lived. I drove past his house continually. I watched his every move. I memorized his schedule. I knew who his friends were and when they were likely to come by. I became obsessed with finding out everything I possibly could about him to use in plotting my revenge. Finally, one night after dinner, I couldn't stand thinking about it any longer. It was time to act. I called Ralph.
Hey, hello.
Ralph?
Yeah.
It's George.
Hey, George, what's up?
I got his address and everything.
Oh, good. Thought maybe you'd change your mind.
When you want to go over there?
Let's see. Tonight's not good, and I got bowling tomorrow night.
Look, somebody's coming. I'll talk to you at work tomorrow.
Who are you talking to?
What were you sneaking up on me for?
Wasn't sneaking up on you. Who was on the phone?
It was Ralph.
Ralph? Who's Ralph?
Somebody I met on this job.
Never heard of him before.
So what?
Why are you so touchy about everything?
I am not touchy.
What were you talking about with Ralph?
Nothing.
Don't lie to me.
Nothing. What business is it of yours anyway?
I care about you. You're planning to go after that man, aren't you?
Maybe I am.
George, getting yourself thrown in jail isn't going to help anything.
Nobody's going to put anybody in jail.
Well, what are you going to do?
Teach him a lesson.
And you don't think he'll call the police the minute you show up? You can't just go over there.
Will you leave me alone?
George!
Leave me alone.
Doesn't have to be this way. You don't have to drink all day long.
Leave me alone. I sat there half the night drinking, letting my fury grow. I don't know when I fell asleep. I woke up at first light, still sitting in the chair. I didn't eat breakfast. I just sprinkled some water on my face and went to work.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
Morning, Ralph.
Well, what happened last night?
Oh, My wife came in. I didn't want her to hear what we were talking about.
Yeah, you're right. So, when do you want to go over and crack a couple of bones?
Well, we got to come up with some kind of plan first. I don't want him to be able to say who did it.
Want me to bring my gun?
No.
Hey, come on, you guys. Get to work.
Yes, sir. Hey, listen, you want to come bowling with us tonight? We can talk a little, smash a few pins, take your mind off your troubles.
I can't. Some neighbors are coming over.
Okay, we'll make it another night.
Yeah.
I said get to work, and I don't mean sometime later today.
Okay, we better get working.
I was in a stage by then where I don't even remember working. I got cleaned up when I got home because Karen said Ann and Jerry were coming over. Turned out Jerry wanted to talk to me, give me advice, whatever.
George, whatever you do is not going to bring Billy back. He's dead. You have to see that.
You think I don't? I know he's dead.
Then tell me, what's the point of doing something to this Trenton?
Well, it'll be justice.
No, it won't. Justice is in the courts.
It's justice to me, and I'll feel better.
But whatever you do, they'll put you in jail.
Nobody's gonna put me in jail.
Why not?
They just won't.
Well, then what about the rest of your family? Can't you see what you're putting them through?
It's not me, it's Trenton. It was his fault. He's the one that's gonna pay.
All right, George. We're not getting anywhere. Will you at least think about what I said?
Jerry and Ann didn't stay long after that. I know they were being friends trying to help us, but I couldn't control myself. I was obsessed with this need to have revenge. Karen was very quiet, sort of hesitant, until we were getting ready for bed.
Did you talk to Jerry?
Well, he talked to me, if that's what you mean.
I was hoping you'd feel better about things if you had a chance to talk to someone.
I'll feel better when Trenton's paid for what he did.
You've got to stop thinking that, talking that way.
Well, it's how I feel.
You know, we haven't spoken to each other since the accident. Not really. All you talk about is that man and punishing him. Instead, you're punishing us.
I want justice.
George, if you don't stop it, I'm going to take Cindy and leave.
No.
Yes. I can't stand it anymore, and it's hurting Cindy.
No, you can't go.
Then do something. Get help. See a psychiatrist.
What for? I'm not crazy.
If you'll talk to a psychiatrist, I won't leave. Here, I've made an appointment for you. Tomorrow at 5:30.
You already called?
I've written it down. Here's the address. Now, please go. Please.
Okay. I'll see your psychiatrist. When I got up the next day, I had no intention of seeing any doctor. I knew what had to be done, and I was that close to doing it. After work, I stopped in a bar and had a few beers before I went home. I figured I'd tell Karen I'd seen her psychiatrist after work and that now everything would be fine. I'm home.
Why are you so late?
Well, it was your idea that I go see that doctor.
Then why didn't you?
What do you mean?
I called there, George. He said you never showed up.
You were checking up on me again, weren't you? You had no right.
Why didn't you go?
What are these suitcases doing here?
I'm leaving, and I'm taking Cindy with me. I told her we were going to see Grandma.
Well, Karen, you can't go.
We had an agreement.
All right. All right, I'll see the doctor tomorrow. Call and make another appointment. There's nothing wrong with me, but you can make another appointment.
No, because you won't keep it.
Don't you understand? After I get this guy Trenton, everything will be all right. Don't you see that I want to get him for you just as much as for myself? I love my son. I want to get him for Billy.
He is gone now, and you can't change that. There isn't anything you or anybody can do to change that.
You couldn't have loved him as much as I did.
Cindy, it's time to go.
And you're really helping me by leaving.
When you work this out, we'll come back. Cindy, are you ready?
Yes, Mommy.
Goodbye, George. I'll expect to hear from you.
was Trenton's fault. Then when I went to work the next day, there was a little surprise waiting for me. I was put on vacation. I couldn't blame them. I really wasn't doing much work. At least they didn't fire me, not officially anyway. But that was Trenton's fault, too. And that did it. I went over to see Ralph.
He fired you?
Well, put me on vacation. It's the same thing.
Oh, no.
Said I wasn't working hard enough. Well, he was nice about it and all. I mean, he's right and everything.
Man, that Trenton sure's caused you a lot of problems.
I'm going to take care of him today. You still got that gun?
What gun?
The one you were talking about before.
Oh, yeah, but you really don't want it, do you?
Where is it?
It's in my car, but you're not really going to go over there and do anything, are you?
No, I just want to scare him.
Yeah, it's in the glove compartment of my pickup.
Thanks, Ralph.
Call me tonight, okay? George? Call me?
I took Ralph's gun and drove directly to Trenton's house. I knew what time he'd be home, so I waited. When he arrived, I watched him go into his house, and then after a minute, I calmly walked to the front door. I could feel the bulge of Ralph's gun under my jacket. I took a deep breath and knocked.
Yes, can I help you?
Remember me?
You're the father of the little boy in the accident.
I came to apologize for the way I acted before. May I come in?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Why don't we go into the living room? I can't tell you how sorry I am about your son.
So am I.
Sit down, please.
I prefer to stand.
I hope you don't mind if I sit down.
I couldn't care less.
Why did you come here?
I told you.
I know better than that. I can see it in your eyes.
What? What do you see?
Hate.
You don't see half of it.
I see a very confused man who is very angry.
And why shouldn't I be? Because of you, my son is dead, my wife and daughter have left me, and I've lost my job. Why shouldn't I be angry?
Mr. Green, it was an accident.
It was your fault. You were drunk.
No, I wasn't.
The police said you were.
Mr. Green, please sit down. There's something you should know, please.
All right. But it won't make any difference.
Why do you think the police let me go?
I don't know.
Because I'm sick, Mr. Green. Very sick. I have an inoperable brain tumor. The doctors have told me I have only 3 months to live. What the police thought was drunkenness was illness. Just before the accident, I had some kind of mild seizure, but I had recovered before it happened.
What were you doing driving with something like that?
The doctors said it was all right to drive.
But didn't you have any signs? Didn't you think something like that might happen?
No. Believe me, I never would have been driving if I thought anything like that could happen.
It was still your fault, Trenton.
Mr. Green, it was an accident. It was no one's fault, not mine and not your son.
It was your fault. Everything that happened.
Mr. Green, please. Put down that gun. You'd be getting yourself into a lot of trouble for no reason at all. It's not necessary, don't you see? I'm already a dead man.
You killed my son.
There was nothing I could do. He fell off his bicycle when he rode into the street. He fell directly in front of my car. It was an accident. There was nothing I could do. Why don't you put the gun away? There's no need for it. That's better.
A few minutes ago, I wanted you dead.
And soon I will be. You look like you could use a drink. I think I could.
No, I'd rather have some coffee if it wouldn't be too much trouble.
No trouble at all. Why don't you come with me to the kitchen, and I'll make some.
Hello?
Karen?
George, where are you? I've been so worried.
It's all right. Everything's all right. I'm coming home, Karen. We got a lot to talk about. I'm coming home.
Cut it and love it during Sears Home Center sale.
We've cut $20 off the price of Sears' best Craftsman motorized miter box. It's a cut-above manual with a motor that develops 1.5 horsepower to let you rough or finish cut most types of stock. You'll get quick, precise cross-cuts, miters, and bevels with a single downstroke. Sears motorized miter box, cut $20. Now only $179.99.
Sears Home Center sale till February 24th. Prices and dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. Available at most Sears retail stores. Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Sears Budget Shop has a vested interest in value.
Vested dresses and vested skirt and pant sets in sizes 8 to 18. Styled just right for spring.
They're romantic flounce dresses topped by vests. Tunic pantsuits coupled with vests. Also the tunic and skirt smartly finished with a vest. The vest, the season's fashion basic.
Lots of exciting print and solid color combinations.
So you can be choosy. Invest in fashion.
Invest in value.
Vested dresses and vested skirt and pant sets in the Budget Shop at most larger Sears retail stores.
From Sears, fashion that fends off the storm, salutes the sunshine.
Step out, military flair. These double-breasted trench coats get down to details. Choose olive green or khaki tan Dacron polyester and cotton, sizes 8 to 18. Another fashion winner, the new quilt trim sheared shoulder coat with self-belt, in chino beige polyester and cotton, sizes 6 to 16. Both coats come with a nylon lining.
Fashion that fends off the storm, salutes the sunshine, in the coat department at most larger Sears retail stores.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears, Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. I Want Him Dead was written by David Chomsky, produced and directed by Fletcher Markham. Your hostess was Cicely Tyson. Our stars were Vic Perrin and Peggy Weber. Also heard were Noel North, Barney Phillips, Byron Kane, Shepard Menken, Alice Heath, and Jack Carroll. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CBI.
Sir, I'm here at JFK Airport to ask about foreign vacations.
I can't talk about it. It was terrible.
Oh, gosh, you have a great tan, sir. And your wife there, she looks spectacular. You must have had a great time.
I must have.
It was your fault, Harry. You had to try to bring back the bird eggs.
It was so embarrassing.
And what was the high point of your foreign vacation, ma'am?
Well, it wasn't when the agricultural inspector confiscated a carton of steaks Harry blew all that money on.
That must have been very exciting.
He took away my teddy bear stuffed with straw.
Oh, sir, why would he do that?
I don't know.
I know, because certain foods, plants, and animal products are restricted or prohibited.
Oh?
What, he could bring a disease or pest to the U.S. that could cause an epidemic.
Gosh.
Even just one could.
Myrtle, did you say pest?
Uh-huh.
He confiscated a pest?
Yes.
Then why didn't he confiscate you, Myrtle?
Even one can hurt, right for traveler's tips.
A free booklet that tells you the law. Write Traveler's Tips, USDA, Washington 20250.
I'll bet my teddy misses me.
Tell them plants are out anyway. Yeah, we'll
back order his silly trousers. We get the piece goods on the 4th, we finish them on the 15th, we ship them on the 15th. That means he receives shipment on the 18th. No, that's a Sunday. The 19th, at the absolute latest. I'm very sorry, thank you. Nobody's showing cuffs this year. They're a waste of good polyester, which, by the way, no one's buying either this year. Yeah. Oh, okay, baby, ciao. Boy, the things people expect from you these days.
Here's that invoice, Mr. Stanley.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
This is Christopher Isherwood. The story you're about to hear was written by Aldous Huxley and myself. It's based on a true incident, and it has never before been told. It concerns a man who had a gift greater than he could understand, a gift so unique that when it was shared by others, it destroyed them.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Jacob's Hands, an original new story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. We are proud to have Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Original music composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith.
On a small ranch in the Mojave Desert, not far from the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, is the home of Professor Arnold Carter, his sister, and his daughter, retired now to this medically approved climate, nourished by the warmth of the sun. The professor lives quietly with his family and his bitterness.
Shut the door!
Look, Father.
Where have you been?
Aren't they lovely? Almond blossoms, the first of the year.
Get them out of here. You want to bring on another attack of my asthma?
I'm sorry, Father. Do you mind if I practice my singing?
I can stand it if you can. Where were you at lunchtime, Sharon?
Outside, looking for flowers.
With Jacob, I'll wager.
Good afternoon, Aunt Annie.
Were you with Jacob, Sharon?
What's wrong with that? Jacob wouldn't hurt a flea.
Jacob is a hired hand. And you're the daughter of a fine scholar. Don't you ever forget it.
That's silly. He's just a friend.
But your aunt means, Sharon, you're a grown lady now. You've got to learn to be cautious. Things can happen.
To a cripple? To a girl who walks around on crutches?
Annie, see if there's some lunch left over for Sharon.
Self-pity. Look at her. Dirt on her shoes. Wash up, young lady, if you expect to eat in this house.
Well, who is it? All right, I'm coming.
It's me, Professor Tom Pierce.
Oh, I'll come out. You here to look at my calf, Tom?
Whatever looking I can do. The way you talk, Professor, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, come along. We'll see.
All right. What kind of shape is she in?
Her hind legs are paralyzed. She's got a high fever.
Yeah, could be the black quarter.
She's over here, Tom. Tried to keep her away from the other animals. You never can be sure. Jacob! What are you doing with that calf?
Just looking after her, Professor.
Didn't I tell you to leave her alone? The disease might be contagious.
Here, let me have a look, Jacob. She's been collapsed like this long?
Since yesterday.
Well, I guess that's it, Professor. Black quarter, all right.
All right. Jacob, get the rifle.
Jacob!
Sharon, stay back at the house.
You can't shoot a thing just because it's lame.
Did you hear me? I said go back to the house.
You better go back, Sharon. It isn't pleasant.
Before you do it, Professor, can I keep her for a minute?
What?
Can I hold the calf?
Are you crazy? Get my gun. Let's not hear any more of this claptrap.
You're not going to die. I won't let you die.
Why? Why are you touching her, Jacob?
I won't let you die. I won't.
Take your hands off my calf. Do you hear?
You won't die. You won't die.
Jacob, the calf's on her feet.
What did you do to that calf? I demand to know.
I don't know.
Well, you must have done something, Jacob. She's on her feet now. Her hind legs move.
It's not anything I did. It just came to me, a feeling, something I could feel moving into my hands.
That's ridiculous. That calf wasn't sick to begin with.
Oh, I examined him. I say he was sick. Jacob here, he's a healer.
He's no such thing. You think as a scientist I could
Just the same, I'm going to try him out. Listen here, Jacob, I got me a lame dog down at my place. You try it on him?
I guess so, if you want.
Yeah, and there's others around here might like to see this thing work.
Nonsense. You're making too much of it. Jacob, give that calf some water. And you, Sharon, come in the house.
And Jacob healed the dog and a cat from another nearby ranch. And the following week, a colt said to be suffering from an incurable disease. And the editor of the local newspaper.
Jacob, open the door. There's a man here to see you. Ed Burton from the paper.
I'd like to speak to you, Mr. Erickson.
All right.
There's a lot of talk around. Some of our folks seem to think that you have the power to heal. Is that right?
Well, Jacob, answer Mr. Burton.
I guess so. Sometimes it happens. I touch an animal, a dog or a calf, and he seems to get well.
I see. And do you charge money for this healing?
No, sir, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because, well, it isn't mine. Whatever this thing is, it just comes over me. A strange feeling, I don't know. First I feel it in my hands, then it passes on to the animal.
It's quite a story, Mr. Erickson. I'd like to write it up. I think everybody should know about this power. All right with you?
Sure, if that's what you want to do, I don't mind.
Thanks, Mr. Erickson. Good day.
I'm going to write some friends of mine in L.A. to drive up. Prominent doctors, both of them. I think they could settle this whole business once and for all.
A good idea. I'd like to do a follow-up piece when they get here.
Ed, do you really believe in this nonsense?
Now, Professor, do I believe in Santa Claus?
Jacob, this is Dr. Marlowe and Dr. Carruthers.
How do you do, Mr. Erickson?
Pleased to meet you.
Now, Jacob, these gentlemen merely want to talk to you. As doctors, they're naturally curious about your power to heal.
We certainly are, Mr. Erickson. Dr. Carruthers is an outstanding psychiatrist. My field is neuropathology. Professor Carter and I were at Chicago University together.
Before the loss of my health, I was professor of biology at Chicago. You didn't know that, did you, Jacob?
No, sir.
Mr. Erickson, I'm frankly skeptical about so-called miracle cures. Have to be in my profession. I'm sure you understand that.
Well, I just don't know. All this talk and everything. If you don't mind, I'd just as soon not...
Jacob, no one is going to hurt you.
Of course not.
Well...
All right, Doctor. You may proceed.
Mr. Erickson, here we have a rabbit, Oh, not just any rabbit. This poor little fellow happens to be quite ill. Cancer of the lung.
But, sir,
Please, let me finish. In most cases of so-called faith healing, we find the illness to be hysterical in nature. That is to say, though there is an actual and very real physical illness, its basic origin is in the mind of the sufferer.
Release the tension, and you often release the illness. Hence a so-called miracle cure.
Now, Mr. Erickson, we obtained this rabbit from a laboratory. We know the animal's disease. It is entirely organic in nature. We ask you to cure it.
But I don't cure things. It's this feeling that comes into my hands.
Yes, we understand all that, Jacob, but whatever it is, you seem to impress some people of our neighborhood. Why not let these two gentlemen in on it? They're men of science, Jacob.
Yes, sir. Only I don't know if anything will happen. Sometimes it doesn't. There was a hen last week up at Tillman's, and
We understand, Mr. Erickson. You just do it any way you like. We have plenty of time.
Here you are, Mr. Erickson.
Go ahead, Jacob. Talk to it.
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you.
Well, Jacob?
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you die. I won't.
Gentlemen?
May I examine the rabbit, Mr. Erickson?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's very interesting how you stroke the back of the animal. You have a great gentleness in your hands.
Everyone around here says Jacob is a very talented young man. They believe in him.
Well, if there is any difference, I can't detect it. Of course, we'll have to dissect the animal when we get back to L.A. to be sure, but it appears...
You're not going to cut him open?
Naturally. We want to be absolutely sure before we pass judgment.
But to kill the rabbit just to find out...
The rabbit will die anyway. Well, Arnold, we appreciate your letting us in on this.
Yes, it was a wonderful opportunity. You don't often get to test these things firsthand. Well, we'd better be getting back. Long drive, you know.
I certainly do appreciate your coming out. It's been a real pleasure for me. And I feel a lot better.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
You boys go on out to the car. I'll join you in just a moment. Jacob?
Yes, sir?
I think you'd better pack your things. You're fired.
Who is it?
It's me, Jacob. Sharon. Can I talk to you?
Oh, I guess so, only it's kind of messy in here.
Oh, I don't mind.
Your father wouldn't like it if he knew that...
What he doesn't know won't hurt him. I heard what happened today. I'm sorry, Jacob.
They don't understand. They wouldn't listen.
I understand.
You do?
It wasn't your fault. It just didn't happen, that's all. Where will you go now, Jacob?
I don't know.
You know where I'd go if I could.
Where?
To Los Angeles.
Oh, and me, I was in cities before. I didn't like it.
Where? What cities?
Well, when I was in the Army, they shipped me overseas from New York. It was noisy and crowded. So was Paris.
Paris? Oh, they have the opera there, Jacob. Imagine if I could sing in Paris at the opera. A great stage and people in fancy clothes. And a girl on crutches singing opera.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Everybody in the audience would laugh.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't think of your leg at all. I'd be listening to your voice and looking at your face. And...
Jacob.
Yes?
What if you could cure my leg?
Sharon.
I mean, it isn't as though it was deformed or anything. It isn't. It's just lame, like the dog you cured. Oh, please, will you try? for me.
But I couldn't.
Why?
Well, don't you see? People and animals, they're not the same. I loved animals all my life. I understand that.
Do I mean less to you than a dog?
But that was different.
Why? Because animals can't talk back to you? Do you like me, Jacob?
Yes.
I mean a real whole lot?
Yes.
Then cure me.
I don't know how.
Kneel down. Take my foot. Take it in your hands.
But Sharon,
Now do it. Do what you did to the calf and to the dog and to the colt. Jacob, don't you see you have the power to make me well? I'm begging you. I want to walk. Do it for me, Jacob, please.
Don't let her limp anymore. She's going to get well. She's going to get strong and well.
I'm going to get well. I know it. I'm going to get well.
She's going to get well. She won't be lame anymore. She'll walk like everyone else. She'll walk again. She's getting well now. The lameness is leaving her, and she's getting well.
Jacob! I can walk! Look at me! Look at me! I'm walking! Jacob, oh, Jacob!
Sharon.
Oh, it's the happiest night of my life. Look at the night. At the beautiful, beautiful night. A million stars all shining for me. I own this night. I own the world. Jacob, it's mine now.
I can heal. I can heal people.
I'm going to walk and run and dance the rest of my life. Jacob.
What?
When you leave here tomorrow, I'm going with you.
No, but you can't run
away. I'm going with you.
Sharon, no, you can't.
But I am. You're going to take me to Los Angeles, Jacob. And I'm going to sing and dance the rest of my life.
And Sharon and Jacob left together for Los Angeles. But once there, they went their separate ways. For Sharon had only one goal, the opera. The weeks passed, and audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Well, it's a pleasant enough voice, but a bit light for our needs. Why don't you try the popular field?
And at the broadcasting and recording companies, audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Yeah, okay, Miss Carter, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll call you if something turns up.
For Jacob, too, there was only one goal now, to heal the sick. But he chose another direction, a small mission near downtown Los Angeles, in an area called Skid Row. And a year passed.
I want you to get well. I want you to get well. I won't let you stay sick. You feel my hands on your foot. Now you're well again. You're feeling better. You see? Now you can walk.
Well, what do you think of that, huh? Hello?
Doc, that boy's got an act.
He's for us, ain't he, Lo? Would that pull him into the art theater, or would that pull him in? I tell you, we should hire that guy. You put him on top of the bill. After Flossie does a strip number, we got it made. Lou, you crazy or something? We packed the house.
This boy's too big for a barbecue house. No, I got other plans for him.
Such as?
Doc, we're gonna go into the healing business in a big way. You and me and this here boy Jacob. Now listen, you go up there after this bit is over with and you bring that guy back to the theater with you, see? I don't care if you have to rope and tie him, but you bring him.
Lou, listen, I need money. Honest, I'm broke, I tell you.
Baby, you're always broke. Will you stop trying to make like a diva or whatever? I got dames who can sing better and live on the salary, you know?
Lou, please. I gotta have the money.
Okay, Miss Dolores.
Lay off to Miss Dolores, will you?
What's the matter? You don't like class?
Okay, Lou, here he is.
Wow, Mr. Jacob. Are we ever glad to see you? Step right in.
Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon, what are you doing here?
Do you know this broad?
Old homeboy.
Jacob, it's really you.
I didn't recognize you. The costume.
Wow, this here's Miss Dolores, the star of our show.
Well, then you're singing. Well, that's wonderful, Sharon.
Well, give us a knockdown, baby.
Oh, Jacob. This is Lou Zacconi, the owner of the theater, and this is his assistant, Doc Waldo.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, Mr. Zacconi. Doctor?
Yeah, I'm
Pleased
sure.
to know you.
This is the man who... This is my oldest friend.
Wow, is that right? Why, you're just the girl to tell him what a deal he's got coming, huh? Why don't you stick around, baby?
Oh, no, not Jacob.
Mr. Jacob, the doctor here and me, we got a little proposition we was wanting to talk over with you. It's a very high-class ethical kind of operation.
That's very ethical.
Jacob, don't listen.
Baby, are you forgetting where the 10 spots are coming from? Mr. Jacob, what we got in mind is a sort of a clinic, see? With a doctor's medical education and my business management, this here clinic could help everybody. Not just a few bums.
Well, I don't know.
Ain't that right, Sharon? Why don't you tell Jacob?
Yeah, I guess that's right.
There, you see? Well, now you sit down, Mr. Jacob, so we can talk.
Psychomagnetic Medical Center. Mr. Erickson? I'm sorry, he can be seen by appointment only. Yes. Thank you for calling.
Where's Mr. Erickson?
Oh, isn't he in his office, Doctor?
No, he ain't, isn't. There's half a dozen patients waiting to see him.
Oh, shall I try to locate him, Dr. Waldo?
Call the art theater on Main Street. Ask for Miss Dolores. She might. Jacob, for heaven's sake, where you been? Don't you know there's people waiting to see you?
Good afternoon, Doctor. Miss Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Erickson.
And now listen, we're putting our blood, sweat, and tears into this operation, Lou and me. You treat it like you couldn't be bothered. Come on into the office. Now sit down and listen.
I want to talk to you, Doc.
Yeah, well, I said listen. Lou and me sunk a bundle into this place. We hocked the art theater up to our ears. Now it's beginning to pay off, and big. You're in on the take.
Am I, Doc?
You got 10% of the joint, haven't you? And you didn't put up a stinking dime.
Doc, today I sat in the park and a man came up to me. A man who'd seen me at the mission. He was sick, Doc. And I asked him to come to me and I'd help him. And do you know what he said to me, Doc?
What'd he say?
He said, I came to you, Jacob, but they wouldn't let me in. I didn't have enough money.
Yeah? Is that right?
Doc, didn't we have an agreement anybody could come to the clinic? Anybody?
Now, don't get on your high horse.
Didn't we agree to charge only people who had the money to pay?
Well, sure, Jacob. It must have been a slip-up.
And this man who'd seen me at the mission said others have been coming here, too. Others who couldn't pay and that they were turned away. Now, is that right, Doc? You answer me, Doc.
Well, after all, Lou...
Answer me.
Well, sometimes it depends.
It doesn't depend. I've lived with this until my heart can't stand it any longer. I've seen goodness turn to sin. I've seen
Doc, break out the bottle. This is a celebration.
Ixnay,
This is one grand celebration. Hi, Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
We're here to celebrate, kids. This is...
Well, Jacob's not feeling very well, Lou. Some other time.
Some other time. You're out of your mind. Today, right now. You want to tell him, baby, or you want me to?
Lou, you and the doc, go on out.
What?
I want to talk to Jacob alone for a minute.
What?
You heard me.
Well, now, listen, kid, this ain't no secret.
Get out. Both of you.
Okay, but watch it, baby. I bruise easy. Come on, Doc.
Jacob.
Yes, Sharon?
I've always believed in you, Jacob. I want you to know that.
What is it, Sharon? Is something wrong? Did they hurt you in some
Listen to
way?
me, Jacob. This is a tough thing for me. I didn't make it the way I thought I would. Once I said I wanted to stand on an opera stage in Paris. But I couldn't because everybody would look at my crippled leg. And you said you wouldn't. You'd look at my face and hear my voice. Isn't that right, Jacob?
I guess so.
Where am I now? They are looking at my legs, Jacob, both of them. And they want more. A lot more. I just can't take that anymore. I just can't.
If I had money, Sharon, you could have it. You could always have it.
Your money? You give it back to the patients, don't you, Jacob?
They shouldn't
I've known
have
that
to
for a
pay.
long time, Jacob. I'm going to marry Lou.
What?
I'm going to marry Lou.
Lou? Lou Zacconi?
I've got to, don't you see? There's nowhere else I can go. There's nothing else I can do.
Sharon, if you'd have me...
I'll spend the rest of my life without a dime, living in flop houses, watching you get taken by every sucker...
Now, don't say that.
Well, isn't it the truth? Isn't that what you are, Jacob? A sucker for every con man who ever came along? I was the first one. I got you here, then Doc, and then Lou. You always took care of the other guy, Jacob, but what did you ever do for yourself?
But I thought you understood.
I do. That's why I've got to marry Lou. He's made a lot of money out of this place. And I need money, Jacob. I'm through with flop houses and cheap clothes. Jacob, wait!
Hey, what's up, Jacob? You sore or something?
Jacob,
Hey, now listen, that's going too far.
Jacob, take it easy. All of it. All of it. Destroy it. Destroy it. It's sinful, don't you see? What I've been doing is sinful. I was wrong. I did do these things. I'm to blame. It's not your fault, any of you. I did it. These hands are mine.
Doc, get the police.
Lou, no. Let him alone. He built it. He can tear it down if he wants to.
But these hands. These hands. Please let me alone. Let me alone.
Jacob returned to a ranch in the Mojave Desert to work that he knew. And he cared for the animals, and sometimes he healed them. But never again would he minister to a human being. For now he understood how dangerous it is to heal the body if you cannot also heal the spirit. He knew the meaning of Christ's question, whether it is easier to say to the sick, "Thy sins be forgiven thee," or to say, "Arise and take up thy bed and walk."
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood, with Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Jacob's Hands was adapted for radio and directed by William Frug. Vic Perrin was featured as Jacob, with Virginia Gregg as Sharon. Others in our cast were Herb Butterfield, Helen Klebe, Larry Dotkin, Harry Bartell, Harley Bear, John Daner, Hans Conried, Bill Conrad, and Janet Stewart. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
This is Golden Age Radio signing off. Thanks for watching. If you're listening to rumble.com/c/GAR, we will continue in just a moment after the national anthem.